it's not like it goes along, points down, goes down a bit, goes a bit further, tilts, goes down a bit. It's not like a step repeat pattern. Yeah. It's like a consistent, smooth movement.
Oh, it's a consistent moving down with the plane's nose up. That's non sequitur. And it's not decreasing speed.
Who said
and
nose
not
up?
dropping?
I said nose up. I said nose down.
But it's not nose down, is it?
Nope.
The plane flies nose up, doesn't it?
Yep.
Well, no, not really.
yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Planes fly nose up slightly.
I mean,
2-degree up angle.
It's slightly tilted upwards in order to maintain the balance of the drag and the lift. But it's not
over a flat plane.
So not.
Yeah, that means it's not pointing down. Yes.
So
relative to the angle that the plane is what I'm saying.
I don't feel like we're getting anywhere with this. So let's
relative to the angle the plane is. That makes perfect sense.
Well, yeah, we're not getting anywhere with this. Dude, would you agree that a change in vector is an acceleration?
Yep.
Do you think that if you're traveling in a circular path 40,000 feet above the Earth, that you are accelerating all the time?
As long as you are, you can maintain. Actually, I don't know. That's a good question because
maybe go
with that. It's like relative to what? Because you're not. Your direction isn't really changing, is it?
Can I answer the question?
Oh, come on, dude. Relative to your previous direction. I don't know even how to answer that.
But you're not really changing direction, though, are you? Like, if you're heading in a straight line. And
yeah, but you're around the ball Earth, you would have to be changing direction because the Earth is falling away from you. So if you're maintaining altitude, you would be constantly changing direction.
Which would be acceleration. And the answer to his question would be yes, right? So what comes next from that, Crypto?
Gee, I don't know. Would you feel it?
Dun dun.
I mean, I've just basically said the same thing that QE has said, but in a different way.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and it's a good point. I'm not quite sure. I don't know.
Lovely. Honesty is perfect. But we know.
I mean, I would say that your direction is not really changing, like, relative to the ground, because if you're maintaining constant altitude and going in a straight line,
okay, fine. So I'm
driving. I don't know.
Right. Okay. So I'm driving around the Monaco Grand Prix racetrack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I take the corner 180 miles an hour, but my distance to the corner doesn't change throughout that turn. Therefore, I don't feel the turn.
I mean, you'll feel it because of momentum, but that's a different situation.
No, you feel it because you changed vector, my guy.
It's called the vestibular system, right? Wow. Amongst other systems within the anatomy.
Like, seriously, this is the argument you just made. If I'm on the Monaco Grand Prix and I take a corner, it's probably not 180 miles, probably 100 miles an hour. But if I make sure that I do not change the distance between me and that corner at any point, then I don't feel the turn. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, you're also talking about going into a turn, which means that, if you were if it's a completely circular track and you maintain your speed while you're going around that track.
So a bit like flying around the ball?
Yeah. Well, the Indy 500 is like that, isn't it?
Maybe help the guy out with some base principles that we're working with, because maybe he's just not familiar with angular change and whatnot. Not everyone did what we did, right?
Okay, so the Indy 500 race is, as far as I can tell, exactly like that. They just fly around the circuit in a circle the whole time, right? Like, do you think that none of the drivers feel that they're going around that track?
Well, it's not quite the same thing, but if they are maintaining, like if it is actually circular and they're maintaining like a smooth circular path and they're not changing their speed as they go, like I'm sure they do feel some of it, and obviously they're feeling things like wind resistance, but it's not going to be the same as if they're like weaving back and forth.
I think I understand the issue here.
Yeah, go on.
So even if you could eliminate all the other variables that you were mentioning, right? The fact that you're going around in circle, by definition, means there's a change in vector. So at every moment, which is at every individual moment after each preceding moment, or whatever, right? There's going to be a change. So that is what's going to be felt. That's why it's acceleration, by definition. You follow me?
Yeah, it's also called constant acceleration.
Hold on, get. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure that the guys following what I'm saying. Guy, you heard me?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. So I could obviously have been a bit more clean with the verbiage of that, but it's kind of basic. Well, from my memory, it was basic physics. So that's the point we're getting at. So when you then put that back to your example of what you're talking about with the plane, there is no way that works, right? The way you're imagining it, because it's by definition acceleration. So you're always going to feel it. There's always going to be a change, and that's not what's experienced in reality, as anybody who's gone in plane can attest to, right? You follow?
There's a nuance. Hold on. There's a nuance with the analogy, because there's only so many directions on that Indy racetrack. With plane flight, you got your z-axis, whatever that direction is, plus you got up and down. Follow?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, you got altitude as well. But what I was trying to demonstrate to this guy is that your distance from the ground isn't what like, if that stays constant, that doesn't mean you don't feel any change, right? I was trying to just demonstrate.
I don't know. I think this is a dead topic, man. It's second grade. Well, duh.
Yeah, for sure.
We can move on.
I was just trying to simplify.
We could hand him an olive branch and bring him back down to earth. Because you wouldn't have to start talking about planes once you've established the fact that there's just no curvature to begin with. Or is that too simple?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I started out saying I don't really know anything about planes and I'm not a pilot.
You don't need to know anything about planes. Yeah, and you don't have to be a pilot.
Okay, well, I will, I'll think about it.
And most pilots don't know about the quanta effect.
Boom, Earth pilot. Sorry, boys. I have to push the nose down to deal with the curve. What are you talking about? Guys, we're going 500 fucking miles per hour. There's 8 inches per mile squared down there. I have to buckle this thing down a couple hundred feet, like in a fraction of a second.
They have good reflexes.
Yeah, fantastic. They're almost fantastical, aren't they? Get
Yeah, predictive.
What's interesting as well about planes is that they actually wouldn't have to climb in order to reach altitude. They would have to fly straight. So why do planes climb at the start of their flight?
Yep, I agree.
Well, you need to be a good fortune teller, to make these predictions. How much you have to tilt the nose up or down.
There would be no point in planes anyway. You would just have something that can keep you off the ground sufficiently long enough for the Earth to move you to the next place. That's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
They just be doing jumps and stuff, like Super Mario.
And there is this Romanian guy, Henri Coanda, and he invented the jet engine, and he described the Coanda effect, which no airplane, no propeller, nothing would be able to fly if he wasn't describing it and related to us, you know. It's about the fluid dynamics, like a fluid in motion tends to stick to a convex or concave surface. It follows that surface.
Actually, I've got a really good example. Skullface guy, whatever your name is. Have you ever been to a fairground before?
Sorry?
Skullface guy gone? The English guy that asked about planes. Is he gone?
Sorry, were you talking to me or the other English guy?
No. Well, you're the one with the skull front, so you.
It's a Zoidberg head.
That's cool. Maybe not. Sorry. Have you ever been to like a fairground before?
Yep.
You sound like you're from Southern England, so you must have either been to Chessington or Thorpe Park.
I have been to Chessington.
Sick. All right, so I haven't actually been to Chessington in a while, but I assume that they've got a ride which goes around in a circle.
I haven't been there since I was a kid, but yeah, I'm sure you're right.
Well, anyway, let's just say there is. If you go on that ride and it goes round in a circle all the way around, do you feel that or do you not feel that?
You mean if it's like, uniformly spinning you around?
Well, those things are designed to do that. Like the gravitron, for instance, it'll get you to a certain speed, it'll spin you like that for like 2 minutes, and then it'll slow down. But you'll feel that the whole time.
Well, you feel the essentially the centrifugal force.
Okay.
If it's consistent.
But why?
Why do you feel it?
Because it's
moving. Not just because it's moving.
I don't know. I guess I would say because you're changing direction, you're essentially accelerating.
Yeah, you're changing vector, so therefore you're necessarily accelerating. Yeah. Which was Kiwi's point to start with. So
it's a constant
you would feel it. Yeah, exactly. You would feel it.
Sure. Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that. It's more like
you'd feel it. Therefore, in a plane, you'd feel it in a car. You'd feel it at a fairground. This is just something that we know is true in nature, and it applies in all scenarios.
Well, this is just off the top of my head, but like that same force, the centrifugal force that on that kind of a ride is sort of pushing you basically like back into your chair as you spin around. If you're in a plane going around a globe, the same force would basically be pushing you upwards instead. And which is basically could just be countered by gravity so that you don't really feel it.
It's something like Viktor's Grebennikov device.
I don't know what that is, but if you drop in the chat.
Oh, yeah, that's very interesting stuff. Yeah,
I'll drop it in the chat.
Hold on, he's just said something that doesn't make any sense. Sorry, Kiwi. Sorry, Kiwi.
No, that was me, Karen.
Oh, sorry. Elisha, no, go on then.
I think you were going to go there anyway, but what he said raises the question of what's gravity?
Yeah. I was actually going to ask something else. If you're in a plane and you're going around a curve and gravity is counteracting the centrifugal force, therefore you don't feel it, why do you also not feel a much heavier force of gravity at the surface of the Earth when you're not traveling around it in a circle?
Yeah.
Things that
I
make
mean,
you go.
you're used to it though, aren't you? Like if gravity were to change,
That doesn't make sense. Come on, my
Used
guy.
to it.
We've just added centrifugal force of traveling around the Earth 600 miles an hour, right? And you're saying gravity balances it out. So when we take away that centrifugal force, then you'd have to add that to what you feel, right, at the surface. But you don't.
Yeah, like if I weigh 1 kilogram weight in Europe, and then I go to the equator, because of the centrifugal force, it'll be lighter. Yeah, because you have a higher tangential speed, 1,000 miles per hour. Compared to the speed in Europe, you have like 700 miles. And the difference is subsonic and supersonic speed. That's how much of a difference is.
that does happen though. Like you weigh about 0.3% less at the equator.
Imagine hitting a wall with supersonic speed.
Hold on, how could you possibly know what you just said is true?
Yeah.
You change weight during the day where you are based on what your diet is, how much. There's 30 or 40 different variables I can name off the top of my head. How could you possibly know that you weigh 0.3% less at the equator than in England? How could you possibly know that?
I don't personally know. It's an appeal to authority.
If that were true, we would be making fortunes selling gold from Europe to the equator, and buy it from the equator. I mean, yeah.
Of course, you would think of it like that.
If you buy precise scales, you do have to recalibrate them for different latitudes.
Oh, really? Really? So, if I go with my scale from Europe, from Europe, if I go to Africa, I have to recalibrate it. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's true. Just look up. I mean, over that distance, probably not. But like between the pole and the equator is about 0.3%. Look up.
They
like
recalibrate them. They recalibrate them when you change altitude from sea level.
Yeah, they do. If you look up,
but not when you travel from north to south.
Such bollocks. I mean, wouldn't all weightlifters trying to break world records head straight to Kenya if that was the case? Because it would give them a massive advantage.
Right. And that's not how a scale actually works. Like a scale is literally you have a balanced scale with nothing on it, and then you calibrate it to set known quantities of whatever. So this much spice compared to this rock that's a calibrated sign for rock, and you do that every time. That's what a scale is. The idea you're talking about deviates too far from the core of it. Hopefully I haven't lost you there, but what you're saying just can't make sense.
I mean, look, it's an obvious appeal to authority because I haven't tested it, but go and look up like precise scales that are used for things like pharmaceuticals where you have to be very precise. And they'll talk about recalibrating for altitude and latitude.
It would only be altitude. The latitude would be a myth.
They don't calibrate them.
Think of it, right? You have a scale. Say you're a military, a navy operation or whatever, right? You have scales for whatever reason, and then you just go off to the next docking station, your next port of call, whatever, right? And suddenly you have to recalibrate. Well, that's a myth, and it doesn't take that many brain cells to put that together. So that's probably just some rhetoric. There's probably some rhetoric they just threw in with the other side, which is accurate, as you were saying, with the altitude, because of other reasons. Do you follow me?
Yeah, but the reason for the latitude
And simply
change is because of centrifugal force, not latitude.
Yeah, but that's an assumed centrifugal force. That's not actually how those mechanisms work.
Yeah, no, it is assumed.
I want to make a.
Right,
I want to tell you
but those
point.
mechanisms don't function on assumptions. They function on actual reality, right? Otherwise nobody would get anything done.
Yeah, but what
I
I'm
want to
saying
mention
is,
something. They use end mass to calibrate the scales. They don't use latitude and altitude, longitude, blah blah. They don't use that when they are calibrating scales. We are using end mass. And an end mass of 1 gram, weighing, placing it on a scale to calibrate it in Europe, yeah, and then take them both into Africa, it will weigh 1 gram, not more, not less.
And when you move a piano,
wasn't that the motivation for standard units of measurement?
if you ever move any object that has like a spring or a torsion spring inside it, there will need to be recalibration at the new location due to all the jostling motion in transit. So exactly like you said with a scale, if I take that thing and travel to another continent, when I get there, I'm going to need to recalibrate it back to 0 because the vibrations that it picked up during the transit could have offset that thing just a little bit.
And to do that, they use a end mass. A precision.
I think maybe it's even in the term, right? It would be recalibration as opposed to adjusted calibration. So you're taking it back to what it was already calibrated to, that it's deviated because of journey, etc., etc. So it's not to do with the location, but it's to do with other things. And the calibration is always back to its original. Anyway, that's like you said in your opening statement, Guy. It's an appeal to authorities, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
That's why we try and keep it simple.
By the way,
measurements.
According to what he said, I would be curious. Where does the scale has this computer or mechanism where you put the longitude, latitude, altitude? Where do you give these details? I never seen such a scale.
Yeah, you don't do that. It's but you know, if you have something that you know is a fixed mass, you can use that to calibrate in different locations. I don't know what the actual internal mechanism is in a modern scale that does that for you. I don't really know how scales work.
Yeah, then why use them as an argument if you don't know how they work?
That might just be a British thing of, you know, filling in the gap of silence.
Yeah.
Mr. Skullhead, have you ever heard? Go ahead, Mr. Skullhead. Have you ever heard of the Eratosthenes example?
Yep.
Do you think that proves a ball Earth?
Not on its own, because it does work from the assumption that the Earth is a globe, because it would also work if you had a flat plane and a small local sun.
Sick. Okay, that's what I wanted to ask. Did you know?
It is nice to have conversations like this, isn't it, Crypto?
Yeah, when someone actually goes,
levels of honesty, right?
Yeah, that's cool. Genuinely impressed. That's how low our standards have gone. Now, I just wanted you to know that you can use Eratosthenes' example to calculate the radius of your flat bedroom floor. Would you like to know how?
Go on then.
Sick. Right. So get 2 pens. Do you have a light in the middle of your room?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So you put 1 pen directly underneath the light, and so it's got a 0 degree angle. And then you put another pen off to the side, so they have a 7.2 degree angle. The shadow, right?
Okay.
we can then assume that that distance is 1/50th of the ball, because 7.2 degrees is 1/50th of 360 degrees. So let's just say that you had a meter distance between the two pens, and there was a 7.2 degree difference in the angles, right? Yeah. We can now therefore assume that 1 meter is 1/50th of the radius of your flat floor. Therefore, the radius of your flat floor is 50 meters.
Bomb has been planted.
Wizardry.
Does that sound cool?
Yeah, and you have to assume that the light from the bulb is coming parallel.
I think hearing that example for the first time would make anyone with sufficient common sense question any other trick. Mathematics that's presented to them.
Would you drop that argument into the text so I can reread it?
What, my one?
Yeah, the thing with the pens in your room measuring your flat floor.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we're not doing any measurements; we just calculate. And that's kind of the point. Sorry?
I've just got to jump off for a bit, but I'll come back.
Okay, well, when you come back, I'll do it.
Yep.
Cool. Enjoy your dinner.
I think that's a perfect demonstration or example of how deceptive, quote-unquote, mathematics can be. To actually, open people's eyes, because a lot of the time we're making the point that they're just living in fantasy when they're just taking the maths for what it is, right?
Yeah, I come in the flat.
Sometimes you need to actually show them how, like with that kind of example, how dumb it can be if you don't know what you're listening to, right?
Yeah, I come in the Flutter server to find these silly people who don't know science and anything. They don't know nothing. They're stupid. I'm gonna make such fun of them, I'm gonna explain to them how reality is and works. And they don't know shit when they come here. They realize they don't know anything. Like, not even the stuff from elementary school. I mean, that much brain damage do people get in 20 years? They completely forget what they've been through, what happened 15 years ago.
That's the art of war, right? Deception.
Yeah.
And that's and that's how they got people with the education. That's warfare. Warfare on fully functioning mindsets. Or minds, should I say. Because it just made me think, even with the mathematics, until you get to a higher level, there isn't actually much that they're saying that's stupid. But then, if your mathematics isn't founded on the fact that you live in reality, and unless you actually have those apples and take away 2 apples from the 5, there isn't actually anything there. If you don't have that base principle, that first principle, then you can get deceived with even simple mathematics presented in a sufficiently veiled way or whatever. Wow. Don't send your children to school. Do your job.
This is what the perfect religion. It creates blind believers, fanatics, literal fanatics. The heliocentric religion is the perfect religion.
Perfect in that it's imperfect in every single way, right?
I know. For someone going in depth, asking the right questions, it's problematic. He's gonna quickly find that it has issues, a lot of them, and gaps. Like, it contradicts everything that we experience in reality. It contradicts our feelings, senses, natural governing laws. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is the root core of it, isn't it, Gebige? It's those who wish to obey the laws and those who don't. Are you gonna obey that which is presented to you, which is for your benefit, by the way, or are you gonna disobey and suffer the consequence? Wow. Obviously, that for me, that's just too easy not to say. But that's simple. Back to the garden understanding.
Yeah.
I set before you life and death. Choose life.
Yes.
What's interesting as well is if everything I told you was for your benefit, they wouldn't need to punish you for non-compliance in the first place, because you would already want to do the thing that would benefit.
Got to go back to work. My break is over.
They have to force the punishment on you, whereas the natural, or in my opinion, the creator given, for your benefit. If you don't do it, you'll reap the negative. There is no force on it. It doesn't have to come out of his way, down from his throne, and just smack you over the head. If you do certain things, you reap what you sow. That's your own business. So that's an interesting point, Crypto. Yeah, because they actually have to actively search you out, punish you for something that you didn't need punishment for, really. But
Yeah,
I'm just walking down. I'm just walking across the road. It's my business if I get hit. Don't jaywalk me now. No, it's just a simple example of their stupidity.
I guess a good example of that would be like paying taxes. Like, if you really felt that paying taxes contributed to a society that benefited you instead of benefiting them, then you would willingly pay the taxes, right?
Right.
Pay more to.
Or at least at least in a society, it would just be obvious, and it would be, like everything about it would be that, oh, if I'm stepping out of this thing, I'm actively being an idiot, as opposed to I don't see any reason why I should, which is what we have now.
Yeah. Oh, and a good example of that is a private arrangement. Like, let's say that I go into a pub and I'm hungry. I will willingly hand them £10 for them to cook me a meal, right? So there's a direct benefit there, and by not handing them £10, I won't receive the meal. So there's no punishment needed there. It's just a direct transaction that benefits both parties.
Right. I mean, you could give that an overarching title of treat others as you would like to be treated. Hold on a minute. I've read that somewhere in a book. There's your weekly sales pitch, Crypto. Give it a read when you get a chance.
Was it the Communist Manifesto?
You joker. No. The Book of Life.
The Christian Communist Manifesto.
Wait, what's the communist one? Treat everyone like shit, and we'll still treat you like shit.
Yeah, eventually.
There is. What is it? Yeah, there's no hope. Just die.
Yeah.
Isn't that the conclusion of their book? Flipping dumbasses.
I haven't read it in a while, to be honest. I'll have to read it again just for a.
Yeah, and then throw it on the fire. But that is interesting, because their whole thing is what collectivism, but under dictatorship. It's deceptive and amoral from the get-go. And if you've done studies that people like I have done, it goes actually back to Nimrod. But it's nonsense. So what do you mean? I'm doing all this work for the collective, but the collective's doing all this work for this one geezer who's taking the absolute piss, and he's lying to us at the same time. Whereas what I would promote as myself, because I'm going to speak for myself now, that comes from the scriptures. It's a benefit for everyone when you behave in these ways, right? Treat others, etc. But it's a benefit for you. It literally, you do this, you will be blessed. Not you will be blessed as the collective, you will be blessed if you do this. You reap what you sow, be it good or bad. So it's, I don't know. So, it just, to me, it's just so very simple, and to see the difference between the right path and how basically everything goes back to that communist nonsense, which is the Babylonian system, right? And there is no benefit of it. I don't understand why people can't just see it for what it is. But you know, the blind will be blind.
Well, people like to cry about how unfair society is, but they don't know how to quantify fairness. And so that, I think that's what the issue is like. For instance, is it unfair that I'm not 7'3" because I now don't get to play in the NBA and make lots of money? I mean, depending on who you ask, you get a different answer, right? So how do you quantify fair?
Yeah, right. It stems from like what's wrong with your mind? Because if you're content with what you have, then the fairness question doesn't come into it, does it?
Exactly. Yeah.
And most of these ideas come from expectations and promises that were never actually established in. Let's kind of give it an overarching term of natural law. You were never promised this NBA type mythical dream. What were we given? Well, we're given food and clothing and like, let's just be really basic, food and clothing. If you have food and clothing, like why are you complaining? You're not dead. No. You're living. You're breathing. And I know I'm being super harsh and super basic with it, but that's the kind of thing people should be focusing on in terms of, oh, what's my lot in life? But because they're too busy indulging in too much food and too much clothing, they seem to think, or a lot of them seem to think, that they can complain and feel hard done by because they don't have that thing that was, it's not really of any value to them anyway.
Yeah.
That was a long-winded way of saying people need to just shut up and get on with it.
Well, I mean, fundamentally, what people really are asking for is, oh, can I have an easy life, please? Me, I'd like an easy life. And life just isn't easy. It just is for some people. But not for most.
Not only do they want to reap where they don't sow, they want to reap someone else's goods.
Right, yeah.
No, they want... Yeah, exactly. Because even if you look at people who have done really well, and like rich people and stuff, at some point, either them or their family, in general, now there's some thieves out there and they will get their recompense for sure, right? But at some point, somebody did the work to get to what they're enjoying at the time, right? Yield doesn't come from nothing. Right. Yield doesn't come from nothing. But
I would say
in some cases sold a yarn that they can. Oh, pardon me. I'll finish real quick. At some point, people sold a yarn that they can reap or yield from nothing at all, and that's the problem. But go ahead with your point.
Yeah, sorry. I would say that there are some people who have, like, let's just call them the money lenders. They benefit from absolutely no work at all, and obviously those people shouldn't be included in what we're talking about here, because they got there by lies, deception, and control.
Right, and those thieves, and this is a thing that people need to be reminded, and it's actually interesting because the scripture actually says this: "Be not deceived; every man reaps what he sows." So with that specific group of people that we're talking about there, they will reap what they sow. You just don't see it yet. So relax, focus on your own business. Don't be stressing about other people.
Yeah.
And I say you in the general sense, right?
Sure.
Not you specific.
Yeah, I agree. Cool. All right. Have we got any? We got any globe guys in the chat? Maybe we can bring some globers in.
That was the funniest thing, you humming Hava Nagila.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Me either.
Yeah. He only hummed about
But let me
5
go-
notes. I was like, that's subtle.
Right. Let me go and fish for some globe heads. One sec.
Okay, cool. I actually need to learn that on guitar, don't I? DC. Of course I did.
All right, go and check out VC check-in. That was my fishing attempt, at least.
I see we're joined by a wild Dan Fessler. Welcome.
What's up? How's it going?
And I do. Good to see you again.
Good.
I forget actually, Dan. Did you are you a 9/11 truther?
You know, I was definitely. I would call myself that in the past. These days, I still think there's a lot of stuff that is weird, and I think there's a lot of secrets about what happened. But a lot of the stuff that I used to believe about it, I've had reasonable explanations for it since then. So some of the pieces I don't subscribe to, but I still think there's some fishy stuff.
Okay, that's fair enough. I remember you talking about it with Zanuck, and I can't remember what the conclusion of the conversation was. That's all.
What, is your red pill turning blue or something?
Just being realist, I guess.
He brought some purple pills from the store.
Understandable.
That was a nice colour, to be fair. Got to be a red pill. So, Dan, do you think that there are 72 genders?
No, not really.
Do you think there are any genders?
Sure.
Why?
Well, we got biological gender pretty well understood.
Biological sex, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So you know that sex and gender isn't the same thing.
I think that it's fair. Like, if you want to accept the social construct of gender, which is fine, where there's a lot of stuff that is a social construct that makes up human society, then you can say something more nuanced about gender. But usually what I see, even, from proponents of, very left-leaning people about gender, it's still kind of baked into a binary of sorts, right? It's a spectrum, basically, from one to the other. They're using the reference points of male and female to define points in the middle, which still says to me that, I wouldn't classify it as X number of genders. I would just describe it as a spectrum, personally. But I also am very removed from that sort of experience. I'm very what they would call cisgender. So I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, you do you, I do me. I don't need to care.
Right. I kind of get that, but at the same time, it's like, it feels like a bit of a cop-out to me. Like, I personally think that just because someone feels a certain way doesn't really make it reality.
Sure, but what does it matter, really? The way I figure
because they're pushing it on your children. That's what matters.
No. Like, I don't think anybody could ever push me to become female. That's such a weird idea.
No, not you. Your children.
No. Even anybody. Do you think you could be convinced to be a different gender?
I don't think gender exists. So no.
Yeah, that's the problem, because gender is a derivation from a verb. So
I guess my point is the people who are, let's say, like transgender specifically.
But before you go there, if you just humor me for a second, did you understand what I just said?
No, say it again.
Yeah, and Crypto, correct me if I got that slightly wrong, but gender is a derivation from a verb.
Well, the way I see gender, the term gender, is that it's a complete nonsense. It was in. So I've got
the common vernacular or the common use of it is a misapplication of the term.
Yeah, well, it's the idea that you can separate biological sex.
Doesn't it come from to engender something? So they're just making stuff up. It's like I take heat, and then I suddenly call heat, or I suddenly attribute the meaning of heat to something else, like cold.
I mean, are you sure that Are you sure that the verb came before the noun? Because I know that there's a lot of verb forms of nouns, and it's never clear to me if one begat the other.
Well, no. The way I see it is that gender, in the sense of humans and male, female, masculine, feminine, was an attempt to replace the idea that sex exists within a biological reality. And it was the attempt to undermine that biological reality in favor of a psychological reality or a psychological phenomena that can then be molded and shaped, right? But I don't believe that that's the case. I think that biological reality exists and that you can't pick that you are that you are.
And I guess my perspective on it is, unless I'm experiencing it, I can't really have a great opinion about it. But the one thing I can say, especially for the people who are trans and go through like surgery, right? You got to be damn certain that you are what you say you are to chop off your penis, right? You know, like, who am I to say that you don't really feel the way that you feel if you're willing to chop off your penis, right?
No, that's not. I understand what you're getting at, but that's not the case though, because they have that done to children.
No, they don't.
So the certainty isn't a requirement for them to do the degeneracy that they've done. Pardon for
the other thing I would say. So the other thing I would say to Dan. The other thing I would say to Dan is that
dysphoria. So, for example, if someone feels like they want to cut off their arm or their leg, they would be hospitalized.
Sure, it is a form of dysphoria. In fact, you know, I don't think, if you really dig down to it, like into it, that they would disagree with it. The question is what is the best way to treat dysphoria?
That's a mental illness due to a chemical imbalance in the brain.
Solar, could I just jump in 1 second? I think Crypto has a delay, and every time he tried to speak, it came in too late. So Crypto, if you'd like to try again, please.
I just wanted to make the point that when what Dan said applies to reasonably thinking, logical, mentally well people, but when you're talking about someone who wants to chop their dick off, I don't think they fit in that category. That's all I wanted
to yeah, I just don't know. This topic just doesn't really interest me too much because I can't relate to it. I don't personally subscribe to the idea that you can, like, public discourse can sway somebody to be a different gender or whatever. Like, because I can't imagine even somebody budging me an inch on that. And, you know, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, if anybody says that they can be swayed to be gay or swayed to be female when they're male or whatever, then what that says to me really is that you're probably on the spectrum, just like they say, right? Because I know that I'm not on the spectrum. I can't be convinced of either of those things, and that's fine.
But you're a fully developed, mentally well adult, right? We're talking about children.
Well, I'm not. By the way, I have many friends now at this point, like 5 or so, that have become trans or come out as trans, and all of them have come out in their 30s, right? And so it's very, very rare that I see this being applied at a younger age, but that's just my personal experience.
Okay, do you think that would have happened in the 90s?
Maturity is a choice. It's not a prerequisite. People don't have to. Do you think that would have happened in the
90s? Dan?
No, I mean, socially it was much less acceptable, though it was happening in the 90s.
Do you think that your friends
you made a statement earlier. Sorry, I promise I'll finish very, very shortly. You made a statement earlier that you said that you don't think the social pressure would sway people in this direction, but within the last 30 years, the environment. changed, and you've also then said that people are more likely to do it because now you've got 5 people who
There's a difference.
That 30 years ago, right?
There's a difference between having public discourse sway your inner feelings about it, compared to having public discourse sway your decision to become out. Right. That's what I'm referring to. Back in the 90s, people were less likely to come out about it.
Which would then not embolden other people to do the same, right? So that there would be a compound effect there.
Sure, I think that you're seeing an increase in people doing this, but I don't think that necessarily reflects, an increase in the people that are actually afflicted with this dysphoria.
I mean, I disagree, but Solo, do you
Yeah, I think you touched on the point that I was saying, is that if, for example, in their 30s, they've now decided that it's popular and that there's sufficient acceptance, and what's peculiar is that they consider it brave. So here's someone who's truly brave because they decided to change gender. Whereas being really brave is about embracing yourself and sort of accepting yourself for who you are with your flaws. But this whole dysphoria is celebrated, and to me, you kind of see children that are pre-adolescent that exhibit these tendencies, and you kind of know that they're going to grow up to be either homosexual or maybe curious of their sexuality later on. But someone who's been healthy and normal throughout their adulthood and some point in their 30s changes, to me, kind of appears like a new program is running, like version 2.0, and version 2.0 could have been placed there more recently.
You should talk to some of these people. I know just from personal experience, because I'm close to these people that have come out in their 30s, that it is not just a new realization, that it's something that they've been holding on to for their entire life. And I trust that they're telling me the truth. I have no reason to believe they're lying to me about that.
And that statistic that says 80% of them end their lives
I gotta
either way.
go in like 2 minutes. I have a meeting that I have to duck out, and then I'll be back later.
Yeah, the statistic that says 80% of these people end their lives whether or not they fulfill these surgeries or get these operations. What does that mean about their choices?
It means it's a tough thing to go through, even if you do post-op stuff or transition, as they say. That it doesn't mean that it's an easy life.
Or the rate is the same whether they've done it or not.
I'm not sure if it is the same though. I'd have to look into that, because what I do understand about it is that the best, like from a scientific standpoint, from a doctor, like medical standpoint, I should say, it is the current best way to treat the dysphoria is to embrace that identity, is the most common understanding from medical industry right now.
So after they embrace it,
fundamentally retarded.
Yeah, because after they embrace it, they still have the same.
Well, that's I would like to check into that. I'm not sure if it is the same.
But just think about it with just the tiniest bit of logic. Embracing something that requires you to destroy your body as well as your mind, how is that going to help at all?
That would be the argument. Are they destroying it? I mean,
by definition, the moment you do anything to your body like that, you're destroying it.
Were you circumcised? I was.
Well, let me give you this then. There's only one kind of
sequitur.
Yeah, there's only one kind of.
All right, I got to duck out. It's 11:30. I'll be back later.
1 second. I just want to tell you this. There's only one kind of mental disorder. Oh, he left. Where if you remove your body part, it's not a disorder, and it's only one body part.
What, your hair?
I
don't know. You got to explain what you're getting.
If you want to chop your balls off, you're not mentally disordered. But if you want to chop your fingers off, you are. It's only one organ or one set of organs. I guess if you're a girl.
It doesn't stop there though, right? Because they're completely... Anyway, who gives a crap? They're a bunch of degenerates. Don't do it. Don't let your children do it. Allowing this kind of discourse to permeate society is why we have the problems we do. This is why weakness allows evil to prevail.
It's kind of like racism. You speak about it,
There's
and it
no such
influences
thing.
people. Yeah, I know. So like when you speak about it, you kind of speak it into existence. The more you talk about it.
See, there's a difference between speaking about something and allowing it to be condoned, right? So, for instance, the reason we are where we are is because people allow the conversation of many different degenerate topics to continue in a condoning manner, as opposed to, no, we're going to nip this thing in the bud, like any good parent would do with a child that's behaving out of sorts. So because society hasn't done that, now we have people rampantly living in ways that are detrimental to themselves and to society as a whole. So you have people living in sexual immorality. That causes detriment to the individual because it ruins their lives as they grow up. That causes detriment to their health because of diseases, because of promiscuity. So I could go on forever, right? But that's the consequence, and that's why talking about it in that kind of way is a problem. And the point that I think Crypto and the other guys were getting at is because they have continued to speak about it and have that discourse, as people like to put it, there's been more and more people who have started because they're either weak or because they're in an environment where they haven't been taught how to think properly, who have entertained those ideas. Because most people don't seem to realize that the things that they think and the ideas that they have are not their own. If you're not told of a certain way of doing things, right? So in your culture you do it one way and you're not told about another way. And you can go your whole life and that idea will never enter your head. But the moment you get into a new society, or the moment it's put into your society or your culture to think a certain way or to do a certain thing, then it starts to be there. And then maybe not you, but your children or your children's children will entertain something. And that thing could be good, or that thing could be completely evil. And another prime example of that is abortion, right? That was never something that people in the decent societies would have ever entertained, right? But because it's been allowed to permeate the society that we have in general, in the West at least, now it's seen by many as an okay thing. Meanwhile, it's murder of innocence. Anyway, that's the point that I'm getting at. But we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss the level nature of Earth and the fact that the other guys, they got none.
Well, just on that point that you were saying there, it's in that instance when it's abortion, it's my body, my choice. But yet in everything else medical related at the moment, it's not your body, your choice. It's quite the opposite.
Well, they make it as if it is your body, your choice, right? Because they say, well, you don't have to do it, but then you can't go to the theater. So they wrap it in a nice present for you, right?
Yeah, it's
and
quite
this is why
crazy.
Those who have the understanding and the knowledge or the wisdom, it is their duty to share that. So that's why we, or at least I, but I would hope we are doing what we're doing with this topic of the fundamentals of nature, right? Level, non-rotating. Because if you can't get the first principles correct, how do you think you're going to get anything else correct? If your foundation is skewed, the rest will fall.
Exactly. Yeah, we have Deja in the room, VC verified. Maybe he wants to ask questions about our reality that we all live in. Deja, are you there? Deja?
Seems like someone is not home.
Too bad.
And the only other verified we have is deafened, so that won't work. Well, we got India in the room. India, you have any 2 cents or more to input?
How's it going, guys?
All fine.
Going well. My foundation is firm.
I just want to say, if I'm going to get locked out of society because I don't want to get stabbed with sharp objects, then I don't see why I should pay taxes. All my taxes should be diverted to pay for something else that benefits me.
Yeah, but you use the satellites, right? For your phone, so... Your phones use the satellite, so you need to pay taxes.
Saloon.
My tribe are going to use signal fires on top of mountains. Smoke signals. We'll get by.
Under all those soothing words and paperwork, badges, gun. That's why you pay taxes. They have more guns than you. Let's not sugarcoat it.
I think it's that they're actually willing to use them. Because doesn't the populace have more than them? There's more of the populace, right?
Depends where you are, man.
Yeah, they have to not be on psychopathy. Normal people don't want to kill people until they have to.
Yep.
They have all the psychopaths in their back pocket. So go for fun.
Yeah, you're a bit far away from your mic, but...
yeah, this is...
better?
Bit, yeah. I mean, they played the perfect game, right? They put each other against each other, right? And then let them fight the fight.
You got it. If somebody steals $100 from you, why would you have any say on how they spend that $100?
True.
I don't want to say anything incendiary, but I do believe that the anarchist cookbook is still doing the rounds.
I remember that thing.
Yeah, I had it once on the last hard drive.
I still remember a lot of the little things that they taught you in there. I learned how to make my screen name based on that.
Do tell.
Yeah, his screen name is Napalm.
You're being literal. I didn't know who was speaking till after.
Literal, we did it. And let's just say it's hard to extinguish that fire once it starts to spread.
Do you also love the smell of it in the morning?
Only after I've had a cup of coffee.
Of napalm. That's crazy talk.
Good morning, Vietnam.
There is a recipe in there to make it. One of my friends had the cookbook back in the day, and we're like, oh, simple ingredients. Let's try this out. Yep. And then we're like,
right?
oh crap, half the backyard is on fire and the hose is not working except spreading the fire.
You didn't think that one through, did you?
Yeah, it was really easy to make.
You should have started that in the neighbor's garden.
Oh, it was not my house, my friend.
My favorite one.
We have a. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say my favorite one. I remember from the cookbook was I don't want to give any instructions or anything, but it was involving like the strike anywhere match heads and a racquetball. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Yeah, similar to old school sparklers can have a similar effect.
Yeah.
But don't you guys still have strike anywhere matches in the USA?
I haven't seen him forever.
I'm not sure, but I haven't been looking.
Isn't the principle that the same thing that you use to strike is just mingled in with the match head itself? But anyway, it's not, to me at least, that stuff is not that complicated. But what I was going to say before was that we have a couple of verifieds in. So we've got human and we have noir. So if one of those individuals would like to speak.
Can I
and
speak?
Also we have White Rose. Yeah, go ahead, White Rose. You were first. Go for it.
The third law of thermodynamics.
What about it?
It's true. And the government are controlling us with Corona. Because why did they make a vaccine so quick?
Yeah, let's. So
Flattered.
One line. Is this like a one-liner open mic performance? What's going on?
Yeah.
So we keep it to the topic, right? The topic is flat Earth. No medical talks.
Oh.
I mean, YouTube is listening, and So what's up, White Rose?
Mute yourself before you clean.
Nothing. Ask me something.
Okay. So how did you? When did you join the server?
Time ago now.
Sorry.
It's been time now.
Time.
Yeah.
And have you looked into the topic?
Yeah, I know. I believe the Earth's flat.
You believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I was speaking with someone, and the points I was stating were very true.
And why do you believe?
He made me do some experiment.
Like what?
Like when you have there's a canal and I put it down the raft. I put something down the canal and I could see it from 10 miles away. But the problem is that because of the globe, I should only be able to see it in 2 miles. But I saw further.
Gustav? So you actually know it's not a ball, right? So you actually know it's not a ball, right? Because you experienced that.
I'm 50-50.
You're 50-50. Why are you?
When you're in a plane and you see the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. Why would you?
Except you can't see curvature from an airplane.
Sorry?
You can't see curvature from an airplane. Not nowhere near high enough.
I've physically seen it, but the other guy told me that the windows are made to do that.
The windows are 3 panes of glass.
Is it painted?
No, the windows are 3 panes of glass.
Yeah, so that could probably cause it.
Yeah, so every time you look through a medium, it will get refracted. So you actually have 5 mediums that the light passes through before it reaches your eye. You have the cold air at high altitude, then it'll paint a glass, then the air that's in between the next layer of glass, and then the next layer of glass, which has a hole at the bottom of it, to equalize pressure.
Oh,
if they didn't design windows this way, when there's a sudden change in pressure, the windows would blow out and everyone would die in an airplane.
Next Thursday, I'm going to go skydiving. So then I'm gonna see the Earth's flat or not.
That's not high enough either. You realize that at 47,000 feet, that scales to 1/100th of an inch above a 6-foot tall ball, right? Right. So if you could see curvature from an airplane, you'd be on a ball of 300 kilometers radius.
Mm.
Yeah. So like maybe you should do the math first. And I want to know like what you sent down the canal and what you used to view it.
I sent down a can. I sanded it down and it was
So
shiny.
you saw a can 10 miles away.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
What do you mean?
You can't see a can from 10 miles away.
No, you can with binoculars.
No, you can't. So zoom does not affect the angular resolution. The angle resolution of an optic does not affect it. You can zoom all you want, doesn't change it.
Okay.
You would need like a 12-inch Newtonian reflector, and then maybe you could see it, but I doubt it because they don't have a variable focus. So
I didn't really see the can. I just saw the reflection. So I mean, it could be the can. It could be something else. So
it never happened.
it did happen.
No, it didn't.
Huh?
Hey, why don't you ask us why they would lie next? And then I'm going to ask you why you would lie.
Could you say that again?
Why don't you ask us why they would lie about the shape of the Earth next?
Me ask you?
Yeah, why don't you ask us that, and then I'm going to ask you why you would lie about doing an experiment that you didn't do.
I didn't. I did it.
What 10-mile canal was it?
You know, outside of Birmingham.
Yeah, that's only 6 miles.
I can't tell you the exact one because I live right next to it, but it's in Birmingham.
It's one plane, though.
What a story. A for effort.
I get C- for effort. Could at least like check the math or like at least just check the math. I mean, you don't even have to be able to do math. You just do a curve calculator, angular size calculator.
Is there something you want to ask? I mean, you said 50-50. You told us about the airplane, so we gave you a reasonable explanation, right? Something you can verify for yourself. Oh, he's gone. Okay.
Weak sauce, huh? Who is next?
Well, we have Stardew. Not been verified, so it's a gamble. Stardew, you are unmuted. Can you say something? Stardew, you have control of your mic. You want to ask a question or? No?
He's watching TV, I think.
All right.
Being rounded up to the gulag.
The TV said the Earth was a ball.
Well then.
Yeah, those little men inside the TV tell many lies.
It's amazing after being in these rooms for so long how easy and how good you get at picking out just by listening to someone's voice when they're talking, whether they're bullshitting or not.
So when did it become popular for people to live under bridges?
It's all the new rage in Southern California. Santa Ana River is just inundated with just miles and miles of pop-up tents and little makeshift cities.
Oh, so it's life imitating art now, right? Oh dear. So I was referring to the trolls, right? Trolls live under bridges. But
Yes,
Calais
yes.
just takes it to the next level. Good one.
True silence is pretty loud, if you know what I mean.
What is that theme song?
I know, I'm trying to place it too.
Three's Company? No.
I just know it's a theme song.
What is it, Creation Bird?
I honestly don't even know. It just is elevator music.
Man, you're on the soundboard. You have to know the name of everything.
I'll Shazam it. That'll tell me.
Elevator music.
Okay, it says it's Local Forecast Dash Elevator by Kevin MacLeod.
It literally says elevator music.
Elevator music.
That's a lift for all of you across the pond.
So somebody wrote the elevator music. What you're telling me? Of course.
Well, isn't there a whole genre of music that is labeled lounge lizard / elevator music?
This one also says elevator music.
Yeah. Isn't that the preamble to The Girl from Ipanema?
Sounds similar.
Yeah.
I'll post what Shazam says it is.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful art. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
I'm not gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe, man.
Come in. Somebody knock.
Sure is quiet in here.
Yes, it is. You have a topic you'd like to discuss related to the shape of the earth or the nature of our existence. Is my mic working? Yes, it's not.
Nope, you're clear, Dave. We got just some dead air here.
Mic check. Is it working now?
Yeah, you're good.
Thanks. Somebody said it's quiet in here. Do they have anything they want to talk about? Alrighty then. Quick station break just for the hell of it. Nobody's talking. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth and the nature of our existence. We're here 24/7 with information related to the subject of the Earth. We need some measurements of the Earth curvature directly measured. We need to establish motion of the Earth with some kind of method. We need to establish the existence of said ball Earth in the vacuum of space with gas pressure next to nothing. So if anyone's on YouTube listening or wherever you're at, if you're hearing my voice, you think you live on a ball, or you're curious about why you may not, come in here and discuss. Now I return you to the globe silence. That's the globe proof silence. It's pretty loud. Back to you guys.
Another one.
You guys following the news coming out of Australia?
You trust the news out of Australia? What is it? I assume it's not good news.
Oh no, yeah, I won't go into it too far, but yeah, it's getting pretty gnarly over there. Not to mention Biden was supposed to come on today.
Oh.
Talking about federal mandates and encouraging private
So proud
companies
of
and stuff.
America, man. I think he's probably the most articulate president we've ever had. Would you agree? I mean, the way he strings sentences together just flows, and he's amazing. He's a great president.
That was awesome when some reporter mentioned after that debacle in Afghanistan, he mentions it, and Biden looks at him like, "Are you crazy? That was 5 days ago. Why are you talking about it?"
Come on, man.
Time was denied for hourly workers who are not unionized. 1.2.
You got Biden sound clips. So, Joe, what happens when you're at the pool with the kids? You got that one? They don't have that one up here. The hairy legs one. Anyway. Anybody try to talk to Deja?
And to get hot, I got hairy legs that turn.
There you go. VC verified in here named Deja. We already tried to talk to them. Hello, Deja. Where's your buddy Boo at? Wait a minute. I think I just asked him that. I can't remember.
What say you, Globe Man?
There's a Globe Man in here?
I thought you said there was.
I don't know. It's a VC verified. Named Deja, and they just bounced. They didn't want to talk to me. I guess I sound too mean.
Nah.
Ryan Dunn, he's a flat earther. Wah, wah, wah. I like his avatar, though. Never go full retard. And that concludes the list. It's just crazy globe deniers such as myself. I'll shut up at this point.
Never type retard in the text. You get punished.
Really?
Yes. I found out last night that if you type Grammys, Grammys, you also get punished. Is Grammys something slang that I'm not aware of?
I've never heard it. Just the Grammys.
You mean like the awards, the Grammys? That's not allowed?
Yeah, I tried typing it into text last night, and I kept getting punished by the bot.
How dare you?
Shut up, Greta.
I couldn't think of anything that Grammys would be offensive to. Somebody's grandma? I don't know. Dan Fest, y'all were talking to him. He thinks he's on a ball, don't you, Dan? Are you there, Dan?
Who?
I could have it wrong. Aren't you a globalist, heliocentric enthusiast?
Yeah, I'm a globalist.
Okay. What's your number one reason you think you live on a ball?
Oh boy, here we go. That's right. I don't want to debate it right now. I came back here because I told people that I'd be back after my meeting. So I was talking about some stuff. I don't know if they're still here. I wasn't keeping track of who was talking to me.
I don't know if Crypto was talking to you. You're all talking about transgenders and shit.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we were talking about. And then somebody, I felt bad because he's like, no, just hold on, just 1 second, but I couldn't. I had to go to a meeting.
I don't know who that was. Are they still here? Give them a chance to talk. Who was talking to Dan before? Speak now. Alrighty. Well, if you don't want to talk about the globe, I don't know what else we can talk about. Then what do you got?
How's the weather?
Here in Kentucky, it's 80 degrees, sunny, clear skies, no chemtrails, a little bit of humidity in the air.
Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
Is that another soundboard? Wait, who said that?
That's Creation Bear on the soundboard.
Yeah, I know, but what's that quote from? That's such a random quote to have on the ready.
What? Hey, Dan, for fun, just ask Don Pettit why we haven't been back to the moon.
Why haven't we been back to the moon?
Give me just a second. He'll be in here in just a second.
Technology to do that, or we used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back.
Very, very informative.
Thanks, Don.
Simple answer. Simple answer. There you go.
Chugga, chugga, chugga.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
You're drinking piss.
And they sent this guy to a tin can in Narnia, right?
It's hilarious, man. That guy is such a moron.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus. What? Bro, what?
I just thought of a clip you need to add if you don't have it, Creation Bear, the Chris Tucker. What the hell did you just say? Do you have that one?
That's a good one.
I'll add it.
The hell did you just say? Do you speak any English?
What the hell did you just say?
Creation Bear should change his name to Bumblebee.
I like it. He was my favorite.
Wait, Elbow, that one went over my head.
So Bumblebee doesn't speak like all the other robots. He uses the radio to speak.
So he'll like use clips from movies and radio and stuff like that.
Yeah,
instead of using his, talking.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good one, man. I wouldn't have even thought about that.
And I'm tripping out right now. My Discord is saying I've been playing Core for 21 hours, and I do not see Core open on my machine. What is going on? How do I get rid of this thing?
Check if it's on your task manager.
Yeah, I'll check.
What have I done?
You're on point with that soundboard.
clouds of yeah, you see the Magellanic Clouds. And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
What's the other astronaut's name? The Woe? A really douchey looking guy.
That guy just seems like a handler.
But
What'd you say?
It just seems like a handler. I mean, I don't even know who that guy is.
Yeah, I forget his name.
pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black. There's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there. And the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can. And there's
Something like Massimino or something like that.
Yeah.
Massimino or something like that.
Yeah, you're right. He's so douchey, man. Like when you see him at the rallies, whatever the hell you want to call them, little NASA rallies. He's up there just douching it up. Oh man, the man's just cringy.
We're able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics.
I don't remember seeing any. You can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
Interesting the way orbital mechanics works. You can release something from station, and what goes around comes around. So there's sort of orbital karma, and after a while, it's going to come back, and it could whack station with high relative velocity and actually make some damage on stations.
What's he talking about? Like jettisoning frozen shit or something? What the fuck?
Yeah, he's talking about.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying. Yeah, he's talking about basically jettisoning something from the space station, and the orbital mechanics would have it come basically right back around and smack it in the butt.
Oh my god.
I was just going to ask Don real quick, what happens if you have a lake on ISS? I'm just curious.
Uh-oh.
So what happens if you have a leak on that? Then you have a leak.
Ah, that makes sense. Thanks, Don.
Thanks for clarifying there, Don. Appreciate it. I guess I scared off our Glober, basically asking them about the shape of the Earth. My bad, guys.
Who, Danny left?
Yeah, I think it's when you present Don Petit right, then even a Glober is a shame.
Run.
Don't you badmouth our American astronauts. You know, it's the best of the best, you know, Roger. He had to go through a grueling application process to get to his position, and he's one of our finest. America.
So you're saying he dedicated his life?
Yeah.
Because you know that proves things when you dedicate your life to something.
Oh, yeah.
When you think about my educational background or my family history, you know that space is this holy topic. Something that must be approached with reverence and respect, right?
What? Wrong.
That's the smarter everyday guy.
Who the fuck is that guy?
What movie is that from? Who the fuck is that guy?
It's from a UFC press conference.
Oh, okay.
McGregor. I'll post it.
Sounded like a movie line. It's probably been said in a movie at some. September 9th, 2021, just chilling on the Flat Earth Discord, waiting for this proof of this silly globe. We're going to be waiting a while. We are 2 days away from the 20th anniversary of the 19 guys with box cutters crushing 2 planes and bringing down 7 buildings and all the other stuff y'all know about. We can't really talk about it anyway.
And their passports, they fell out of the towers, right? After the explosion.
You know, I just now there was a new series that hit Netflix about 9/11. I was watching it last night, coincidentally, and they had some recordings of some of the people on the flights calling home, saying "I love you" to their kids and stuff.
Allegedly.
And the thing that always strikes me is like they don't. I mean, it doesn't prove anything. It's just so strange to me that they are not more emotional about it. They just seem so fine about it, you know?
Because they're acting.
Well, they're bad actors if that's the case, you know?
Yeah, there was one guy that called his mom, and his first thing he said, "Hi, Mom, this is Block. This is Steve, so-and-so." That's the first thing you say to your mom. Your mom knows who you are. Mom.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I can think of explanations for these things. Like I said, it's not proof, but it does bother me. It bothers me that they're not crying on these calls or whatever. They're just, you know?
They need to show their hand, Dan. They need to show you that's all an illusion. It's you that decides then if you want to believe it.
So you're saying you're buying the official story?
No, I mentioned earlier that I used to be completely government, false flag sort of thing. It was all orchestrated by the government. I was all in 9/11 truther kind of a thing. Over time, I've had a lot of the things that I used to believe wholesale have reasonable explanations for them. So I'm like, I don't just accept it wholesale anymore, but there definitely are things, weird questions about it. And I think there are probably a lot of secrets about it. To what extent? I don't know. You know, the government is the government capable of doing nefarious things like this? I mean, history would tell us yes. So, I mean, that's not off the table, but, just as a layperson external to the events that, I can't make a positive claim one way or the other, what really happened.
Have you ever seen or heard the footage of television interviewing a man on the street who was actually a cameraman for Fox right after the collapse of the towers? And he has literally all the talking points they would use for the next few years, minutes afterwards. Have you heard that?
Yeah. And then the one with BBC reporting about the tower collapse before it's collapsed.
And Mark Walsh, who's a freelancer for Fox, you live just a few blocks away and witnessed.
Dude, I live on the 43rd floor of a building, which is 5 blocks from the World Trade Center itself. I witnessed the entire thing from beginning to end.
People talk about how it looked like a movie. I know when I came walking down here early this morning and saw both towers on fire and people on every street corner, it was like a movie. But you watched the planes hit the towers.
I was watching with my roommate. It was approximately several minutes after the first plane had hit. I saw this plane come out of nowhere and just scream right into the side of the Twin Tower, exploding through the other side. And then I witnessed both towers collapse, one first and then the second, mostly due to structural failure because the fire was just too intense.
Obviously.
I know, that's such a strange thing for a random person to say. It's so strange.
Mostly due to structural fire.
I know, like, what a weird segue for a random bystander to say. Very
Almost
strange.
like he read the 9/11 Commission report before it was written.
Mostly, yeah. How would anybody? It's very strange. Very strange indeed.
It's a guy's name, I think, Mark Walsh, right? It's a Fox employee.
Yeah, and it just so happens to be a media employee that has the narrative minutes afterwards.
So how much you guys reckon the USA, how much people think there's something fishy going on around 9/11? Even a little bit.
Sure. I mean, I think it's popular belief, like not just conspiracy belief, that there was a lot of fishiness. The question isn't, was there fishiness? The question is, to what extent? Right?
Doesn't Mark Walsh? I'm sorry. Doesn't Mark Walsh has that CIA pin? I think he's been seen with a CIA pin on the show. Let me find out.
Yeah, with something, right? With a guy talking about structural damage, fires, and I mean, all bets are off, right? Could be CIA.
So I think with 9/11, same with the flat Earth. Most people, even if they see the crime scene, they can't understand the evidence if they're not given a good why the lie.
I mean, in this case, the why the lie is very, very clear. The flat Earth is harder to accept the why.
You say it's very clear, but it's so multifaceted that it's hard for people to comprehend, right? Think of all the stuff that came after 9/11. It wasn't just a pretext because they didn't use it as a pretext to go to war in the Middle East. They used weapons of mass destruction.
I mean, it's the two main things that is easy to convey to anybody on this topic about motivation is, one, to continue the military industrial complex, right? It's just a very big financial machine here in the United States. And then two, to do, relinquish more freedoms of people, the mass surveillance and stuff like that, which was a direct consequence. The freedom of information, or not freedom of, what's the damn bill?
Patriot
Act. Thank you. I mean, those are very clear things. The flat Earth doesn't have a very clear thing other than hide God, right? And if you're not religious, that's not a compelling motivation.
And they laugh in your face when they called it the Patriot Act.
Yeah, they love using great names like that. I Love Babies Act.
Whatever an act is called, you can just pretty much guess it's 180 degrees opposite.
Remember our Affordable Care Act, which made my health insurance no longer affordable?
I would disagree on that very clear thing for flat Earth. I think the Antarctic Treaty and the lack of our ability to explore there is a very clear thing.
But what is the motivation? That's not a motivation. That's I guess a piece of evidence. But I wouldn't call that a motivation for why they would hide the flat Earth.
I think you nailed it on the head, Dan, with the high God. That's the ultimate thing for me, at least. That might be a personal thing, but I think that is a big nail on the head.
Right, and that's fair. I'm just saying, for anybody that's not religious, that's just not compelling.
But
well, it's hard for non-religious. Sorry, it's hard for non-religious people with an atheistic mindset who have this kind of nihilistic view to understand that them having that nihilistic view is a motivation for people of control, because that nihilistic view puts them in kind of a mind state that's easily controlled, and also convincing that nothing matters, right? Do what thou wilt. There is no purpose. And when you have no purpose or direction, you're easily controlled or moved in directions.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I can think of counter arguments. I mean, religion itself has been used specifically to control people for millennia. Like, I think you can have the atheistic approach of, oh, if you don't know God, then we can control you. Or you could say, oh, you do know God, therefore we can control you. I don't see the difference personally.
Yeah, well, religion is definitely another man-made construct for the same thing, control.
Most people I know that have a religious belief system that believe in the globe are easily controlled. Those that are religious but are what you would call anti-religion, but have a religious belief but don't follow any type of church or man-made structure of church, tend to be less likely.
If you don't know where you are, is it possible that you are controlled?
Easily.
Okay.
I think religious people are probably the easiest people to control, because it has a baked-in idea of appeal to authority without reason, right? You know, I was raised Mormon, and you know, whatever the prophet says goes. You know, the prophet has a revelation. You just take it upon faith that is the truth. It's not about science. It's not about logic. It's not about reason. It's about obedience, right? And a lot of religion is like that. Just follow your prophets, kind of a thing.
Like a global religion, bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a question. Can you be obedient to God without having any type of church structure or community that you're involved in?
I don't know. I'm not religious anymore, so it's harder for me to answer these kind of questions. I mean, my first question to that question would be, how would you know if you're being obedient if there's no true objective source of information about the nature of God?
Does religion should to be connected with the God?
I mean, I can imagine people who are religious that don't have an organized religion that they subscribe to tend to have very subjective opinions about what God is. And that's fine. And they can be obedient to that subjective opinion. But that doesn't work for me, because it's like, well, who's to say that your subjective opinion of what God wants and how to obey him or her or whatever it is true? You know, that doesn't work for me.
So you're a moral relativist?
No, I actually subscribe to objectivism, which is the opposite.
Where do you gather your objective morality?
You can research into it. It's a line of philosophy called objectivism. It's very
I'm familiar with
well
Ayn
written.
Rand.
Oh, okay. Well, then that question should be obvious to you, or the answer should be.
You can't state it?
It derives from existence. So it's all derivative from selfishness, actually. The idea that, at least the way I like to describe it, I disagree with how Ayn Rand put it. Oftentimes, I think she was too black and white about things that are gray. But I still agree with the premise, which is morality can stem from selfishness, but with enough degrees of foresight, it becomes less and less distinguishable from things like altruism, where you do things that are seemingly selfless, but really they still benefit you. It's about mutual self-interest and stuff like that. So if you ever, the basic idea of objectivism is if you're ever doing something against your self-interest, that it's immoral.
So you said previously that it stems from creation, right?
No, I did not say creation at all. I
No,
said
no.
existence.
Existence.
Yeah, isn't it your own happiness? Is your own moral or something like that?
No, it's about life. Really, it comes down to life. And then Ayn Rand puts a special importance about human life in particular, as opposed to just all life, which I don't think is well established or well reasoned. But still, she puts it that way.
But wouldn't you boil life down to creation? Now, I know you say existence, but you would have to have some sort of basis for an understanding of where life originated.
I don't see how that's important to philosophical morality.
So what is your outlook on how life started or began?
I have little reason to doubt the accepted scientific opinion about this.
I just posted somewhat of a quote that she put.
What do you mean the accepted scientific opinion?
Abiogenesis.
So you believe or disbelieve in abiogenesis?
I tend to believe. However, I am absolutely willing to acknowledge that there's very little in the way of science, to support it right now. We don't know how abiogenesis started, but it's a hypothesis. In the lack of believing in God, which I don't right now, that's the most likely answer for me right now.
You know they're moving away from current cosmology, right?
I don't know what that means.
They're moving away from the current accepted cosmology.
Sure, but in what ways? In what way? What accepted cosmology are they moving away from?
Give me a second.
Tough questions require tough thoughts.
Hey, Zanuck, how's it going?
Good, yeah. How you doing?
Good.
So when I say they're moving away, I mean they're going on to a new cosmological model.
Sure. What was the old one, and what is the new one?
The Big Bang, that everything is an equal distance from everything.
Things aren't equidistant. What are you talking about?
Well, what? Damn it! All right. Well. But I guess you agree with this one then. Let me find them. I'm talking.
I mean, Elijah, you mean talking about space expanding at faster than the light speed?
No.
I mean, space expansion is uniform, so like things spread. Like there, I guess you might be referring to there is no center to the universe, right?
Would you agree that that
So
data was gathered?
this woman details it right here. Whatever the standard model is right now, they're moving away from it. And this, I first of all, it's the first law of thermodynamics violation to me.
Why is it a
all of that.
thermodynamic violation?
However,
by the way,
oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Yeah,
Elijah,
I'm hovering over my mute button, Panic. So don't
why
touch
is
me.
it a
I don't
thermodynamic
miss you.
violation?
Yeah, I don't miss you. Anyway, so yeah, so in this video, this woman explains what she means. Well, the reasons why they're moving against or moving away from the standard model right now, whatever that means. But then,
sure. The
what
reason
exactly?
why
So then, what then is the genesis of creation, if not the currently accepted? Right. That would be the question.
Sure. The reason why I ask you about what specific, it's not like they're saying cosmology itself as a concept is a lie. They're just saying some aspect about what we believe about cosmology
Meaning the whole aspect of, well, we started from a central point and there was a big bang and blah 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 blah, right? So that's the genesis and the reasoning behind, well, okay, I believe I came from inanimate matter from billions and billions of years ago, and then all of a sudden here we are. Well, I mean, this is the genesis of that story, the standard model that we're currently under. And this isn't the first woman or the first person to say this, but again, they're moving away from the current paradigm simply because they've always done this. I'm sure you've heard them say, well, when we gather new data and we find out that something that we previously held as a belief is false, we move on.
that was exactly going to be my point. Is like I don't see a problem with that. That's the nature of science. Is we're always progressing our knowledge.
Yeah, but I mean, to progress off of some agreed, like the foundation isn't something you keep the same while you change cosmologies. It's completely different.
I would venture, without having watched this video, which I will, and I'll get back to you, but without having watched it, usually the things that we have a new understanding of in science doesn't upset the things that were built upon it. Like, for example, when we discovered general relativity, it didn't upset Newtonian physics and Newtonian mechanics.
This lady is talking about getting away from that entirely.
I know, but my point is general relativity ended up being a broader explanation that encompassed Newtonian physics.
That's
yeah, it
not
is.
true.
No, that is.
Let me tell you why it's not true. And then you can refute it if you like. We were just talking about it the other day. Whereas Newtonian mechanics has a definition for the word weight, the new currently accepted definition of weight doesn't have, actually, there is no definition under general relativity.
I mean, it's relative to mass, right?
There is no definition for weight, which is why they just go with Newtonian.
Okay. My main point is you can derive all of the laws of all of Newton's laws from general relativity, and they all work fine, except for on the broadest of scales, the fastest of speeds and the greatest of energies, right? And that's why
that's why it has to be thrown out, because well, there's this one fundamental understanding that's supposed to explain the movement of the cosmos, but then when you have the means to look further and you realize, oh, that can't be because this is different from this, there has to be another explanation, right? And this is only a problem because it's actually all theoretical. It's not really a natural law in the first place. Like Newton's laws, they're not. That's why they were superseded. Now you might say that they weren't, but
And by the way, we even know that general relativity isn't the whole picture, right? General relativity breaks down at the smallest of scales, and we have an incompatibility currently with quantum science and general relativity.
That's because it's all false knowledge. That's why.
All right.
Also known as
what I think it points
also known as pseudoscience.
I think it just points to, and to most people, it points to the idea that there's a broader, more general explanation that has yet to be discovered.
Yeah, well, they're moving away from that model. That's why it's.
Of course, I mean that's the whole point. The science is
unlike
trying to
because there are natural laws that never change, and then there are these theoretical laws that always change, because it's pseudoscience. Now, here, and I quote, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, or it requires an unspecified action at a distance at force, right? Which is the fundamental explanation. So sorry for breaking the quote, but it requires an unspecified action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the sun and earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. So when you say they just advanced his laws, no, they didn't. Now
Newton said that there was never an explanation. Sorry.
Well,
go ahead.
It's not. Well, what do you mean by he said there's never an explanation?
He never had a mechanical explanation for how gravity operated. His laws are just laws. They don't say why those laws are laws, right? General relativity gave one further explanation, one layer deeper of an explanation for how those laws work. But still, I mean, even that's not the whole picture, right?
That's not what this just said.
I don't think what I just said conflicts with what you just read. It's just
it definitely does. Talking about the force, which is why special relativity is not a force; it's actually an effect of the curvature of space-time.
Yeah, you're right. I'm saying general relativity gave explanation for how gravity can have instantaneous action at a distance, but that doesn't change why it how Newtonian physics works.
Because that implies that it explains how this inherent force between two bodies are actually working. But no, there is no force. Hence, there's no way to define weight in special relativity. So no, they're not compatible.
Yeah, they are compatible. And Newton's the laws never gave an explanation for how it worked. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Newton never made an attempt to say how gravity works. He only described the effect of gravity.
No, Newton defined the cost of gravity. He was saying that gravity was a cost. Einstein just said it was an effect.
They both were describing it as an effect.
No,
all of his laws are describing. Show me where Newton explains the cause of gravity. He never explained the cause of gravity.
Newton thought gravity was the force.
Yeah, it was just a force. It was just some universal
meaning is the cause.
I don't think. Who's that? Because you sound very low, and I don't want to just talk all over you. Is that someone trying to
Can you hear me, or I don't think it was.
No. You're perfect.
Okay.
It's somebody else. Maybe it's a hot mic or something.
Maybe
so. I said something about this. This is like a million times. Like, let's speak about gravity. Let's speak again about something what is never proven, but let's give that name. That is gravity. How is something what is not proven? Let's title that stardust. From now, let's speak about stardust. Can we Fessler speak about stardust?
I understand what you mean.
Because gravity, what's that? How we can use that word if it's never proven?
Right. I agree. Basically, Newton said things fall because of gravity, and then he didn't have an explanation for gravity. Hold on, can I finish what I'm going to say?
Listen, I know. Basically, I want one thing. Basically, Newton writes in the letter that he don't want to have anything with gravity. Now you're saying that he said something about gravity. How is that possible?
I said he never had an explanation for how gravity works. If you just let me finish what I was trying to say here.
He said in a letter that he don't want to have anything and that people don't want to put, how to say, I don't know in English, my English is bad, but he didn't want to have anything with gravity.
Okay, I don't know the letter.
Why he write that letter?
I don't know. I have no idea about this letter. I'll read into
check
it.
Out,
I'll
check
get
out.
back to you.
55 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, okay, I'll take a look. But until then, I just want to finish my thought here. Einstein said, or sorry, not Einstein. Newton said things fall because of gravity, but then didn't have an explanation for, what causes gravity. And then Einstein says, okay, here's what causes gravity, namely the bending of space-time. But he doesn't have an explanation for why, what causes the bending of space-time, right? He just says mass does it, but we don't know why. It's just one further step of explanation, but it's not the whole picture. It's just a rabbit hole that goes deeper and deeper. And neither of them conflict with the other.
What? Both don't? You say they don't conflict?
Except for in specific contexts. So like when I'm talking about big amounts of energy or speeds and stuff like that, that's the whole point. There was some things about like our solar system that could not be explained with purely Newtonian physics, which is one of the reasons why general relativity was more successful.
It's more successful to bend the concept, you are saying.
More successful at modeling reality and predicting.
Okay, how much freedom and love we have in this time in the world?
Sorry, what was the question?
This is general relativity. How much of freedom and love we have in this time on the world?
Freedom and love do we have in this world at this time? Is that the question?
Yeah.
I don't even know how to answer that, man.
Can you hold on? So why would you say that he can quantify a concept, but you don't even know how to answer Get question? I mean, shit. Tasha's question. I know.
It's all right.
I like. I don't. I know you more than I know Get. Let's say that.
Okay.
Yeah, you're my friend.
Yeah. Elijah, I respect you.
How do you quantify a concept?
What specific concept are we talking about, and how was it quantified?
A concept, as the word is defined, how do you quantify it?
You can quantify the effects of a concept, I suppose.
How do you quantify a concept?
I don't. Taking your sentence as it is without any context, I would say you can't. But I mean, I'm assuming you would agree with me.
Well,
Can
you would
I try?
have to. Yeah, go ahead.
Let's say how we can bend space-time and we cannot bend love.
How you can bend space-time and you can't bend what? A log?
Love.
Oh, love. Like
freedom.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Why we cannot calculate and bend freedom, and we can calculate and bend space-time.
Yeah, I don't know. Love definitely is kind of a psychological concept. I mean, I guess you could say you can bend things like that. I mean, it comes down to electrical signals in your brain, right? And we know how to manipulate people's.
Yeah, now I can speak about love, how it's bending, whatever. I can speak about love, how it may be, because we don't know. Maybe it's influencing something. Maybe it's love something what it's doing, not the space-time. Maybe it's some another concept. I don't know which one.
Yeah, I think the point is that space-time is not meant to be a concept. It's meant to be something physical. That's the explanation of space-time, is that it is a physical.
Okay, so give me another example of a concept that is physical.
I don't know. You're the one talking to me about these concepts.
No, and we're here because of what you just said. So when you said it's supposed to be physical, I'm asking you, well, give me another example where a concept is physical. Because I mean, you seem to think it's possible. So I mean, shouldn't there be an example?
I wouldn't have described space-time as a concept, is what I'm trying to explain to you. I describe it as a
Well,
physical fact.
it's not your concept, is it? I'm sorry.
Kessler, listen this now. Sorry,
I'm
like
sorry, Sasha.
I would
Wait, hold
not describe freedom. The same sentence.
hold on.
Sorry.
I don't care what you feel about it, right? Number one, because we need to agree on terms, we have to go with how it's defined, right? Then on top of that, first thing we need to do, seeing is that we know the definition of a concept, is ask ourselves, well, how could a concept be physical? If you can't answer that question, or if you want to justify it because of your own feeling and not what has been stated, well, there's a problem already.
Is the premise that space-time is a concept, is that the definition of space-time that we're supposed to agree on in order to have this conversation? Because I'm not sure if I agree with that.
Well, define both words.
Concept? I don't even know how.
No,
I'd have to look up the definition of concept.
Not concept. Define time. Is it
Space-time,
physical?
you mean?
No, let's break it down. Can you define time?
It's yeah, it's hard to define it. I guess there's many ways to describe it, but
Can I get a bottle of 5 minutes?
no, it's another dimension appended to our spatial.
Sounds like a begging the question fallacy to me. What
I
is
don't
it
know.
that
How would you
people
describe
don't-
time? I don't know how I'd describe time.
Not physical. I'd say it's a convention.
You think it? Oh, you think that time is not physical?
Okay,
Wow,
so
you
give me
think
an
that's
example.
physical?
Hold on. Humor me because I'm ignorant, which is why I ask questions. Give me an example of it being physical.
I think it's tough because we only exist in one moment
But
in
you
time.
just said you don't think, as if it was an absurd
Look,
notion.
I'm trying to
for me
answer your questions the best as I could. I mean, yeah, I'm going to say I think
Didn't you
sometimes
say
because
it like
I
it
don't
was an
have all the
absurd
answers.
notion? But didn't you say it was like an absurd notion? Like this is the
I
way you
didn't say
said it.
absurd.
No, you said it like it was an absurd notion for me to think that time wasn't physical. So I said, okay, give me an example where it is.
Right. So I'm giving you my opinion about why I disagree with that.
An
Is that okay
opinion
if
is
I give
not
you my
an
opinion sometimes?
an opinion is not an example.
Well, I don't have I would not call myself an authority on this topic. So I mean, you
So
trying
why
to
are
treat me as an
you?
authority on this topic
Holy
is kind of
shit!
silly.
But you just said that you did.
No, I never said I was an authority on this topic ever.
How to be authority to realize what is concept and what is physical?
Yeah, these are very
You
nuanced
totally
definitions.
shut
I am
him down though,
fucking
and then can't
idiot.
say
Then I
anything
am
about
idiot.
what you shut him down for. That's
Well,
so
I tried
stupid.
to. I tried to give him my opinion
One at a
about
time,
why I
please.
thought he was wrong, and he shut me down.
Okay, but how are you going to tell me why I'm
No,
wrong?
that's not
without any
actually
of it?
what happened. I heard the whole damn thing, okay? Elijah asked you a simple question, and you shut him down. Foolishly! You should not believe that. And then you just want to give your opinion? Fuck
Yeah.
off, dude.
All right,
That's
I'll fuck off.
bullshit, man.
That's fine.
Fuck your opinion.
We don't want
right.
any opinion from your bitch ass, okay? We want the fucking fact.
All right, man. I don't
God,
have
man.
I don't have
Why
that
why
topic.
do we have to
Yeah,
deal
that's
with
right, you
people
don't.
like you?
Come on, Justin.
Yo, Justin, here's the thing. You got like one gear, and I would truly love to see you in another gear because I have your gear. I've went off on people, you know what I'm saying? But when there are people like this who
I
come
don't
in
know.
and
I
they're
just shut you
very,
down, and I hate that when you were talking very, very clearly.
I'm sorry I
I
shut you
know.
down. I did not mean to do that.
I know that's fine. It doesn't matter. I don't want to speak about spilled milk. I never do. I'm only dealing with the words that you're using, and this is what's indicting you. Now you can say you disagree, but here we are in this dimension, hearing it play out. It's your words that are indicting you, not me. You
Sure.
say something,
I'll tell you the
merely
truth. Is I have a hard time during this conversation to really even grasp what specific thing that we're talking about is.
You're leading
that's
the
why I'm trying
conversation
to.
with the things that you espouse, and I'm only asking questions about it.
I know, I know, and when people ask me questions, it's with topics as deep as this, it's hard for me, to specifically understand what is being asked to me. So I usually, I have to answer in vague ways or ways of opinion.
Elijah, ask me: is it time physical?
Is time physical?
No, it is not. That cannot be. We cannot have time like a physical thing. That's something. That's calculation. That's whatever you want, but it's not physical. That's the honest answer. That's the only human being can answer, and that's it. I don't know other dimensions, but that's the human being can answer only that question, nothing else.
And then you couldn't define concept. You said you had to look it up.
Yep.
You don't know what's a concept?
No, not off of the top of my head. It's a hard thing to define. How would you define concept?
An idea?
An idea? Okay. There's a lot of things that could be both an idea and physical at the same time. Do you think that they are antonyms? If you're just defining concept as an idea, do you think that
he already asked you for another example of a concept that was also physical a couple of minutes ago, and you
I know, but I didn't even that's why I keep on asking, like, what are we talking about concept? Like, we have to agree on the definition of concept.
Again, the question: which concept is physical, like a space-time?
I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't have described space-time as a concept. Is what I'm telling you.
Called time,
but
and
you're
space
saying,
physical, but freedom, love, feeling.
He gets it. He gets it. It's sometimes it's like a game of chess, and you have to play the game. I'm only willing to play the game to an extent.
By the way, I'm not trying to play a game. I'm just really trying to understand
look,
what you guys are
bro,
asking.
this is, to me, my philosophy is this is all a game. Okay, so
gotcha.
Just chill. That's just me. So you're saying that you don't see it as a concept, you see it as physical.
Maybe
but
it would
you're
be
using using two words that are defined as concepts under the definition of what a concept is. That's the problem. So maybe you want to define these terms then?
Maybe it would be beneficial for me to describe what I would consider physical, because that's easier for me.
I don't need a description, because what if I don't agree with you on terms? So we first have to agree on terms, and then you can describe to me your use of words.
If we're trying to determine if time is physical or not, then maybe we can agree on what is physical, and that would be easier. Like, to me, anything that's physical is something that could be quantified, right? We can quantify the passage of time, for example.
Yeah, but that's not time, is it?
Yeah.
How is that not time?
From which point?
Because it's not something physical. We experience something like a clock, right? We experience something like a clock that's cyclical in nature. We use that to devise our concept of time.
When time started? Fessler, when time started?
I would argue that when we're measuring time,
are you gonna answer him, or are you gonna?
I'm trying to answer you.
Me, right?
Yeah. I don't know how to, like, when time started. I don't know how that's important personally, but
he answers him.
Talk to Elijah real quick.
When we're measuring time, we use devices like a clock, like you say, and we can say, oh, what you're really measuring is the amount that the hands moved in the clock. But I would argue that that's not what we're measuring, because you can move those hands on the clock yourself manually, but that's not the same as the passage of time.
Time out. But don't play my intelligence. The clock is fixed to what's happening in the sky. So unless you're gonna reverse something in the sky, no. The only importance the clock has is how well it's cooperated with, or what's the word? If it's not telling the time of what's happening in the sky, it's useless. It's wrong, isn't it? For your
I
position
wouldn't have
anyway, from where
related to
you
what's
are.
happening in the sky with the clock.
Why not?
Because it could be irrelevant what's happening in the sky. There could be no
But
sky. We could be living in a box for
that's
all we
what
know.
that's what the entire concept of time is pretty much based on.
I know
Right,
historically it
in the
was very
sky.
much tied to the sky, but what I'm saying is you
Like
could live
right
your
now.
entire life in a box and never know of anything of the sky, and passage of time would still be a meaningful thing.
Or it'd be a concept for you. If you decided, well, I'm going to invent something that's going to tell me. I don't even know how you would do that because no one's ever done it. So we're just thinking of things that have never been done. The end of the day, the clock is what is the word? Not collaborated. Is cooperated the word? What's the word? Calibrated. It's calibrated to the sky. That's why at different parts of the world you have different time zones, and those clocks, right, are calibrated to that time zone. Otherwise, you're on a different type of time than everyone else because you guys are all accepting a convention based on what you're experiencing in your region so that you can all be on the same page when you go to work, when you do other societal things. I'm still failing to see how this is physical, how time itself is physical. If you could give me an example, you could help me onto the same page. But if you're going to describe to me or explain to me something that I've already learned in school, that I'm already rejecting on the offset because I'm here, right, as a disbeliever of special relativity, if you were going to just do that, then all I would have to do is go, oh, yeah, I learned that. Yeah, I accept it. There's no fruit in that.
Hey, Elijah. Back in the day, the sundials, it was divided up into 12 sections. Didn't matter what time of the year it was, daylight was always divided into 12 sectors, 12 hours, right? Now, only today with modern gearing and electronics can we get it more accurate to where all the clocks are ticking at the same rate, right? So is time is a construct, not necessarily a concept, but it is a conceptual construct, meaning something created. It is not physical. And a clock is not a measurement of anything there, Dan. Thank you.
I think the passage of time exists regardless if we're there to name it. I think it would be silly to think that
The
passage of time is
of the sky exists. Yeah. Okay. Because
when you leave,
we've never lived in a world where it doesn't exist. So again, for you to imagine a world where the sky doesn't exist, however time still passes, it's like, okay, how is this going to help me realize that it's physical in some way?
So let's go ahead and I'll accept your definition of time being passage of the sky or something like that.
I didn't, did I define it as that?
Okay, how would you rephrase that?
you did not.
I said clocks are calibrated to the sky.
Okay, so the sky is the premise, right? The sky is the thing that happens that clocks are based on, and the movement of the sky, the passage of the sky over the course of a day is what gives us time. That's what we base time on, right? Is that fair to say in your mind?
In a remedial sense, yeah, because it does a lot more than that.
Okay, well, so let's go with that. Wouldn't that still be physical though? The passage of the sky, isn't that a physical phenomenon?
Well, the sky moving, whatever the sky is, and how it mechanically works. Yeah, this is an invention.
Yeah, the fact that the sky is in one state at one moment and another state in another moment.
You're talking
at discrete moments in time.
Okay, is a clock time.
No, but I'm running on your definition here. Like a clock is something that we based on the sky.
I didn't give you a definition, right? So let's just remove the clock and look at the sky as a clock. Is the sky clock time?
I'd say, yeah, I would say that the sky, the way that you're talking about it, it seems physical to me. The passage of the sky over the course of a day sounds like a very physical phenomenon to me. And if that's what we're basing time on,
if we define the word physical, it doesn't fall under that definition. I'm sorry. This is why I said it would be important to agree on terms.
Sure. How would you?
We're 15 minutes in, and still maybe 20, 30 minutes in, and we're still, I mean, failing to even, you haven't attempted to give me any definitions or any
Yeah, I did.
other
I gave you my
examples
definition for physical. What is your definition of physical, so we can kind
you
of.
didn't give me a definition for
Yeah, I did.
physical.
I said anything that's quantifiable, anything that you can quantify is physical. So like I gave you the specific example of passage of time is something that we can quantify.
So anything that you can count, like I have, hold on. So I have one rubber ducky, two rubber duckies. There are 5 physical rubber duckies. Now I can't count 5 minutes and touch them as I'm counting.
You can't touch them, but you can count
in order
them.
okay, so now we have to go for the definition of quantify. So let's slow it down. I'm sure you don't mind, right? Because unfortunately with people, well, sometimes you have to just get to the nitty-gritty of all of the definitions. And me not being a snake oil salesman, me not wanting to confuse anyone, I want to make sure everything is defined, right? That me is the flat earther. That's not too much to ask, right?
Yes,
right?
Electricity is
No,
Wait, Elijah.
No.
He needs to understand.
No.
Get
No, why?
Elijah,
no, I'm trying to get a definition, and we're very calm and we're very chill. I don't need you introducing things in the middle of me having a conversation.
Okay.
Trying to define terms.
But yes, I agreed with you, Elijah.
Yeah, but you guys have a misconception between tangible and non-tangible.
Why do you think I'm trying to get the definitions on the table, Get?
Yeah.
Did you just log in or what?
Yes.
Right.
So sorry if I interrupt.
Go on, Elijah.
So what can we go with? Let's see. Give me a second.
I mean, I'll give it to you. Time is a very, I mean, historically, it's been a very philosophical concept. It's hard to reason about in terms of physicality. So, I mean, I think all these questions are very awesome and interesting to talk about, but it's also very hard, very hard to talk about in any way that is easy to come to some sort of consensus to here.
So right here, yourdictionary.com, it says to quantify is defined as to measure or express the quantity of something. So an example, that's what I wanted, of quantify is to count the number of times a word was misspelled in a book.
Sure.
Now, A book is physical. The word is physical, and you can count how many times it appears. Okay. Okay. So now quantifying the, so what's the, okay, so physical. If there's nothing physical to count, how can you quantify it?
I think that's a great question. I do think that time is there's a prerequisite of things necessary for time to unfold, right? This gets into the topic of entropy, or seeing time as a function of entropy. If there are no things
But the
to
question
unfold,
was,
if
how
there are
is
no events
time
to unfold, then there is no time.
That's beautiful. But the question was, how is time physical?
Because we can measure either the quantity of events, the duration of events. We can measure things that
But
happen within a sequence of time.
events are things.
Yeah,
right?
sure. I actually think events and time are very, if not the
No,
same, very similar.
no,
Motion.
no, not the same. Time is not the same as things happening in time. It's not the same thing.
I think if
So
you don't have any events, then you don't have time.
the time it takes me to write 5 words, count them, doesn't mean I've counted time. It means I've spent time writing words, and then I've spent time counting them. Time itself isn't something I can count. So when you say the curvature of space and time, there's no way to quantify that.
Correct.
I mean, space-time gives us a way to quantify it. It quantifies it as a physical fabric, but time as a concept without general relativity is more philosophical, and it gets into this.
Well,
I totally see your point.
It's a begging the question fallacy, and I mean, I'll be damned if I'm going to allow myself to fall victim to a conclusion that was reached from a logic fallacy.
Elisha, can I read one definition what I find out? Like Google it, like fast. I don't know. I find it one definition about physical.
Yeah, but I just want to, based on what I just said, do you think that's okay?
Well, I would describe it as what did you call it? Begging the question. What did you call it?
See, here's the thing. It's not me describing something arbitrarily. There's a definition for begging the question, and what you're describing falls under that description.
I can tell you why I don't think so. I think it doesn't, because it's a model that is producing better predictions, right? It's a model that works.
There are no predictions.
What do you mean? Sure there were. I mean, that's how we resolved what was it, the orbit of Mercury. We did not have a model that accurately could predict the orbit of Mercury.
But did it already happen? Did you have to see it in order to then come up with a story about it?
No, I mean, we saw it and we could not come up with an explanation for it. We could not come up with a model that would predict its next position in time.
We just agreed, right? The sky is a clock. We just agreed, right?
Sure.
Right? Okay, so let's move away from the sky and let's move to an actual clock. Okay? So Monday at 1 o'clock, the hand was on the shorthand was on the 1 o'clock position. Tomorrow, it was on the 1 o'clock position. Is that a prediction?
Yeah, if you're predicting it will be at the 1 o'clock position in the next 24 hours, yeah, sure.
That's kind of that falls under post-diction.
It's not, because it hasn't happened yet. I mean, you have a pattern for justifying why you believe it will.
Post-diction because you saw it happen numerous times and then said, well, it's going to happen tomorrow because it happened yesterday. There's no reason to think that it won't happen.
That's
and
right.
then it
I think
does
it's fine.
happen. That's not a prediction. That's a post. Okay. Now we have to. It's crazy. Like when we talk to Glovers, it's like a dictionary fest because you just have to continuously pause and define terms because it's like I'm from Venus and you're from Mars, no pun intended. So prediction, and mind you, some of this stuff like I just be going off the top. Like it's not like I talk about this stuff all the time. I don't know what I'm gonna find. I'm challenging myself in hopes that I can be wrong so that I can be stronger tomorrow. Because whenever I'm wrong, I'm always grateful. Why? Because it sharpens. So prediction versus post-diction.
Well, so like in the case of Mercury, I believe it was
see what
Mercury, right?
let's see what it says, right?
So in the case of
I
Mercury,
know
we didn't have a pattern.
I was literally looking up, right? Difference between prediction and post-diction because you already objected, right? So now we have to figure out what's what so that we can move forward. So please don't poison the well.
Sure, I'll wait for you.
Prediction is involved with the encoding of what? No, I don't think that's what I'm looking for. Post-diction involves explanation after the fact. In skepticism, it is considered an effect of hindsight bias that explains claim predictions of significant events, such as plane crashes or natural disasters in religious contexts. Theologians frequently refer to post-diction using the Latin term Vaticanum or Vaticanium ex eventu. That was a little. Where's the prediction part? Where's the prediction part? Okay, hold on. This looks okay.
I got to head out in a few minutes. I got to head into the office, but maybe I can finish my thought here.
Knowing that it's a post-diction and not a prediction.
Sure.
Right?
So talking about it being a post-diction or whatever, in the case of Mercury specifically, basically that's the topic of it. Was it a pattern or not? Basically, we didn't have a pattern for Mercury accurately. We couldn't identify how to accurately say when it was next going to show up exactly where it should be, right? And that was the problem. If we had the pattern, then
what's the name of the guy? Because something is coming to my memory. What's the name of the guy that discovered this pattern?
Well, it was Einstein, right? It was until general relativity. We didn't have a way to predict where it was going to be cyclical or cyclically.
Hold on. Okay, continue. Sorry.
But anyway, that's just the main point I was going to make. Because like in the case of Mercury, we did not have a pattern. We did not have a way to say, oh, because of past events, we know exactly where it will be next time. It just didn't add up.
I was right. Galileo. Well, it was observed by Galileo, but before that, obviously, people more older, much ancient. The ancients, they already observed the orbit, quote unquote, of Venus. But you're telling me that it was modeled by special relativity much later. And I'm like, okay, so you have a different model for the same observation. Wow, that's profound.
From what I understand, there was never an accurate prediction for not Venus, by the way, Mercury.
Shit. Okay.
Until general relativity.
Well, funny enough, Giovanni Zuppi, right? In 1639, and shit, me going off of Wikipedia. Obviously, I would have to dig deeper and find some EDUs that I really like to dig into, but just here off of Wiki. In 1639, Giovanni Zuppi, or Zuppi, used a telescope to discover that the planet had orbital phases similar to Venus and the Moon. The observation demonstrated conclusively that Mercury orbited around the Sun. A rare event in astronomy is the passage of one planet in front of another, as seen from Earth. Are you saying they discovered more with like what more did they discover that wasn't just described in this little excerpt here?
I'm saying that to a degree of accuracy, I'm sure there's like relativity is only going to have a small effect on the orbit of Mercury, but when we went to try to accurately pinpoint where we thought it should be, it was wrong based on Newtonian physics, and it was only with relativity that we were able to accurately predict it. So, like, I think that the patterns could have been known beforehand, generally, but not accurately.
And what does this prove?
Yeah, I'm just. I actually forgot how we got here. I'm just saying. Oh, I remember. It was just to make a point that this is different than just having past events predicting future ones. It's like, oh, it happened, this time at this time and this time at this time in the past. So therefore, it has to happen exactly. The thing is, with Mercury, we couldn't identify what would be the next one. We were always slightly off, right?
But it
was
is
only
happening,
explanation.
right? It's just that you don't. Well. So, okay, so if someone marked it down as, okay, this is the pattern, and then they're off, and then someone comes by and says, well, no, this works better, it accurately describes, could we call that a prediction rather than a post-diction? I'd say that's very flimsy. I don't know. I wouldn't hang my hat on that.
Elijah, can I ask him a question, please?
And Sasha was also trying to read the definition, and he says, I didn't mean to take up, this much time. But Zanuck is waiting in the wings for you.
Yeah, that's good. Because I have to go into the office, so I'm going to have to take off. Zanuck can take over.
He's going to say everything that I said was a misunderstanding of something.
So you do realize time is not physical, it's a construct. Thank you.
Yeah, he kind of explained that he has empirically manipulated the tachyons.
I think he's got a learning disability.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
But
yeah,
most people do.
The question
It's
is
not your problem. It's the way that we have been taught in school. That's what causes the learning disability.
Yeah.
It's not like something against you personally. It's just one of those things to where the way that you think and you contemplate things is flawed intrinsically.
It's called
It's not
being.
your fault, though.
It's called being in a cult specifically because it takes away your own autonomy while you relinquished it to a higher authority that knows more than you in your mind. Not your mind, but in general, that's what happens in a cult. So even if you wanted to take your mind to places that you think it should go, there's a mechanism built in there by the nature of being in a cult that will stop you from thinking that. So for instance, I used to have thoughts, but then I would stop myself and tell myself, well, I can't question that because then I'll go to hell. Fast forward, there's no such thing as hell. There's this word hell used as one term when actually it defines three different things, but it's not the one thing that I was told it was. And it's not the thing that stopped me from mentally going places that I thought that I should go. So that's how that happens.
Yeah, hell, Sheol, right? The dead.
Sheol, the lake of fire, and Gehenna. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, wait, no, that is the lake of fire.
Well, Tartarus.
No. I'm bugging out. Sheol, the lake of fire, and yes, Gehenna.
Gandalf.
Is it? Am I tripping?
Three different things. No, those are three different things.
Yeah.
I think it's totally fair to say that the way we were raised influences the way that we think, and I think no one is, exempt from that. And everybody in this room is going to be subject to that effect to one degree or
If
another.
you, unless you free your, unless you free your mind,
Well,
unless you
sure,
realize.
and that's what I was about to say. I honestly try to engage in these conversations as best as I can, and I've changed my opinion on lots of things. You know, I've talked to you in this room about different conspiracies that I subscribe to, stuff like that. You know, I don't come in here looking for a fight. In fact, I rarely even come in here these days. But
I don't
but
see
yeah,
you as that guy. I don't dislike you. I don't want to bad talk you. I don't see you as the guy that came in here last night, nor the kid that I was speaking to this morning. But maybe it's because I don't know you well enough. But I'm attempting to be more sensitive to the psychology of us because I too am still enslaved because I can see the places that I'm not willing to go. And who am I to tell someone else they're wrong when I'm in the same predicament, regardless of how far along I think I am?
yeah, I think that's super
Nature
fair.
versus nurture. Nature
I mean,
versus nurture.
I'm
Right.
not afraid of completely changing my worldview. I mean, it's already happened to me once before significantly, and it was a truly eye-opening experience. It flipped my entire world upside down. And so I always say that I hope that everybody goes through that experience one day, to have everything that they ever believed in just be flipped on its head, because it totally changes the way that you look at the world.
Paradigm shift.
Yep.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
And
Most
I
flat
will
earthers will say that.
give you a tip. I will give you a tip. It's more like a push. When you invoke Einstein and relativity, just ask yourself, are your feet older than your head?
The only reason
Because
why
that's
I've
what
subscribed
Einstein
to
is saying.
the only reason why I've subscribed to Einstein is because it appears to give us better predictions than anything else right now.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
with
a model that
Einstein,
works.
with Einstein, you need delta V. You need a constant delta V, otherwise things crash into each other,
And
according to his theory and
you can make
explanation.
anything out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many things that, you can say, well, this makes sense, and then there's that are taking hatchets to the fundamentals or the premises of this belief, and it is a begging the question fallacy. I can probably get into that with you some other time by going into more detail of the fundamentals of Einstein. But I guess that'll have to be for a later time.
All right,
But
sounds
again, like that video that I posted, that's one example of someone taking a hatchet to a fundamental that should not be. It's a foundation. You can't take the legs from underneath something and then say, well, it makes sense though. Like that's kind of very counterproductive.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that video and get back to you. All right, I'm gonna head off. I'll see you guys.
Good luck, sir. And do come back. And well done, Elijah.
I didn't do anything special.
Oh, you provided.
I'm trying to find these. I got to gather up all these quotes, and then after gathering up these quotes, I got to actually buy some books or buy some uh, buy some subscriptions. Figure out, the full context, just so somebody like Zanuck can't tell me that I'm quotes stand. We all know them. Jeranism, 100 quotes that tell us we've been lied to. It's almost hard to accept when someone says, "Oh, you're just cherry picking," and there's like 30 quotes. There's no geocentrism and heliocentrism that
I've been today in Gem Panda, and it's such an echo chamber in there. It's isolated, contained environment. Gaza. With his helicopter nonsense.
What's he saying about a helicopter?
Yeah, he was talking again.
I'm not familiar with the conversation.
Is time physical?
Physical. They have these ghost-like particles called tachyons, which has not empirically been proven by experiment or anything like that, nor observation. They are purely theoretical story. And they say that these kind of particles, ghost particles, they propagate through a vacuum in a laser-like medium. And
So you're not talking about the movie Land of the Lost, right? With Will Ferrell.
No. No, I'm talking like how they theoretically, these pseudo-physicists describe these particles. They say that they travel faster than the speed of light, and their motion is like backwards in time. I don't know. It's mind-boggling, to be honest.
Wasn't that invented by Star Trek?
Tachyons?
Like wormholes invented by Star Trek?
Yeah, but at Berkeley, they are willing to perform some sort of experiments to prove their existence.
Yeah, but they also
So
make
they take it
LSD at Berkeley.
serious. Yeah.
I mean,
But indeed, it is coming from Star Trek. Yeah.
So again, what they're doing is presupposing that something exists, then they're going out to discover the existence of their presupposition.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna ask. So, the Berkeley experiment, you say?
Yeah.
Well, then, what's the natural phenomena observed?
The tachyons,
The natural, the
which
natural phenomena.
the passing of time. They theorize that tachyons are actually physical time, the physical side of time.
Yeah, that's a begging the question, fellas.
Yeah, I know.
So
It is.
why are you saying it's an experiment erroneously?
I didn't say it's an experiment. They want to perform an experiment, but they give no details, nothing about it.
An experiment with observation of natural phenomena first, obviously, because then they have no supposition.
Yeah. Well, they have these laboratory lasers, some particle accelerators.
I got some
And
party
who
hats
knows what?
about it.
Yeah.
No.
It's already technology which you need special clearance to verify, to see it. Yeah.
what is different on the back of these people telling me that it's exactly the same. Because areas, shit, don't let learn. That's your ass. Not you, Kevin.
I know, Elijah. You mean
To uh, tell me I'm wrong. So, this is new. This of neo-Tychonian model of planetary motions. Luka Popov, University of Zagreb, Department of Physics. But what is less known is that Tycho Brahe, Kepler's tutor, developed a geostatic system that was just as accurate and elegant as Kepler's. The sun orbits around the Earth, and all the other planets orbit around the sun. The trajectories are laws are satisfied. For conclude that the sun's orbit in the Earth's pseudo-potential is equivalent to that observed from the Earth in the heliocentric system. The analysis of planetary motions has been performed in the Newtonian framework of Mach's principle. The kinematical equivalence of the Copernican heliocentric and neo-Tychonian geocentric systems is shown to be pseudo-potential.
not that they won't publish his work, his model, um, but they will not mainstream it. They will just put it on a shelf to get dusty and all that. And this is the sad part of this world. There are honest scientists which do scientific work and they write down everything for us to see, but they just take that documentation and writings and everything, the data, and sometimes they lock it up. And these people, when they do this kind of work, they don't get paid.
All right, so the one Dennis W. Siyama, Unity of the Universe, 1961. Page 102 to 103. According to the wiki, one of the founding fathers of modern cosmology, whether the Earth rotates once a day from west to east, as Copernicus taught, or the heavens revolve once a day from east to west, as his predecessors, the observable phenomena will be exactly the same. This shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption which can never be proved or disproved by observation. That's a big one.
This is a big claim and statement, yes, and observation, very important. And it wasn't anybody from behind the corner of the street talking. You know, it
No.
was,
Let me just get through like 5 more
yeah,
of these, and I'll let y'all.
nice, very nice. Go ahead.
Physicist Julian B. Barbour. Thus, even now, 3.5 centuries after Galileo, it is still remarkably difficult to say categorically whether the Earth moves. Short and sweet.
Categorically, it's still difficult to say. Yeah.
Sir Fred Hoyle, Nicholas Copernicus, an essay on his life and work, page 87. We might hope, therefore, that the Einstein theory, which is well suited to such problems, would throw more light on the matter. But instead of adding further support to the heliocentric picture of the planetary motions, the Einstein theory goes in the opposite direction, giving increased respectability to the geocentric picture. Now I want to know why he said that. I'm going to
Uh-oh.
have to go dig that up.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Got to dig that up. Okay, so Einstein's ether, the rotational motion of the Earth, Department of Philosophy, Haifa University, Mount Carmel, Israel. Okay. According to Einstein, the argument over whether the Earth turns around or the heavens revolve around it is seen to be no more than an argument over the choice of reference frames. Choice, an argument of a choice.
Choice. Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa, there's no frame of reference. Who the hell was that? Oh,
Sorry.
there's no frame of reference from which an observer would not see the effects of the flattening of the poles. Thus, in frame number 1, I guess there's a figure in the book. The Earth turns round while the sky is at rest. The centrifugal force is a consequence of the Earth's motion, uniform acceleration, relative
Yeah.
to the heavens. This causes the flattening. In the latter frame, number 2, the sky rotates and the Earth stands still. The centrifugal force should be understood as being an effect of the rotating heavens, which is generating a gravitational field that causes the flattening of poles. The two explanations are equivalent, as there is an equivalence between inertial and gravitational mass.
Yeah, I like how this man said it, uniform acceleration instead of constant. Yeah, beautiful.
The relativity explosion, Martin Gardner. Do the heavens revolve or does the earth rotate? The question is meaningless. A waitress may just as sensibly ask a customer if he wanted ice cream on top of his pie or the pie placed under his ice cream. Huh. Terrible. Who are all these people that are just, I mean, shit, I've said the same thing and I was called like a stupid flat earther. I don't know why. That's odd.
Me too, Elijah. Yeah, I did the same. When I was a glober, I could never believe, imagine, comprehend. But when I saw the flat Earth movement, I was already, into conspiracies and stuff. 9/11 triggered me, like it was evident for me, that there is stuff occult going on in the world, and yeah, there is conspirators at the governing, you know. So yeah,
Look at this one
when
here.
yeah, go ahead.
Sir Fred Hoyle again. Nicholas Copernicus, an essay on his life and work. Let it be understood at the outset that it makes no difference from the point of view of describing planetary motion, whether we take the Earth or the Sun as the center of the solar system. Since the issue is one of relative motion only, there are infinitely many exactly equivalent descriptions referred to different centers. In principle, any point will do. The Moon, Jupiter. So the passions by Zanuck, loosed on the world by the publication of Copernicus' book De Revolutione, Revolutionibus, Orbium, Coelestium, whatever, were logically irrelevant. So all of that was logically irrelevant to tell me no, works better, heliocentric universe. And there is no planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove the Earth is moving and in orbit around the sun. Thus, all Galileo's discoveries can be accommodated to the system in which the daily rotation of the heavens is communicated to the sun and planets, so that the Earth itself neither rotates nor revolves in an orbit. Bernard Cohen, Birth of a New Physics, revised and updated, 1985. One more, I'll do one more. Let's go. And Fred Hoyle coined the term the Big Bang, by the way. If anyone was wondering who the hell
Yes.
that. This is we already read like 3 from him that was like body blows. Okay, one more from Fred Hoyle. Today we cannot say that the Copernican theory is right and the Ptolemaic theory is wrong in any meaningful sense. The two theories are physically equivalent to one another. Physically equivalent to one another. Science today is locked into paradigms. Every avenue is blocked by beliefs that are wrong. And if you try to get anything published in a journal today, you will run up against the paradigm. The editors will turn you down.
Yes.
So when they
That's
ask,
deep.
why isn't anyone saying anything?
Yeah.
There you go. All right.
Because they
That's
just
all.
shut
I'm
you
not
up.
gonna.
Yeah. That was very deep. It's exactly what's going on. You don't preach their religion, you're not a scientist, you're not gonna get paid, you're not gonna have a job, nothing. You will be an outcast, a plague. Yeah, true science is for the elites. I'm looking at the stars. There's I see also airplanes, but there are some very tiny lights that move. And a couple of minutes ago, one of them was blinking, blitz, making like a blitz, and it was bright as a star, medium shining star. Why don't we see those tens of thousands of satellites? Space debris.
Okay, Theo, if you talk, can you say something about where is curvature, extra rotation, and gas pressure without container? Please, ether is yours. If you don't want gifts. Hello? Theo, if Indio, you said you are talking. Come on, talk.
Indio? Yeah.
He said no gifts, mate. I'm talking. Come on, talk.
Well, that's hilarious because he's not Russian, you numpty dipshit Englishman.
She's not Russian. He's not Russian.
Well, he's talking. Can you be quiet, get better? I cannot hear him. Yes?
Yeah,
Yes?
okay, Sasha, okay.
Okay. Good. Okay. Yes, Theo? Are you talking? You don't want gifts? Hmm? Why are you talking so much?
What's the point of sitting there texting? Can't you use English, bruv? You gutter dweller from Liverpool. Come on.
Pričaj srpski, bre. Parla italiano. Tutto. Non c'è problema. Andiamo.
Parlez-vous français?
Look, we have... You can express yourself in any
Voulez-vous
language.
parler?
In which language we can find curvature? Come on.
Yeah.
Nah, you're from Liverpool, bruv. Quit lying. You're a gutter punk.
He's from some slum in London somewhere.
He is neighborhood here from me then. I'm West Midlands.
If he's from London, then it must be Croydon something.
Berkshire.
He said, stop using gifts, mate, and actually talk. And now we are here. Come on. Come on, West Midland. Yeah, I'm fucking in West Midland. Yes, that's important. Strange accent for West Midland, isn't?
Yeah. Is he Indian British?
He's from Luton.
I think he's from Lithuania.
he's from Milton Keynes, yeah. You don't speak, man. You're typing. He said, I don't speak Russian.
What's wrong? Pussy got your tongue? Oh, I know where he's from. Where do they farm dirt in England again? Yeah, that's where he's from.
Nice name.
I wonder if he realizes Indio means India.
Hi, Picket.
Good evening, Ariel. Nice to see you.
I was checking to see if my microphone was off.
Yeah.
Hate it when that happens.
All is good, Picket.
Yeah, work is finished and I'm sitting outside looking at the stars.
Nice.
Yeah.
You got nice weather there.
It's still nice weather, yes. It was warm today, quite hot,
Yeah,
like
here
summer.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But last Sunday, it was the last day when this Schwimmbad, swimming
Yes.
pool were open. Yeah,
Yeah.
they close it.
You guys don't
Really?
have air
Season.
conditioning. You guys have air conditioning? Or is that
Where
in
in
America?
Germany?
Yeah.
I think they
Or is that an
invented
American
them
thing?
here in Germany.
Okay. Because I figured, the temperature was always nice there. Because it's a nice temperate climate.
Germany is colder actually than my country, Romania. It was unbearable this summer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rather warm one here, or personally where I'm at. It's 40 degrees Celsius right now.
Oh wow.
For
Yeah.
for
Oh my
everybody,
God.
that's 102.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hot. 100 Fahrenheit. It's very hot.
Well, it's actually
It was the
cooled
same in
down.
Romania.
It's actually cooled down because it was up to 45 degrees Celsius earlier this year.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But at that
Where are
time,
you?
we had
In
Arizona.
Arizona. Yeah, that's desert. It has to be.
Right. But it was
Yeah,
humid this summer, man. It's not usually humid. It's usually dry.
that's interesting.
Get, wo wohnst du in Deutschland?
Ich wohne in Gersfeld, neben Fulda.
Gersfeld?
Ja.
Is that north, south, east, or west?
Close to Fulda, Frankfurt, Frankfurt am Main.
Okay. Is that Bavaria?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. There's some pretty nice countryside there.
Yeah, it's a small village, city, very small city.
Yeah, that's
But
really nice places in Germany I would like to go and see.
I mean, from one end to the other, it's like a 10 minutes walk, even less. Yeah. And there are a lot of farmers, these villagers. It smells like cow on the streets. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Nice and calm.
Yeah.
No rat race.
It's quiet, peaceful. All the people say hello to you on the street.
Oh my God, what is wrong with them?
Yeah, but that's how it is, when you go in a small village, everybody knows everybody.
Ich habe
Everybody
einen Freund
in... You don't need to call. You can come on in.
Yeah.
We're from the country and we like it that way.
Exactly. Civilized. Yeah. Well behaved. When you see a man, you must greet him. That's
Oh yeah, like we
a
have
good
a unwritten rule here in the States. Like if you're walking, like traveling down a lonely stretch of road and you see another traveler, wave at them and talk to them. It's good things,
Yeah, yeah.
Ich habe einen Freund von Oberhausen.
Von Oberhausen.
Oberhausen.
Was passiert, Sie bitte?
Ich habe früher gearbeitet neben Oberhausen. Ja, ich kenne diese Region. Ja. But I don't remember right now the area. I said, yeah, I worked before in the close to Oberhausen.
Yeah, near Duisburg.
Duisburg, yeah.
I can say I am a donut. Inkaya Berliner or something like that.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
Yeah,
Ich bin ein Berliner.
I am a donut.
I think more specifically it's a jelly donut.
Yeah.
Nein, du bist ein Yankee Doodle.
If you want to sound very German, then
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
have to say tutti paletti.
What? Tutti Paletti?
Yes, tutti
What
paletti.
What is
But
that?
tutti paletti, tutti is from Italian, like everything, all. But paletti in German means good. And Germans, they say alles paletti. All
Alles
are
good.
good. Yeah,
Oh, that's
alles
all good,
paletti.
dog.
Ja, alles paletti.
Tutto bene.
Ja, meine Nüsse am Schwitzen.
Oh my
I
God.
know very bad things in German. Wo kann ich ein Bier kaufen? That's good.
Das ist eine unglaublich erotische Bewegung.
Oh, Sascha spricht sehr gut Deutsch.
I studied Deutsch, but I forget it in school.
Yeah, same like me.
I know to say where you live. Some verse, like stupid words.
Yeah.
But yeah, zusammen, Bleistift. Pferd, Fahrrad, Tisch.
Yeah. Flat Earth. How do you say flat Earth, Sasha, in German?
Oh shit, I don't know that.
Die Erde ist flach. Flache
Ach so, haben
Erde.
wir jetzt eine deutsche Sprache, oder was?
Nein.
Ich
Das
liebe
meint
dicke
das
Dicken.
flache Erde.
Flache Erde, yeah.
I got some German family, so.
Vielleicht.
Not fooling me.
My family's origins are half German, half French. My father and my brother spoke German fluently, well, my brother still does. And I played Battlefield 4 with some Bavarians for about 3 years. And instead of me learning German, they all used me so that their English could improve.
Yeah, nice.
And we get that what I am really that language I don't know nothing. I'm my roots are Slovakian, for example. My father is Slovakian, but I never learned that language. Even my father didn't learn that language. He understands something. Only my grandma.
But you speak Serbian.
Yeah, because my mother is Serbian.
What is the root of the Serbian language?
Oh, Bože,
Sorry?
Može.
What is the? Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What is the root of the Serbian language? Is it Greek?
Root?
Is it
No, it's that Slavic language. Slavic.
Where does it originate from?
From the Slavs.
Yeah.
Let's
The
say
south
that language
from Danube.
it's that yeah, and that language is similar like to Czech, Slovaks, Polish, even Russian.
Yeah, those languages sound really foreign to me. I've not really heard them being spoken. Maar as jy daaraan dink, ek is Afrikaans en mense dink baie keer ek is van Rusland. Wel,
I don't know what that is.
Možemo mi tako pričati do sutra, ali ko će se onda razumeti?
Razumeš, understand.
I said we can speak like like this till tomorrow, but nobody will understand nobody.
Yeah, I understood something.
That was like a Dutch.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had a Dutch friend 20 years ago, but I never could. I always thought that it's some kind of mixture of German and English, but something in between, and I could not catch nothing.
Yeah, Dutch is a pretty weird language.
So, do you think there's any truth to when people say that the way the Americans talk is a truer reflection of how the English used to speak? Because I've heard people say that.
I don't know. We don't hide the T.
The T. Don't talk about the T.
But we say H, like H with an A instead of H. So
Oh yes, I still say H, and therefore people think I'm posh. I actually sometimes spell words to people, and then they go, "You mean H?"
H.
Americans do everything right, don't you know? We speak correctly, everything.
But that every nation saying that.
we
Italians
decimate a nation and defile their civilization properly.
I mean, languages do evolve, don't they?
Yeah.
Because words get replaced, they fall out of use, new words get added.
Or words from Latin to mean something in English, because usually it's all 3-letter words that are compiled to make a longer word, and it's just, prefix, suffix, root, all those kind of things.
But that Greece and Latin, that it's in all languages.
Yep.
So it's like a standard. It's something like basic.
That's because they ruled the world. Still do.
Because
that's
if
why
you say
doctors speak it.
Maybe earth is not, but let's say atmosphere in my language is atmosfera. That means is the same.
Yeah. Well, that's like the Japanese word for hot dog is hatudagu.
Hasso.
Hatudagu. Hamburgers, hamburger. Beer, betu. But bread, well, that's pan, right? So, and then you're like, wait a minute, that don't make sense. Pan, that's like Latin.
Pane, yeah.
Because they were trading with the Portuguese, and the Portuguese brought bread for pasta. Gave them bread, and they're like, "Oh, this is good." It's like, yeah, we want your secret for noodles.
But all words like organization, that what is finishing with that kind of, let's say, calculation. I can tell in my language, you will understand. Kalkulacija, observacija. It's only pronounced on the end.
Yeah.
But it's the same word. Yeah.
So isn't that because there's some Latin mixed in there?
Yeah, I failed my German club class.
So I grew up in a household that was fully bilingual, but I was schooled in Afrikaans. And we didn't really speak English that much, so we were taught that at school as our second language. And then, of course, my dad spoke 5 languages, so I picked up Zulu when I was like a really small kid. And then when I was in primary school, first year of high school, we had to choose German or Latin. So I chose Latin, which was really, really useful later on, because I think people who you can just sort of fake that you're educated if you know a few Latin things to chuck in there. Or you can just make more sense of the world, I guess.
I had Latin study also, but I didn't catch much of it.
Half the time, Biget, we were just chanting. We were literally just, you had to just learn it like a parrot.
Yeah.
Because it was so, and then it was like chant. We basically did that. The whole class had to sit there and chant, like, you know, past participle, present participle. It was ludicrous. Yeah, we
For
didn't.
me, Latin felt like a poor language because I speak Romanian, and Romanian language is the mother language of Latin and also of Greek language. And all those words and stuff, they, when I hear them, 70% of Latin words, they are very similar to ancient Romanian language, and to me it sounds like people from village speaking. Very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it didn't sound modern to me. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, the Afrikaans language is totally derived from Dutch, with a lot of other influences in there as well, especially French and German, some English. My great-great-grandmother was, she was in a concentration camp under the English, and she wrote a letter that was kept, and it was the most beautiful cursive handwriting, but the wording of the letter was in High Dutch.
Yeah.
Hey, I hate to.
I remember.
I hate to interrupt,
remember
but there's somebody new here. Cruxbear.
Sure. Hello, welcome to the Flat Earth server.
Oh, hello.
Hey, Crux.
Hello, welcome.
Oh, hi. I was just listening.
Sweet, man. What brings you to the server?
I saw the link somewhere, and I was like, "All right, I gotta see what this place is."
Ah, sweet. Cool. So what do you think of the shape of the Earth?
I think it's more concave, like a pizza pan.
Concave, like a pizza pan?
Yeah.
I don't know what's kind
You
of.
mean with upraised edges?
Yeah, like upper edges.
Uh-huh.
Like a snow globe.
Like an ice wall.
Yes, the ice wall.
Like in Antarctica.
Do you think the Earth is moving at all?
Rotating, but not like rotating in the way, kind of like a vinyl record.
And what makes you think that?
Oh,
What do you think causes that motion?
I don't know.
Do you feel that on a daily basis?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we're just like perfectly still.
Would there be a way of measuring that motion?
Probably not.
Yeah, that's the problem. We can't measure something, so if we can't measure it, then how can we confirm that it's moving?
Yeah. And we don't feel it also. When you sit on a merry-go-round, you feel it when it's spinning, but when it's not spinning and it's still, you feel that you're sitting still. Right?
Yeah.
So it's not good to assume that you're moving when you don't feel it.
Well, that means
Well,
that he's interested in the subject matter.
I am
that's
interested in the
yeah.
subject matter. I want to learn.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
want to
we're
see.
happy
I want
to.
to see different perspectives. I don't want to just learn like the fake lies that they teach in like school.
I'm glad to hear you have an honest approach. You want to learn, and you will find a lot of information here in the server.
Yeah, I found the
Have
last
you
like hour
seen?
just sitting here to be
Mhm.
very eye opening.
Oh, so you heard Elijah
Yeah, I was listening to
before?
Elijah talk about I
Yeah.
believe what he was reading
Hmm.
passages from Galileo
Um.
or
Yeah, all
someone
sort of
else. I came in like
physicists.
halfway
Yes.
through that.
I think it was from Richard Feynman or something like that. But it was a physicist he was quoting. Yeah. And these physicists, they were explaining how they can create a geostationary world model, and it works perfectly fine. You know, like the stars in the sky and the luminaries, sun and moon, they are rotating above us in complex cycles, repeating cycles. So yeah, it makes sense. You know, why should we assume that we are in an infinite vacuum of space, which is in direct violation to the second law of thermodynamics and gas pressure? Because you can't have gas pressure without a container, and especially not next to a vacuum without a container, a solid barrier in between them. You know, when you open a Coca-Cola bottle, there is a higher pressure inside the bottle, so when you open the lid, it will make all that gas pressure escapes into the lower, the air we breathe, so it comes to an equilibrium. Yeah, any questions?
No, not really. I'm just kind of just listening in, learning new perspectives, finding new things, hearing getting a bearings of what people like and
Great.
don't like.
I understood that, but I want you to be honest. You are new here.
Yes, I am.
Have you seen flat Earth videos before?
Yes, I have seen a couple.
Can you name someone? Some of them? Any?
Not off the top of my head. It's been a while.
Mhm. Do you remember what was it about? What were they saying? Some arguments, maybe.
I know that like the Flat Earth Society is like a meme and they're not like real.
Yeah, yeah. They are a controlled opposition.
Yeah,
They are
they're goofy stuff.
they are governmental, officially registered organization, and their members. I don't know any Flat Earth Society member. I never seen one anywhere, but um, their members are 100% people from the governing system, which work in the government in top positions.
Yeah,
You know, so
they're like
yeah,
gang stalkery types.
yes. So they create this organization and website and make all these idiotic and stupid claims, and models like a flying pizza into some infinite vacuum of space, just to mock and ridicule the subject, to look crazy. So when some person is looking for flat earth, he's going to be given the results with pointing to flatter society. He
Maybe
will
that's
see
where I
those.
heard the pizza pan model from.
Yeah, definitely. um what what we are on is what you can see and feel. When you go outside, if you go like a large body of water or a sea or an ocean, you look far distant in the horizon. Yeah, you see the horizon far away. It's a flat line, straight. It's not curving anywhere. And yeah, you can see it with your naked eyes. Why would you lie to yourself that's actually curvature there when you can even take a picture, photo of this horizon line? And if you put a ruler then on the photo, you can see it's dead flat.
Perfectly flat,
Like,
level.
yeah, you don't find 1 micron of an arc curvature, nothing. And yeah, you can take even today 4K, 8K video camera, super high resolution, and blah blah, and it's still flat, flat, flat. Yeah, that's simple how it is. They have this argument, Bill Nye, uh, saying that ships go beyond the horizon, they disappear, yeah, beyond the horizon, because it's going behind the curvature. And things disappearing in the horizon, they start disappearing bottom up. And yes, that is true, but it's true that they disappear bottom up, but not because they are going beyond a curvature. I mean, not nowadays, but about a decade ago, they gifted mankind these big tech corporations. They made this amazing video camera, P900, is the highest zoom, optical zoom camera, and um, when you go to the seashore or an ocean and you zoom in the horizon, there are boats which are completely gone. You don't see them. But when you zoom in with that camera, you can bring them back into sight. All the way from the bottom up. And even when you see ships which are like only half gone, disappear from them. But with that camera, when you zoom in, it brings it everything back into view. And yes, they don't want you to understand the laws of light propagation through mediums and laws of perspective. Also, the inverse square law, of light. The further you go away from a light source, the less illuminated you will be, you know.
Right.
Yeah. So
that's something about light that always confused me is the direction of light, because I grow a lot of plants in my yard. Like I have a large garden.
Yeah.
And depending on if my garden, because I'm in the northern, I'm north of the equator.
Yeah.
My plants do better if they're facing south.
Mhm. Yeah, I think it's related to how much sun they are getting. You know.
Right.
Plants grow better with
That
more
makes
exposure
sense.
to the sun. That's
Yes.
wild.
But I'm gonna mute my mic because I'm kind of shy, and I wasn't expecting to actually be able to talk here. But it was nice.
Well, don't be shy, and
I'm gonna let someone
do ask
else.
questions. Do ask questions.
I will.
You know. Yeah.
But I'm gonna hand it off to somebody else.
Sure. No problem. Take your time. And good luck learning.
Hey, Ariel.
Hello.
Oh, yeah. Chemo.
Hi, Kimo.
Oh, yeah. Have you spoke to my friend Dan? He's a globe earther. Dan Fesley.
I came over here to avoid you, dude. Now you're following me.
Yeah, because you've got the evidence. I go where the evidence is, right?
Hey, Chemo, how's it going?
Not.
Hey, Chemo.
Well, I'm going to be silent, actually. I'm going to just get you and Ariel introduced. Have you met Ariel, Dan?
Nope. I heard her talking for the past little while. That's about it.
Oh, she's lovely. Ariel, this is Dan. He's a hardcore ball earther.
Hardcore man.
My commiserations.
Yeah, so well, you can talk about it with Dan if you'd like, yeah, and I'll just I'll be silent.
I can't really talk right now. I'm eating lunch and then I got to pack up my desk, so I'm just listening.
Excuse.
Bon appetit.
Go on, you sure you can have a quick word back and forth with Ariel? Speak
You
with the
missed it,
lady.
man. Yeah, I was already here talking to some people. Elijah, I believe.
I was a ball earther myself last year, Dan.
Yeah, most people are, right? Before they... It's not like you were, believing in flat Earth as a kid.
No. And I'm an adult. And just out of nowhere, there was this paradox that
Speak for
just
yourself.
hit me out of the blue. And I just stopped long enough to take an interest. And I sort of dived in and started looking at it. And I was driven to the conclusion that everything is not the way it seems. It really took me a while. I was amazed when I landed up on the Flat Earth Discord to find that these gentlemen here have discovered so much more than what I even did. In my ignorance, I was so relieved when I came here and they explained the science to me.
What was the initial contradiction that prompted you to look into the flat Earth?
Well, it's the most unlikely thing. But if you recall last year, we were bombarded with Elon Musk and his Skynet, all his activities. He was sending so-called satellites into the atmosphere. And from where I live in the UK, I could actually see those lights going through the sky. I actually stood in my back garden and I looked at them. And it was a few weeks after that someone that I was watching on YouTube said, just very conversationally, that satellites are not what you think they are. Wink. So I thought, well, I don't really know what satellites are. I don't really have an opinion. But so he posited that satellites are being launched via helium balloons. So that was the thing. That was the thing that started me looking. So I didn't even think about the fact that there exists a measurement of the Earth, the ball, but that measurement is, from some ancient experiment. You can't even call it an experiment. And with that R value, you are supposed to be able to plot where the horizon is. And that horizon is supposed to be geometric. But then if you go out and you look across the ocean, it's not there. It's not there where they say it should be. So that hadn't even occurred to me because my whole foray started with satellites. And from there it moved on to what was NASA doing. Because it was also posited to me that maybe they were lying about the landings on the moon that they claim they've made.
Yeah, that's interesting. And most flat earthers start the other way. They have a, they start with the idea that the moon landing was fake, and then that builds the distrust in NASA, and then takes you to flat Earth eventually.
Yes, and if you have no preconceived notions about these things, because I wasn't interested in NASA, I always thought that what they were doing was just huge vanity projects, that the money that they were using could be much better spent here, in the here and now. And I thought that what they were reaching for in the vacuum of space was like shooting at the moon, basically. I had no respect for it. I had no feelings about it whatsoever. But the moment I started turning my attention to it, I realized there were things that you just couldn't overlook. So then when I came to the Flat Earth Discord, I find out that nobody has actually been able to measure the rotation of the Earth, and that the mathematics, that it's very strange. Very strange.
That's a very cool story. It's different than every other story I've heard so far.
I think it's different for everyone. As somebody who is just arrived here, for me, it's intensely interesting how people do. How people do, how it was for them. What was it that first challenged them? So I had never even heard, I think, of Foucault's pendulum. I didn't know that was just some liars, like claiming accolades for themselves when they were clearly up to no good. They were, they were involved in fakery, in egoistical search for, attention, which they did get. And then I also learned that you can't have an atmosphere, not right next to the vacuum of space. I had never heard of the second law of thermodynamics, to be honest. Or if I had forgotten. And it makes perfect sense to me that the atmosphere, the ether, the air around us, here where we are in a contained system. So I quickly understood all of that. And that was just the starting point for many other realizations. That the science community is full of scoundrels. Full of scoundrels.
Well, they're people, right? People are, the world is full of shitty people and good people. I think it's a mix.
Well, in view of what we are all experiencing now, I think a lot of people are sitting up and taking notice of things that didn't interest them before, and that they weren't, their interest didn't incline them to even look twice. So I don't know, what is it that convinces you that everything is the way they say it is?
I'm kind of surprised it was the Starlink stuff that prompted you in. I would have imagined it would be the car, the Tesla in space. That one was a much more preposterous event.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
And what a memorable quote, right?
We'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
Well, looking at NASA also made me look at their history. I was on the Internet Archive looking at very old information, stuff that they put out there. I didn't have somebody whispering in my ear. I didn't have someone to bounce my ideas off of. But my conclusion was that there was something. I did engage with people on NASA's live streams online. And I quickly found that people were attacking me for just asking reasonable questions. And I remember one in particular, I was talking about the footage from Apollo 11 and how horrible the imagery was. And then I was looking at the camera that they used and at the film that was in that camera. So I really started from nothing. I ended up reading a discussion that two people were having about the distance of the Earth in relation to where the sun is. Parallel rays. I hadn't given that a thought. So bit by bit, I started forming this picture in my head that, something here I need to keep on. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was just things just didn't seem right to me. And I have I was brought up in a Christian household, and I had the Bible as a basis as well, and it was just a really confusing time for me. I was never into like anything to do with evolution. I always knew that there was a creator. And just like most people alive today, I never gave these things a thought. Not a single thought.
Are you still Christian?
The evening that I came to this Discord, I didn't anticipate anything. I didn't know anything about flat earthers. Even the term to me, it didn't really exist. Because the way I was looking for information was just uniquely the way I look for things. And then when I ended up here, I didn't even know that people were going to talk to me at all. I thought this Discord was just like other Discords where people just come and go, and I would just sit here and listen, to see what are people talking about. And I was delighted when I spoke to these people, and I could say to them, I don't know what's going on, but I'm in quite a state. It feels as if my whole reality is falling down, around me.
And you have a support group, right?
And then I asked the inevitable question that everybody asks: why would they lie?
And yeah, what is your answer to that question? I'm curious.
And a girl just piped up and said to me, because they're trying to hide God from you. And it hit me like a lightning bolt. Because the biggest trick that Satan ever pulled is to convince people that he doesn't exist. But in doing so, he has achieved another great feat. He has written God completely out of the picture. The things that we learn about other dimensions and about otherworldly beings, they've all been replaced by Harry Potter and vampires and shit. And today people don't consider children, especially the younger generation. None of that knowledge has been made available to them. We mustn't speak about these things in school. That there's just this constant deterioration in, people must just regurgitate, limited access to, the curricula in public schools nowadays. It's woefully inadequate. Woefully inadequate.
I guess when I was religious, I never had a problem with, believing the Earth was a globe, and yet believing in God or creation, right? People who are highly religious, like I was, often look at the globe as something that's too beautiful to have been happenstance. So I don't know. I guess I never understood the hiding God thing, because that's true on a flat Earth or a globe Earth in my mind.
It says in Revelation that after Armageddon, the heavenly Jerusalem will come down from the sky, and it will be visible to every eye. So with the realization that there is actually a dome above us, I believe that with all my heart, my soul, and my mind, that above the firmament there is God. He's so close. And I put it to you that the ball puts him very distant from humanity. Very distant. In some galaxy far, far away.
Yeah, in the case of Mormonism, quite literally, there's a star that we designate he lives at, Kolob.
So who do you think is in control of this system of things in the here and now?
I don't know. I'm leaning towards nobody.
Okay. I see your problem right there.
Yeah. I've become agnostic atheist.
Yeah, I think the death of my brother was the thing that ripped me apart as well. It was so hard for me to deal with. I felt abandoned. I also drifted. But I think, every man will give account, of himself in the end. And I just think if anybody looks at the situation we find ourselves in now, and you can have a conversation about who is in control, who is steering these events that we see, there is so much to uncover. And for me, it is a logical conclusion that it is the deceiver. Yeah. So do you spend your time trying to convince flat earthers that we do live in a ball?
No, not really. About 3 years ago is when I started coming to the Discords and hang out in this particular one for about a year and a half. Then I just grew tired of the debate. I liked the friendships that I got. That's one of the best things about these communities is like you said, they're not people just passing through. Just there's some cool people here. But yeah, mostly I don't engage in that debate.
I see. You have sparred with QE?
I try to avoid QE.
I see.
There are a few people I try to avoid. QE is one of them. Nathan Oakley is another one. Witsit is another one. Basically, anybody who is the more on the more antagonistic end of the spectrum. I like having engaging conversations and not arguments.
I see people become very passionate sometimes, but I totally understand. I think it's just the pressure that we are all feeling at the moment. And because our convictions are so strong, I don't believe that any flat earther could be turned back to a ball believer, a ball zealot.
It's very rare. I mean, it's happened a few times, a handful of times, but yeah, you're right. Very, very rare.
Yes, for me, that is a total enigma, how such a thing can happen. It's like something that you've seen, you can't unsee it. So, yeah, I'm intrigued how you cling so steadfastly.
Yeah, I don't have too much time to really talk about it in depth, but in summary, when I found the discussion of the flat Earth, some of the claims were interesting to me. So stuff I had never thought about, as you said as well. And so I looked into them, and pretty much everything I've looked into has had a more than adequate explanation on the globe. So I've had no reason to change my belief.
Well, it's never too late.
Yeah.
It's like someone on here called Jenny. Like she says, we leave no baller behind. So
That's cute.
So by all means, feel free to engage and discover more.
Will do. Will do. All right. I gotta take off. Bye, guys.
Nice talking to you, Dan.
Nice talking to you.
Real quick, Dan, before you go. Oh, he's gone already, isn't he? It would behoove you to watch this documentary about Elon Musk.
I have watched that one, but I've also discovered another one, Unmasking the Real Elon Musk.
Yeah, this is exposing him as a cult leader. There's some question on whether or not his sixth child was sacrificed, or if it was Sid's. And every time somebody brings it up, he gets all choked up, and I can't talk about this. I need a couple minutes. So, and then like even Grimes, right? That grimy Grimes. They'll sit there and they'll say that good things come from the shadow. The shadow doesn't mean evil. It means things that are hidden. Yeah, that means evil.
Yes, I saw that today.
Yeah. Because you know how a lot of these globies will sit there and say, okay, if you don't trust NASA, I don't trust NASA either. That's why I trust Elon Musk. It's like, huh? He's a geek.
Is he really a geek? I mean,
Yeah, he's got Asperger's.
yeah, well, too many vaccinations will do that to you.
Also, there was he hates his father for some reason, and I'm not going to get into it because that's speculation.
Oh, yeah, I know about that.
Yeah. So it's just, because I like to deal with fact. If, like, speculation is philosophy, right? So philosophy is like exploring those questions that cannot be answered. For instance, why would they lie? Well, we can't really give a definitive definition or answer for why would they lie, because that denotes motive. And how can you know the motive if they're not telling you what the motive is? So we speculate on it and we philosophize on it. I mean,
Well, luckily I'm a woman, so I intuit a lot of things.
So you know 4 languages, Ariel?
Yes.
Wow. I barely know English.
I can also understand written Dutch very well.
Really?
Yes, because it's close to the language that I was brought up with. I just find that the different dialects, when people speak really fast, then I lose it.
Like, see, I've noticed talking to my fellow Americans when there was the whole takeover and collapse of the Dutch government. I told them, hey, there's some trouble in the land of the Dutch. Apparently, their government just collapsed, and they're on skeleton crew. They all abdicated their positions, and they're like, "What? That happened to Germany? No, that's Deutsch." So it's like, Dutch meaning Holland. Netherlands.
Yes, that's what we call it, Holland.
Yeah. We call it Amsterdam, even though Amsterdam is just the capital, right? Or a city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In South Africa, we refer to Hollanders as kaaskopper because they are blonde. So they hate, and of course the cheese, the Edam cheese and whatnot. Cheese heads, basically. Direct translation. Yes.
7 maids of milking. Yeah, I like the clogs. And the wooden shoes.
Yeah, and the tulips and the windmills.
Yeah. It's a beautiful country too. I just didn't know that the whole thing, well, not the whole thing, but a lot of that land is reclaimed. I didn't know that.
Reclaimed, yeah. The dikes that they built. Yeah, that was all swamp, or it was actual ocean floor.
Yeah.
That's incredible. So people are so industrious.
Yeah.
When they're just left to get on with things. Well, if you look at Elon Musk and he's, are they married now?
Grimes, I'm not sure if they're actually married. He was married twice before, right? The first wife,
Yeah.
like after the death of the child, he says we have to get a divorce or fix this marriage. And the next day he filed for a divorce so he could marry another woman, right? And then they were married for like a year, then they got divorced and then remarried that same year and divorced the same year again. So it's like it's when people can't reconcile something in their life, they tend to repeat the same procedure to try to reconcile the loss that they had. And I think it all stems from, whatever happened to his sixth child. And then when he got with that Johnny Depp's abusive girlfriend.
Amber Heard.
Yeah. Like she's a narcissist, right? Complete controlling narcissist. He should have known off the bat.
Yeah.
Like she broke up with him. She's like, no, I'm done with you. Right. And that really tore him up. So he started spiraling out of control, started building Starship, and then it kept crashing and doing this. And he kept pushing his company, making it fail. Tesla with the AI crashes and all that. And then with the truck, he said, this is unbreakable glass and broke it. That's very un-CEO like of a company. And the thing is, I mean, man, it's, so then he found this singer, Grimes. And the thing is she's an occultic witch, right?
Yeah.
And you can tell she's an occultic witch. She says, my art comes from darkness, pain, and hurt.
Yeah, I totally picked up on that today.
So it's just like, how can the plebes not see this?
It's a sad world because there's so much adulation for these broken heroes, these broken people.
They'd be better to have a hero as Yeshua. Yeah. Some people call him Jesus. I call him Yeshua.
Yeah, I think it's particularly sad when you hear younger men. I don't mean teenagers, but those that are just out of their teens. It's like they lack a purpose.
Yeah.
And
well, that's the way the world is. It's planned that way,
And that is where opportunists step in, I believe.
Yeah.
And that is why people like Elon Musk get that kind of adulation.
He's definitely an opportunist. I mean, he did not create PayPal. He did not create Tesla.
No.
Exactly. Very shrewd.
Yes, I mean, I think I look at these people and I think they are also being controlled and manipulated to one extent or another.
Yeah.
They are not their own men. They are not their own people. They are being influenced. And it's amazing how weak-willed or how insecure or how fragile some of these people really are. Because what you see of them, it's just a facade.
Yep. Hey, I'm almost to the point where I will just walk up to one of these, I'm calling them facilities that say, you have to have the fabric on your face or no entry. And just go up to them and say, yeah, what, you going to touch me? You can't touch me. You know? And then when they get closer, I'm going to say, oh, you're too close. I'm going to snatch their mask off your face. Say, look, he's not wearing a mask.
I have the same kind of ideas. Honestly, I do. I find myself being, whereas before I would be very much aware with my colleagues at work, for instance, that I don't want to engage them with, with certain topics. But I have found that at this point in time, I don't really care as much what these people's opinion of me is. I have always been one with like weird ideas. I don't really toe the line. I'm a bit of a Bolshevik. Because I feel like this impatience that rises in me. I don't want to become bitter or vindictive, or I don't want to be, cruel to people. But I have had massive arguments with my own family because of the clash of ideas, of opinions.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult. It's very difficult.
Like my whole family, they tolerate me only because we're related, right? But they really don't want anything to do with me, and that's the most hurtful thing. Is, it's like I've never changed. Like all throughout growing up, you know how many times I got in trouble in school because I proved the teacher wrong? I mean, it's just the whole thing. And then they're like, well, you need to just shut up about it, because I don't care about anything. It's like, well, that's the problem right there. Do you not see that's their goal? They want you to not care about anything. So you accept anything that comes down from their so-called authority. And it's just like, there's like one person in my family that like thinks along the same lines I do, but he lives like in Alaska. And I haven't talked to him in like 20 years. So
have you experienced this where you are now? You think of the people that you know, people in your family, friends, maybe people that you've not seen for a while, and you think to yourself, I wonder what he thinks or she thinks about all of this. I wonder how they have reacted. Because I find myself doing that. But when you said when you were a kid, you were asking questions.
Yeah.
You know what they do when you do that? They tell you you're disruptive. They'll even tell your parents to have a word with you because you ask too many questions, and those questions are not in the book, and there isn't enough time in this particular period for your questions. So you just have to bite that down, and go away and never come back another day.
Yeah, that's why I brought in a couple of articles that directly contradicted the scholastic textbook that they were preaching from. And he says, okay, do not share this with any other student. Go ahead and sit in the back of the class, read a book, listen to music, goof off, draw, do whatever you want. Just don't disturb the class. You'll get a passing grade. This was history. So yeah,
those teachers who actually see the pupils, and they can pick out the individual ones who have particular attributes, I would say. But they just treat everybody the same. It's the hierarchy of authoritarianism. You keep quiet, I talk.
My favorite teacher was the drama teacher. Right, she saw the potential that I had, and she offered to put me as a freshman in technical drama, which is building the sets and doing all the things behind the scenes, soundboard style and lights and all that, to where I wouldn't leave that drama class until like 6 o'clock at night after, we got all the sets like set up and got everything done we needed to get done for that day to have the play go off without a hitch, And it's just one of those things. Now, that doesn't mean I'm an actor. I can't act. That's why she offered to put me in technical. But she knew that I knew my technical things. Like I knew how to set up sound and all that. And yeah, I mean, I was able to have my friends come in with instruments and we'd sit on the stage, set up our instruments and just jam out, And this was in high school. Like nobody else, as far as I know, was able to get that kind of permission.
Dude, I was in I was in a band.
Yeah, the name of ours was Gog and Magog, the underworld gods.
Oh, wow.
So even back then, I knew what was what, so.
When I was talking, because I don't know why Kimo asked me to speak to this guy, to this Dan guy, but when I think about how I got here on Flat Earth, it just seems to me that I'm not going to use the word miraculous, but just so it's the last thing. If you said to me a year ago that this is what will be, my conviction, I would have just laughed at you. And the reason, I mean, there are smart women here. I don't consider myself smart at all. Not at all. I'm completely average.
But you know more languages. You know 5 languages. You are smart.
But the kind of inclination I think that you need to have to come to this conclusion, and if you consider that I didn't, nobody gave this idea to me. Nobody came up to me and said, "Hey, Steph, have you ever considered?" Nobody was challenging me to find anything out.
Yeah.
So I myself am still dumbfounded by the fact that I had this journey that I've made. It is a journey. It literally took me months. It took me about 5 months. And I wasn't looking for a community. I wasn't looking for people to agree with me. I was completely fine with it on my own. And some people that I do know, I was starting to speak to them about it. So it was such a gift to arrive here. And it was such a fluke as well.
Right.
And I really feel so much more grounded now than what I did a year ago. It's the thing that changes you so much, and you can't tell somebody beforehand. When it all settles down in your head, and you make, you actually consider yourself lucky. I do consider myself lucky that I have, I have seen. I see what reality is. That's how I feel about it.
Like, see, this is to the Globies and the YouTube and the Twitch and the Twitter
world,
and all that
basically.
stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody that I've talked to that is a flat earther has never been convinced by a video, convinced by what somebody else has said. They've always attempted to debunk the flat earth on their own by measuring what they say should be real. Like water level, right? That's what did it for me. I'm sitting there in the field working, leveling houses, and how would you think we would level a house? Well, it's a thing called a water level, where the top of the water is the datum, right? The top of the water in the reservoir is the datum, and you have a hose. And you release the pressure in the hose by taking your thumb off the end. And when it goes up to a certain level or a line, you put a block above it, and that's where that block is sitting. That's where the house should be, because you have the datum set up with an offset.
Yes.
And it's all like basic math, not even trig. Well, it is trig, but it's like basic trig. And it's like you just sit there and you put the block up there. You don't need to do the math. And right there, it's like, well, how does that work? And they're like, it doesn't matter how long that tube is, it will always be at that height of this datum.
Yes.
And I go, well, how is that? And my foreman said, well, maybe the earth is flat.
Yes. Maybe
And then
water
he
always
says,
finds
be
its
quiet.
level.
Right? And that just blew my mind. I was like, wait a minute. And then I had to sit there and think about it. And he goes, just think about it, So it's like,
Or maybe it isn't. Who knows?
What was that?
So maybe it isn't flat.
Well, how can you get a water level? Explain a water level on a spinning ball. Come on, Weet-Bix.
Explain what? Explain what about it?
How does the water level work on a spinning ball? Can you find a level on a
What does it matter if
object?
it's what does it matter
Can you
if it's
find
spinning?
level on a spherical object? Is there a straight line on a spherical object?
Well, technically no, but because the Earth is so big, it does
Exactly.
look straight.
No, you're lying.
Of course I am.
You know how I know you're lying?
Totally
Because you should be able to see the arc of the horizon. You do not see no arc of the fucking horizon. How wide is your perception? How wide is your perception, son? Do you know the angle of your perception?
No, sir.
Well, you should be able to see the arc of the horizon by your naked eye level, or by your naked eyes alone. Even if you were to use an instrument like, say, a panoramic photograph, which goes out on something like a lake, like the Great Lakes, right? It's a rather large body of water. Yeah, it's not the sea, but it is made of water, which is a liquid which finds its level, right? So you're sitting there, you're looking at that, and you're like, holy smokes, I could take a protractor, superimpose it onto it, and take an actual measurement of this photograph. And the measurement shows straight line. No deviation, no radii to it, no radius. And this is 180 degrees. That's half a circle. Like, how much of a perspective do you need to be able to see the arc of the horizon?
You say it's so big, but it has measurements, right? Allegedly.
Yep.
It has values for these measurements, correct? And if we have values for these measurements, alleged measurements, then we should be able to do some calculations and figure out whether we could or could not see or observe or measure curvature, correct? Just saying it's so big means absolutely nothing because we have actual claims of a radius value. Do you know the radius value?
Not off by heart, no. Although I probably should, but you can always search it up.
Yeah, you should be able to know that if you're, a proponent for the globe. Something else too. Why is the coastline of Antarctica longer than the equator?
Why does it matter?
Did you hear what I said?
I did, and I'll just say, why does it matter?
Why is the coastline of Antarctica longer in distance than the equator?
Good question. Search it up.
Because it's flat. It's very simple, guys. Almost 50,000 miles Antarctical coastline, right? Almost 50,000 miles. That's about half of the equator. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's just right there.
Why did it take Admiral Byrd 6 months to circumnavigate Antarctica? 6 months. And these weren't sail ships, these were diesel-powered ships. 6 months. It only takes 90 days to circumnavigate the equator.
So before you guys,
He's gone.
yeah, before you guys started talking to him, I know Ariel, you were talking about how your life has changed since discovering this topic and also this community. And I know lots of times Globers, when pressed on the scientific evidence or lack thereof for the globe, they default to the why would they lie? And they also default to why does it matter? It wouldn't matter. Nothing would change in my life. Would you say that that's a question that can only be answered once you do discover the truth, right? Like you can't tell people how their life will change.
Exactly.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, it's one thing to come here and be a proponent for something, but if you don't know what if they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about, right? Then why should we listen to anything they have to say? They don't answer. They say, well, I think this and I believe this. Yeah, nobody cares about your belief. We could take it down to the philosophy center and talk about belief, right? Oh, you want to think? Well, we could take that down to the learning curve so we can, find out how you think. Find out if you think auditory, visually, or what is it? Like manipulative, like not manipulative, but like, touch, tactile. I can't remember what the hell the name of the name of it is.
Sensory?
Malleable?
Well, not sensory. Learn by doing is what I'm trying to say. So you can either learn by watching somebody do it, you can learn by reading about something, or you can learn by just doing it yourself and figuring it out, and that's the main problem. A lot of people have an skewed didactic system to them. The skewed didactic is usually through a lecture. Like they will only believe something where somebody that has letters after their name tells them in a lecture without question, right? Instead of actually reading about it, watching the lecture, and then trying it yourself.
It's almost like a learning modality of subconsciously appealing to authority.
Yeah.
Like that gentleman that just came in, he had a very quick response to, it's too big, you wouldn't notice, but also didn't understand the basic numbers that are given for the size. He's just heard that it's too big.
Yep.
You wouldn't see it, it's too big. And that was enough for him.
Yeah.
That was a satisfactory answer for him.
Yeah. In fact, nautical miles, right? That's a measurement. That's not a calculation. Like this one numpty dipshit Xanac fucking Baltard. Oh, the measurement is a calculation. No, that's not a measurement, dude. That's a calculation. What is the measurement? He never gave us the measurement, did he? 9.8 meters per second or 32 feet per second. That's supposedly the measurement of gravity. I know I probably shouldn't be giving out that secret to them. Because they just look up gravity instead of what is the measurement of gravity? What is the rate of an object? What is the rate that an object falls? Left-brained morons. feminine brain. They never access their right brain. They only work in the left brain fantasy, unconsciousness, instead of working with the conscious mind.
Well, when you think about it, 99.9% of people that you encounter, if asked about gravity and their proof of gravity, will immediately pick something up and drop it. And that is the extent of their proof of gravity. They think that that is a proof.
Except for they forgot to evacuate the air, so there's no air resistance.
I mean, there's many factors at play, some of which you can't necessarily discard.
Yep. Which is why they say, oh, we need the math to cancel out those numbers. It's like, yeah, but math is not real. Math is not something tangible. It's arbitrary, like time.
I mean, it's like somebody going out to say, things fall. Why do things fall? I have a word that I'm going to associate with why things fall. I'm going to use this word, ergo, when I drop something, this word.
Yes.
You know, there's actually one of these globies that was a little bit smart and came in and said, well, what about gravitas? Oh, very good. The vernacular aspect of it. See, nobody ever talks about that third type of gravity of the vernacular.
The weight of the situation.
The weight, yes.
Yes. I don't think you understand the gravity of your situation, Mr. Anderson. It's like, oh, fucking Agent Smiths, man.
This is so funny, right? There's a guy at work. He's got really long dreads, and he's called Patrick Anderson. And I only met this man on like Microsoft Teams in virtual meetings. And I was alone in my office with the door shut about 3 weeks ago, and his head suddenly popped in the door. So we met each other in person, and when he popped his head in, I said to him, well, Mr. Anderson. And so we struck up a conversation. So, yeah, he's very interested in flat Earth now.
Yeah. And remember, like at the very beginning, Mr. Tom Anderson was searching. Was it Tom? Might have been Jim or Michael. I don't know. But, you know, Neo was searching for the answers, right? Searching for Morpheus. Then when Mr. Morpheus found him and instructed him, he didn't want to jump to it. He wanted to cling on to his reality, right? He had the opportunity to jump, and if he had faith in that jump, he would have survived and gotten away. Instead, he was given that tracker so they could locate the anomalies. So it's like, you know, that right there just lets you know. I mean, it bottom line, it came down to a choice because he had a need to find the truth. He took the red pill instead of the blue pill.
Yeah, you know, I had those moments where I was like, do I need this? Do I need to know? So I really can't tell you what drove me. To me, that is a mystery. So I don't feel a sense of accomplishment. I take no credit for it. I'm just eternally grateful. I'm
Right.
thunderstruck, but I just feel at the end of the day that's the overriding thing that I feel. I feel so much more stable in, you know, the way my thoughts, the way I can regulate my thoughts.
Yep.
So many things have just settled. I'm more secure in you know, how I think about myself in the future. Yeah, all of that. you can't explain to somebody the impact that it will have. It's huge.
Yeah, do not see the curve. That is impossible. Instead, only realize the truth. There is no curve, and it is you that are bending to the will of the ball. It's like, once your eyes are opened, once you take that red pill, there's no going back. Which means once you realize the truth and your world is shattered, you can never pick up the pieces and glue that back together. There will always be that crack in the rift. So those dishonest people that say, well, I was on the flat earth for about a minute and then I switched back to the globe earth because it makes more sense to me. No, that means you're getting a paycheck.
Yeah, I pity those people. I've listened to Moranti. I never encountered that guy before, but when I did, he'd already, like the dog returning to its vomit.
Yeah.
And I did listen to his voice when he was talking, and I quite pity that man. His internal struggle must be quite intense, or he is tranquilizing it somehow. I don't understand.
I see all the blind sheep going nowhere. They're eyeless.
In moments when I feel, I was washing the dishes today and I was looking out my kitchen window at all my vegetables and stuff. And I do have these moments where I feel deeply saddened by what is going on, by friends that I don't feel I can identify with them anymore because of the other thing that's going on, the plague. And I do really find solace in the fact that there are, that I've discovered in this world there are men, and it's for me as a woman. I really take strength from the fact that you men are here and that you have working brains in your head. To me, it's very charming that, and the men here are not puffed up with pride. That you are God-fearing men, that you know your place in the world. But at the same time, you have found your feet.
And I know who I am.
Yes, I find that extremely, I lean on you guys. The idea of you people are in the world with me. I'm so emotional. But it has to be said. Yeah.
I hate this phone. Every time I go to unmute, the phone flips and the screen shuts off. Yeah, I know. This phone is bugged, riddled with computer bits of code that's replicating. I think they call it a virus, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this virus, it comes from the different applications that make the phone work.
I have an Android phone, and I have removed. I don't. All the permission on my phone doesn't allow any Google apps or any Google related apps to work. I have F-Droid, so I've downloaded particular apps that I use. My phone is basically a repository for all my books. I'm a compulsive reader, and there is one app. It's called Vigilante, and it alerts you every time your microphone or your camera is being operated. and so it immediately puts out it interrupts everything and gives you a warning. Your microphone is being used. So over time, that has actually stopped happening on my phone, because with this Vigilante app, I can actually look at the history and I can set it so that it polices my phone. And I was thinking about this.
I'm about to remove the telephony from this device altogether and revert it back to Linux. Turn it into a Kali mobile device.
Yeah, I've been reading about how I can achieve that. So I have a Sony Xperia, and my contract is up later this month, in about a week. So then I will, my phone is not on contract anymore. I will own it outright. So then I can basically do what I like. I can route it and hopefully not break it.
Yeah, this is just a cheap old track phone, and I know track phone. Well, what do you think it's tracking for? Just like after 9/11, the Cricket Mobile came out because it's a bug, a listening device.
I have a box full of old phones, old Nokias and old Ericsson, and really, I've got a flip phone. I will revert back to the old tech if I see that, because I honestly think that they think, what are humans going to walk around with a phone wherever they go, because that is where their passport for access to the world resides, on that thing. I will just get rid of it.
Yeah, the addiction for social media.
Yep.
I was searching not too long ago for old tech phones, right? Like old 3G phones or prior. And it came to my attention that those will no longer work on the current networks. And even phones that are like flip phones, don't have any apps, anything like that are new, still contain the tracking capabilities. I guess really all phones would.
Yep. That's why I was going to turn it into a computer. To where the broadcam chip that's in it won't be broadcasting the dual band for the send and receive heartbeat to the cell towers, even if there's no SIM card in it. So that's basically just turning it into a computer, a mobile computer. I guess they call it black hat device.
Yes.
Then I can just sit there and park my cell phone next to a business and get their SSD, their passwords, monitor all the handshakes so I can clone the CEO and then have access to their entire proprietary system.
Do you know how much time I have wasted in gaming? Gaming did I learned how to build a computer just for the fact that I was gaming.
Yeah.
So I have a kind of a bit of an insight. That's probably the reason why I thought I could, have a look in what is this satellite story. I think if I had absolutely no sort of technical know-how, and I don't claim that I really know anything, I know how to source like all the parts by the case. I can do all of it from scratch.
That's where real intelligence and wisdom really comes from, is knowing that you don't know anything and you need to learn more about something you want to know about, Because if you go with something with preconceived beliefs, you're going to get instant cognitive dissonance and you're going to fight the information that you see.
The heliocentric model, it does that to people.
Yep.
Things are too out of reach. It's too. I was on Nathan Oakley's server today, and a guy in tech said about NASA engineers that they do very complicated stuff. So to me, that is just a ridiculous notion. But if you don't know what's going on, then you do. Your view of it is, it's so vast, it's so out there, it's so complicated, it's so technical, you couldn't possibly, in 10 million lifetimes, bend your stupid head around things, especially as a woman.
Yeah.
But here I am. I have so much of a better understanding of the limitations that actually exist. I know for a fact that nobody has gone near any so-called planet. I know that nobody has any idea what the moon is. We don't know how far the sun is. We don't know its composition. We can't verify that there are other planets. The vacuum of space is something that just doesn't work.
Isn't it freeing to use that phrase, I don't know, sometimes?
Yeah.
To just be able to say, I don't know. Globers have a hard time grasping that the answer has not been found yet.
Or I like it when certain globies will sit there and say, nobody when they were younger believed in the flat earth. It's like, speak for yourself, dude. I didn't learn about the globe earth until I was in kindergarten, and it didn't stick. That's why I had to take it twice.
You had to redo kindergarten.
Yeah, I had to do the child grower land for twice. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And then I still graduated when I was supposed to. I graduated a year early, so checkmate.
Okay, years ago, I read the life and the works of Maria Montessori. She was the first doctor in Italy, or a female, who was allowed to be a doctor. And so, because she was problematic for the establishment, they sent her to a place where a home where they put children, mostly orphans, and these children were considered to be deficient. I don't want to use the word retarded, but they had mental health issues. So some of them were mute. They didn't learn, so they didn't bother to teach them anything. They were basically just held there, clothed and fed and neglected. So out of this this woman, Maria Montessori, she set about. She took these children at face value, and she made something of this position that it was foisted on her, and she ended up devising a method to teach them. And her main philosophy is that if you want to teach somebody something, the best method is to make it practical. If you want to say this is a round object, you put that round object in that person's hand so that they can touch it and become familiar with it. And the other idea was for self, that people must become, what's the English word? Self-driven. What's the word? They must be driven by something within themselves. So the pace
Motivated.
they learn, yes, self-motivated. So the pace at which they learn and the direction that their learning takes them, that should come from within that child. That should just be steered in the right direction. It shouldn't be locked down and the rigor that you find in the education system nowadays. And I just that's such a wonderful way of looking at, educating young minds.
So most of the wealthy and the elite in our country send their children to Montessori schools.
Yeah, it's extremely pricey. But you can adopt everything and or adapt. There's so much on the internet. I was looking. A friend of mine had a baby, so I was talking to her about that. All the toys and all the aids that you have, but the philosophy behind that as well. There's another one that's also popular amongst the elite, which is the Waldorf school. It's diametrically opposed. It's like a 180 degrees opposite from the state-sponsored system of learning. Why did I talk about that now? Yeah, I do go off on tangents. But what you were saying, Napalm, about the things that we have to own up to, you have to be able to say, well, we just don't know. But at the same time, there's something very weird about that, because as I began to understand the limitations and that humanity has not achieved, these things, we've not achieved space flight. We've not conquered, other places. There's no option away from this place. This is all we've got. That was extremely liberating. That really concentrated sort of my mind. I really looked at the world with fresh eyes.
I've found that I've gotten back to a more childlike wonderment of the world around me and a more, I guess you could say, appreciation of the creator's creation than I had previously.
Definitely.
And how can you articulate that to somebody who comes to a conversation just saying, it doesn't change anything in my life? It's very hard to articulate that type of testimony, I guess you could say, to somebody who thinks that these things or this topic does not matter. But I know we were talking about tech previously. Joshua or Ariel, have either of you happened to have read a book called Industrial Society and Its Future by Theodore Kaczynski?
No.
No.
I would highly recommend it.
I can't remember who wrote the book, but there's another good one. It's called Media and the Generations. And it has a lot to do with, the consensus of a population and the agreed upon lies that they find to be self-evident, even though there's no evidence for it to be self-evident, only because the media has propagated that it is a truth. Psychological book.
I heard Crypto on one of the streams. I wasn't here, but I heard it on YouTube, where he was saying he would rather live under a dictatorship than under the kind of democracy that we have today. Because on the one hand, you are being told that everything is, pay tax, we are acting in your interest. Whereas under a dictatorship, it's, you will obey, and that's just the way you just have to, it's their way or the highway.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that sentiment, because democracy gives you a false sense of your participation in the system is creating change, and your only outlet for change is through the system itself. When in a dictatorship or some type of king, at least you know that one person, you know where they live, you know the people that serve that one person, you know exactly where the quote unquote authority is coming from. There's no hiding it.
It's very disturbing to see all the petty dictators suddenly they are revealed, and I'm talking about the police. I mean, in all these countries, they're all behaving exactly the same, brutalizing people.
Yeah, and I think that's where the elites think they have the good karma, right? Because they're not necessarily the ones that are forcing the authoritative measures on the people. They're not the ones causing the physical harm to others. They do it by proxy.
Yes.
Here's an analogy, okay? Mr. Alphabet dude that's listening in, fuck you, Quantico, piece of shit. A lot of times people will blame the dog when the dog lashes out and bites the owner. But what they don't realize is that the owner was brutalizing that dog, subjugating that dog, making that dog have no freedom at all, keeping that dog locked up in a cage, socially distanced from all other life forms. Motherfucker, I'll bite your ass. Sorry, that was just an analogy.
No.
I mean, I don't think that route is the answer, but I don't think people will back down if it comes to that. But there's ways of resolving specific things without being an aggressor. But in my opinion, the morality of aggression goes out the door when somebody aggresses upon you. It thus becomes self-defense, which is morally acceptable.
So how is it acceptable to aim rifles at the head of an unarmed man and giving him orders? You fucking pussies. Take the fucking badge off. Take the belt off. Let's go. Bare knuckle challenge. Tell you what, if you put me in the dirt, you can charge me with the crime. If I beat your ass, we'll put you on the cross.
You know, people should just go out with roses and go and stick it in the cops like hats and just offer them flowers. And just play their game. They want to subjugate you. Just go out en masse and ridicule that.
Yeah, but they don't want to unite us, right? So what we need to do is we need to unite against them.
People should dress up as slaves and put chains around their necks and go out and be parody slaves and beat them that way. I don't think people who walk around the streets with placards they're saying the right things, but chanting freedom, that makes no impression.
So, okay, this is how I understand it. And this is what I've been told by a few very influential men in my life. You know, ones that put food on the table and clothes on my back. Whoever tells you that you are free is your enemy, because you are not free. Right? Everyone is bound under natural law, under God's law. So if the enemy says, you don't need to worry about that law, You were free from that law. That is the enemy. Freedom is never free, my friends.
Yeah, it comes at a price. I am just I don't know what this says about me, but in tough situations I do revert to irony, sarcasm, and I just laugh at things. Not that I don't think the situation isn't serious. I see it as deadly serious. I have looked into the abyss. But I just think on a psychological level, because this is largely a psychological operation, that people can be more easily defeated by a psychological pushback. Which is why I say people should act differently to overcome this.
Fighting is what they want you to do.
Yeah, it is.
That's been obvious over the past couple years. Division and fighting amongst one another is exactly what they want.
You know why that's what they want?
Because
Order of cow.
But it's actually biblical. They want the inevitable ethnos against ethnos. They want the race war to pop off. Yeah, I said it. Race war is biblical. The nation against nation. Nation translates to ethnos or race. Thank you.
Some say it's just a part of it. We got to fulfill the book. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds.
What
And
is the next
seriously,
thing he says? Have no fear for
Atomic energy.
energy.
'Cause none of them can stop at the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Ooh, some say it's just a part of it. We got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing
now you know why he was killed.
these songs of freedom? Is all I ever had. Redemption songs. He spoke way too much of the Creator and coming together in unity.
It's funny that you sing that song. I have a vast reggae collection. I mean, old school reggae.
There's a few songs that give me goosebumps, that being one of them.
Yeah, Ika Mouse, Dr. Ali Matado, Burning Spear, Aswad. I think I should take them all out tomorrow and give them a listen.
You bada bing bing bada bang bang bada bang bing bada bang bang they can sound the early Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Read what I just posted in text.
Journalist, do you make a lot of money? Bob Marley, money? How much is a lot of money to you? That's it. Journalist, Are you a rich man? Bob Marley. What do you mean by rich? Journalist. Do you have a lot of possessions? Do you have a lot of money in the bank? Bob Marley. Possessions make you rich? Question mark. I don't have that type of richness. My richness is life forever.
Possession make you rich. I don't have
Why
this
can't we
type
get
of richness.
Why can't we get back to ITEL? You know, I was locked up with a Rastafarian white man. His birth name is Ibri. And I go, hey, Hebrew. And he goes, how do you know that? Because your name's Ibri. Bottom of the line, don't get caught making wax.
Making what?
Wax,
What do you mean wax?
hash oil, dabs.
Oh, right.
Best way to not get caught is not make it. That's my PSA.
So many people locked up for never harming a soul.
Yeah. Your codes and decimal points have nothing to do with cognitive reality. It has everything to do with your own policy. I say nay to your entire bullshit.
Well said, my good man. Who are you speaking with?
My token agent.
Oh, is he hounding you on YouTube?
No, they have a direct tap into my phone.
Oh.
It's like a guardian angel. Maybe
Nicholas
one,
Cruz. I'm calling you out, bitch. Yeah, you don't think I know who you are? Anything that's connected has traces. Just a change in the kernel. All right, sorry, I'll stop talking.
Yes, once again, what it proves is that the pen is mightier than the sword. The ideas in people's heads. That's what they have to conquer. Is the things that we have inside of our heads.
and the agents feel like they're doing something of importance or that it's a moral or righteous job.
Yeah, but really, if you think about it, they are pawns.
They're just slaves, yeah.
They delude themselves that they are part of it, of something, but really they are nothing.
And what they don't realize is the people above them look more down upon the ones who follow them blindly than the people that they are punishing.
They hold them in contempt.
Yeah, it may be like pretty bad for us normies, but for them that are in the troop, it's a slow kill process. Starts with their mind, right? Total brainwash. just like the military. Then eventually it starts eating at their soul.
Yes, they are chattel, and they are like dogs who go to their master and beg for a bone.
You know what an interesting factoid is? There is a percentage of agents or office holders of a specific office that enforce policy that take their own life. Why is that? Because they listen to people like me and I shatter their reality. Then they start questioning the chain of command.
Sorry to interrupt, but what's the topic?
Flat Earth, what's up, bud? How's it going, Sinji?
Yeah, I'm alright. What about you? I just came back from work. And yeah.
So the chains are released. Nice. Relax. Kick your shoes off. Put your feet up. Get yourself a cold drink.
Yeah, I just did. But it's surprising. Like, I found out today that one of my my colleagues is also a flat earther and anti-jab.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. Like, to meet people like that IRL is pretty rare.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, do you ever take lunch breaks with them?
I don't like. I work at a restaurant, right? We have people at the front taking orders, and people in the kitchen. And there's always one person in the kitchen, taking breaks. So I never get to like be on a break at the same time with my colleagues around me.
So pretty much you get paid to have a flat Earth meetup.
In secret, basically. We were discussing it for so long, like today. But to me, like sorry, go on.
Sorry, Sinji. I have totally converted a Globo.
Really?
Yes, I have. From actually two. What am I saying? Two. And when I first started with that was even before I found this Discord server. I already started talking about everything that I knew at that time. It's so great. I just feel people who are not in the how do I put this? People who have not seen the truth. People who don't know what their reality really is. I just feel more compassionate towards them. I feel drawn more to them. Yeah.
I mean, more and more people are waking up, and that's great. Like, I've noticed it personally. Like, they can't keep this secret forever. Like no lie can be held forever. It'll come to light at some point, sooner or later.
Well, I don't know if you ever read the articles on Zero Hedge, but I've been reading the articles there for years, and so last year I only made an account for myself, and I am just talking flat Earth there all the time because, the NASA and the Elon Musk, they always feature like weekly at least, and I am surprised at how many people there are obviously flat earthers. I'm surprised.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what people there think of me. That's the only place in social media apart from Discord where I actually, leave a comment or take part in sort of social media activity. Yeah, I'm astounded. Loads of people. If you're the one who just maintains your position, then you'll see sooner or later people start coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah, because
Oh, yeah.
you need to stand firm, right? Because when you discuss such things with people, you need to be like steadfast. Like if they see any form of doubt within you, they'll use it against you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so it took me a year or two before actually speaking about this topic to anybody in real life or anybody in general. I had and still really don't have a lot of internet presence, but once I did, I guess it would have been around 2015, some time frame around there, that I started to talk to people at work or show people at work things about this subject. Right. So I've been, labeled as that guy in the office. And I've spoke about many other topics and things like that. And you'd be surprised over the years how people start trickling to you with questions and start coming to you and saying, you know what, I thought you were crazy before, but now I see you're pretty much right about this. And I say, okay, well, what about this other subject? Oh, yeah, well, you're still crazy about that. I'm like, all right, give it time. You'll come back.
Yes, I've had the same thing. I've spoken to people and then they've come back with something like additional that I didn't even like mention to them. But then I've also, I've psychologically I've looked at my friends, my acquaintances, everyone. With some people, it's just I'm not gonna. I don't want their heads to break open and their brains fall out.
Yeah, it's almost like some people are mentally and physically incapable of obtaining certain information.
But it's an energy exchange, When you spend time reading something, searching for something online, and then spending the time trying to absorb something that is foreign to you, that takes energy from you. So these truths that we hold dear, we have spent, we have worked for this. We didn't just blindly accept anything. It was a struggle.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have a very close friend who is like Fort Knox when it comes, and that reference is where the United States used to keep their gold, so it's highly secure. But his mindset is like Fort Knox. He is dead set on what he knows, or he thinks he knows, or what he understands, and will not deviate, and has been like that his whole entire life. And no one can tell him otherwise. He's always right. He's always got the correct answer, at least in his head. And, for a long time, I was trying to get him to read extra biblical texts like the Book of Enoch.
Yeah.
And he's one of these subconsciously appeal to authority kind of people, meaning he always has to get his information from somebody that has letters behind their name. And it wasn't until he stumbled across, I think it was Michael Heiser is the one that started writing books regarding Enoch before he looked into the Book of Enoch and then presented it to me, back to me, as if like, oh, look what I found and look at what this guy is saying and listen to how this information is correct. And I say, oh, so when I told you to read this book a year and a half ago, why were you reluctant, and why have you just now chosen to do so? Is it because I don't have PhD behind my name? You know, it's funny. And even when and after he had read the Book of Enoch, I asked him what he gathered from that and if any of it would relate to biblical cosmology. And he said, nope, because Michael Heiser talks nothing about that portion of the Book of Enoch. So
Why don't you share with them quotes that tell us we've been lied to? Is like a load of PhD is basically saying there's no evidence for heliocentric universe.
Is somebody
At
putting
best, they say it's a belief.
is somebody putting together a good resource of that where we can copy pasta that stuff?
Yeah, I just yeah. What do you mean?
Awesome.
Like, I mean, all I have is the video. You got to do the rest of the work by, I mean, all of the citations are there. You can go to, where it's referenced.
Yeah, I've used some of those in the past. In that video, isn't there the reference of Edwin Hubble, right? Talking about the cosmic background radiation and our significance within the universe.
Yep.
Yeah, so I've dug into that and referenced that to him in the past. He's just one of those, tough nuts to crack. I keep trying, though.
Napalm, that book that you mentioned earlier, was it about the fourth industrial revolution? I think it was.
No, it's called Industrial Society and Its Future.
Will you please DM me that book's name and the author?
Sure. Yep.
Thank you.
No problem. You'll recognize the name once I send it to you. I just don't like to broadcast it too much.
Excellent. Thanks.
History Channel is history. Discovery Channel is science. MTV is music. MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, One Asia, BBC, news, right? It's just north, east, west, south. It's never right in the middle. It's never a straight answer. It's always a north, east, west, south. A lightning bolt.
Well,
Ah, poop.
what's up, dudes, ladies? How we doing?
Hello.
Fine.
Snatching the
Got
wigs
you.
off the bowlers.
Oh, good. It's our job.
Battle mod isn't a wrong voice chat.
Shinji, you leave Battlemon alone.
No, I just don't want him to be like all by himself on that. Yeah.
All
Voice
by myself. Oh, he'll come up here if he wants to. One thing about Battlemon is he doesn't do anything unless he wants to do it.
Ah, shit. My phone's dying.
Josh, they make chargers that you can take with you.
Just causes more heat than it lags.
I got this this lamp on my table with a wireless charger on it, and sometimes the phone gets so hot I have to take it off the charger. It's a piece of shit setup.
I was working out in the sun the other day. I was just working on my laptop outside, and my phone was lying in the sun, and then it started making this weird noise. And there was a message on that said your battery's overheating. So
Yeah.
I didn't know. It says remove your battery, but you can't.
They haven't even updated the software to be like that same message it's the same message for over a decade is what I'm saying. Like I remember when my phone did have a battery and it said take the battery off. I was like, okay, cool, and I did it. But yeah, they haven't updated that.
So you know what I did? I jumped up and put my phone in the fridge,
Oh no.
and then I forgot about it.
Well, at least you didn't put it in the freezer. That would have ruined it.
No, and then after a while, when I went to go and take it out, it was like really freezing.
Yeah.
Do you reckon that's what's wrong with my phone? Is I froze it?
You did freeze it?
Yeah, I forgot about it for like 3 hours.
That's not that bad. Wait, so did you have to get a new phone?
No, it didn't want to turn on for like an hour and a half, and then it finally turned on, and it was all acting real slow.
Yeah.
And it's never been the same since.
Right, yeah, that's a great way to mess up your phone. You guys ever done the bee trick where you catch a bee and put it in the freezer and then you tie string around its butt and then you wait for it to wake back up? You got a bee on a string, a bee kite, tries to fly away, you just hold on to the string.
Yeah, we did that as kids, but it was like in Africa there were so many different insects.
Oh wow, I bet you could have gotten like a 2-pound hornet and done that.
Yes. Yes. No, not
That's
with bees.
hilarious.
The African bees are,
Quite large.
Yes.
Hey, we have some Africanized bees.
Yeah.
They don't bother me though, so I don't believe that hype at all. I mean, basically, the reason why I don't believe it was on TV. Yeah.
Exactly. Here's what happens with insects. If you bug them, they'll bug you back. If you don't, they won't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was a real tomboy when I was a kid. I had 2 brothers. So insects and creepy crawlies and snakes and lizards and whatnot, they don't bother me.
Yeah. Lizards are cool. I had two little chameleons growing up. They were surprisingly, they had a lot of personality. Just couldn't take the crickets, bags of crickets laying around stinking up the whole place.
A funny story, my mom called me one day and I lived across the road from her. And I was in the swimming pool. And my mother was, she's not my mom is quite feminine. So she has a really soft feminine side. Her masculine side's not very pronounced. But she was like almost hysterical. And she said, there's a big spider in my room and I can't get out the room.
No.
So I literally just dropped everything. I ran out of the pool in my bikini. I just grabbed a towel because I was like swimming. And I ran over the road and up the road and to my mom's house. So when I get there, luckily the front door was open. So I go to her room and there's a tarantula sitting she had these built-in cupboards. And where the door is, the cupboard ended and the tarantula was sitting there. And he was big, man. Big,
Wow.
big, hairy thing sitting. And so, yeah, I thought very quickly. I went and got a glass bottle and I just trapped it. And I didn't even think, if I get near and it sees me, is it going to make a sudden movement? And then I have to anticipate what way is it going to move. None of that. I just got the bottle, went over to it and I trapped it and it got in the bottle and I closed the bottle. And then I called my cousin, he's quite a famous, he's the bug man of South Africa, Leo Brock. A lot of my family are into preservation and topics of that nature. And I said to him, look, man, I've got this huge spider here. What must I do with it? I don't know. It's not even native to this area. So anyway, he advised me. But that thing had my mother trapped in the opposite corner of her room.
That's funny. Yeah, all of a sudden, your brother goes, well, you see, them is good eating. What you want to do is you want to marinate that for about 20 minutes in a little vodka sauce. And I guess you can get bit by a tarantula and you're going to be fine. I don't know if it's a big welt or not, but yeah, I guess they're not that bad. They're not that poisonous. I don't know, though. This is just hearsay.
Well, in the city where I grew up, Durban, there is a part of the city where you have it's literally called the Indian market. And in South Africa, the Asian community is they are from India mostly, not from Pakistan. So you have like huge Sikh and Hindu communities. So next to the Indian market, so you would go like maybe once or twice, maybe once a month or once every 2 months. You would go to the Indian market and they will mix up like spices and stuff for you, like your special curry mix and stuff like that. Buy incense and like Indian blouses and stuff. And next to that, on an underpass where the motorway is, you have the authentic African market. And you know that witch doctors are quite big in African culture to this day. The indigenous African people will rather trust the word of a witch doctor. And what they sell in their market is like tree bark, roots, really, really weird stuff that doesn't even look sanitary. And most Westerners would just not go in there. But I have quite a close association with the whole culture. I understand it very well. It's quite familiar to me. And so when we were teenagers, my brother had an off-road bike. So we would literally go on a Saturday or a Sunday with a pillowcase and a small shovel, and we would go and collect snakes. I wouldn't even call it hunting. We would just go because we knew where to find them, and we would sell them, the witch doctor, because the witch doctors have like their own surgeries. You know, they have their own shops. Some of them are quite wealthy, and they have quite a high standing in the community as well. So you could go to these witch doctors, and you could sell them a snake, not a live snake, by the way, because what they would do is they would kill the snake and skin it and dry it, and then they would make compounds and mix stuff up in bottles.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've got no fear for even snakes. I would obviously be very cautious and all that, but yeah, the kids, you know, when I was growing up, all the boys had snakes and, you know, weird things.
Yeah. Yeah. Young boys love snakes. You know, and I think snakes are pretty cool, but when they start talking about reptilian stuff, I'm just like, you guys, the connection, snakes can be cute. So I'm stuck in like, really? It's those things kind of running the world? I don't know about that, guys. That whole reptilian thing just kind of, it's completely unfalsifiable.
I look at it as an analogy of those who are serving the same serpent that was in the Garden of Eden. I look at it as an analogy.
That's a good way to look at it, yeah, for sure. Because, like, you'd think there'd be even just one video of a shapeshifter shifting shapes, but there's not. There's not one.
See, that's the crazy talk to get you away from the truth of what's being told.
Right.
In my opinion.
Absolutely, man. The best they can do is the hologram technology that they claim is hiding their true form on like newscasts and stuff. It's like, wow, that's the best you have? Because it is.
That or AVI compression anomalies.
Right. Exactly.
It's AVI compression. Oh, don't worry. It would take me a couple hours to explain it to you, child. Just know this. The video file is a lot bigger than it should be. AVI compresses it just like MPEG compresses it by keeping the background the same because the background doesn't move and only the pixels that update are the ones that are rendered.
Yeah. Yeah, it's when you compress an audio file, it's the same idea, yeah.
Yeah, you don't get the clear sound from the crash or the ride cymbals. It's more like instead of
right. It's funny with cymbals, yeah, because it like acts like a gate for a lot of things. Like for the snare drum, especially if the snare gets hit and there's not much else, it'll gate the snare, and cause compression is kind of at least audio compression is kind of a delicate science. But as long as you have the right, like usually I would compress an audio file with hardware first and then do the fine tuning with software. But yeah, anyway, that's a rabbit hole.
So many rabbit holes.
I just upload the raw video file and let the podcast render the audio.
There you go.
I mean, shoot, just what, a 2.5 hour segment is 5 gigabytes of space for raw video at 1080p, 60 hertz, 60 frames per second.
Yeah.
It's a lot of frames, a lot of data. Oh yeah. And then I had the bit rate up there to about 52,000 or 5,200. So
Yeah, I can't work in that environment. I have to have it low to, so like in my computer can handle it. But then, yeah, when I bounce it all down, when I'm done with everything, yeah, I'll do the highest quality.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad I found this computer. There was only like 3 of them left when I had the money for it. So I hunted it down on any website I could. I paid a little bit more money than I should have for it, but it's Asus VisoBook. It's got the Ryzen 5 chip in it with the Radeon Sigma 6.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
I'm happy with it, especially
So
because
you'll
I can add an M.2 drive, which will update it to a terabyte.
Very neat.
And not to mention, like, I don't know why, for some reason, I think all the new laptops are like this, but it kept having like cellular providers for cellular networks and all that. So I think it's got an onboard NAND chip.
Yeah. It can probably do just about everything a computer can do these days.
Yeah, that's why eventually, when this one retires and I get a new one, because I keep them for about 3 years and I get a new one, and then I like completely just optimize it by installing Kali Linux on it. That way I can have access to multiple devices. Then I can hack the authentication signal for the telephony of the cellular signals.
See, you lost me right there at the end.
Well, that's what I want to do with my phone, so I can. But my phone's like shitty processor, so it's going to take a little bit of time, and it can be defeated by a stronger processor.
Hey, Josh.
Huh?
You know what I have?
What?
No fucking idea what you're talking about.
Basically, there's a certain frequency and signal that cell phones communicate with the towers at. And
and you can hack that signal and...
Yep.
Cool, dude. Can you come to my town and do a little bit of that, please?
It's just a little bit of software and debugging, writing code.
Cool. Yeah, because I want to pull a Joker on my TV station. Remember from the original Batman movie? I want to pull a Joker and love that Joker.
I want to do a Max Headburn type thing.
Oh yeah, Max Headroom. Yeah.
And they were legitimately freaking out. They're like, "Where is the signal coming from?"
Well, I want to build a Faraday cage.
Why?
Because I obsess about things.
Yeah. I started to go down that rabbit hole. Kind of like, okay, well, because I'm looking at a lot of big old 5G towers, so I can see a lot of that stuff real close to me from my balcony. And so, for a while there, I was like, okay, well, what kind of metals do I need to insulate this apartment with and my car? And I'm just like, wait a second. I can't, come on. Am I really going to do all that?
Okay, so have you at least grounded your bed?
No. I live on the second floor. Yeah, I live on the second floor.
You can still do it.
In an apartment building on the second floor, I can ground. Well, I guess I can, but no, I don't do that.
So I've just got all this stuff that I bought.
See, that's the thing. I'm lazy, so I'm not going to do it. But if you have the motivation, do it and like film how you do it and put it online.
Well, I watched this Japanese chick, and she was. It's like a do-it-yourself option, which it's my thing. I like to do things. So I'm grounding my bed, but then if you think about your own router that you have, But what about the neighbors, the unseen ones that you can't even?
Yeah.
You don't know where it is.
I unplug my modem every night before I go to sleep. I like to clear the connection out. I unscrew the coaxial and then I unplug the power from the thing every night. And I turn everything off. I try to, at least. Like every single little thing except for my phone, because I just got a lot of family stuff going on. I need my phone to be available. But other than that, yeah. All lights, all everything.
My phone doesn't even work on the network.
Well, Josh, I would expect that from a guy that speaks about the things that you do.
So I have to use a binary application. It's called Text Now. Sometimes the call quality is kind of shitty, but it works.
Yeah. Wasn't there something back in the day called it was a phone service you could just call. You could call up and pay over credit card and have minutes. Gosh, what was it called? Anyway, it's like a burner phone idea. No, yeah, if I think of it, it doesn't matter.
Because I've got two phones, one for the plug and one for the hose.
Well, when you talk like that, and then I sit here and I think I'm on the brink of building a new computer. And then when you start talking, then I think, oh, why were you so lazy? You should have learned more. You should have, But then I wonder if I want to know as much as what you know.
Well, see, Linux is one of the most secure file handlers, one of the most secured things, because it needs arbitrary permission for any code to run, so a virus cannot replicate itself. Spyware cannot replicate itself and infect. It needs root permission.
I am definitely going to get rid of this operating system.
Yeah, Windows is shit. Bill Gates, he's a nerd. And look at it. Look at the Windows key. It's a swastika.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, it's a swastika. Straight up.
You know what I do? And for the first time in, I think, 5 years, I formatted my my hard drive, my several hard drives, and installed Windows 10. I held on to Windows 7 Pro for a very long time. And then I don't know if you've heard of a guy called Black Viper.
No.
Well, he tells you how to pay down your system, what shouldn't run or what should have permission, what should run at startup and all that.
Well, there's a couple of scripts you can run from a stock Windows 10 computer through the PowerShell, and it will completely remove the backdoors, the bloatware, the action center, lockout control panels, so programs can't disconnect your networks or anything like that. Plus, it gives you what is it? Visual Basic, like coder, basic code soft or something like that, I think is what it's called. So you can write programs and decompile other programs, decompile the exe to machine language and convert the machine language to another language and then convert that to another language, and you have the code, the source code to it. It's called reverse engineering. No, that's Python. Where's it at?
Justin, I'm about to remove that from the voice text, but I just wanted everybody to see it before I take it down.
Yeah, Visual Studio.
It's horrible.
That's what it's called.
Visual Studio, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
it's a lot better than using just a text editor, because with a text editor, it's all the same color and it's white background, and it kind of drowns out everything and messes with your eyes. This one, it's all like dark theme to where it's easy on your eyes. There's no blue light coming through it except for the certain references that you create. Like if you create a definition, you have to have an endpoint for that definition. Otherwise, it'll throw a warning and the debug will crash.
wow, do you have an engineering degree in?
No.
Are you self-taught?
Yeah.
Oh wow! Wow, impressive.
I think we got some new peeps in here if they want to talk. VC verified, Morningstar, and he gone. Never mind.
Call them out.
So I got a Proton Mail email account a couple of months ago, and yesterday I read that some spy agency made a request, and they just delivered on the request.
What about Scarab Dodger? He's playing Dota 2.
Yes, I'm listening.
How are you doing?
Fine.
How long have you been here? Because I see you just have a VC verified role.
A few weeks.
Okay. I know you were probably asked this a couple times already, but hi, I'm Josh. You can call me Joshua. You can call me asshole. You can call me whatever you want. Just don't call me late for dinner. But what brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server?
I just like to listen to something while I'm playing.
Okay. What is your thoughts on the subject matter?
I'm a global Earth denier. It's probably flat, but not 100% sure. I mean, on a distance of 200 miles, you can see the curvature, but I can't
Right.
be sure if there is curvature on
Well,
the whole,
what do you mean by
whole
curvature?
ocean.
What do you
I
mean by
mean,
curvature at 200 miles?
no, I mean, you can't see it,
Oh, I was like, wait a minute.
but I can be sure the whole ocean isn't curved because we can't see that far.
Ah,
So water bends, does it?
No, I don't think so.
So why are you looking for curvature when you look at the ocean? You said you're not sure.
Yeah, I don't think it bends. I don't know.
So you're saying the Earth presents itself as flat and stationary,
Yes.
and you're looking for but haven't confirmed any evidence to the contrary.
Yes.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yes.
now, so are you saying that it's motionless? It does not move?
No, I don't think it moves.
Well, I'm pretty sure it does not move because of Ares' failure.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, supposedly, like this guy Ares, he was trying to look at a star, and he was trying to find the etherical speed, the speed of the ether, or something like that, which was debunked in, Michelson Morsley, with the interferometer. But the thing is so what he did is he calculated based off the math of Eratosthenes that it should be moving, so we will tilt the telescope at a specific angle to view the star, even though it's a direct line of sight, because if the Earth is moving, the light is moving, so it should be moving down at a certain tangent, and you want the telescope to touch it and collect it on the mirror so it can be seen by the aperture and not absorbed by the wall of the telescope, right? So he found out that it didn't work like that, so he figured, well, I'll try the refraction by slowing it down and shifting it to the right by adding water and filling the telescope full of water. And it still didn't do what he wanted it to do, thus meaning it's not moving.
Okay.
You point where the star is and you see the star. You point where you think the star is going to be because of axial rotation, and you're going to see nothing, so to say. You know what I mean? It's yeah, Airy's failure. It's one of these quite large things. And then not only did the Michelson-Morley interferometer disprove the motion of the Earth, but it disproved the aether that he was trying to prove with it.
Yes, I heard about that.
Yeah. And science, they like these interferometers, right? It's just dual slit experiment. So what they, or dual slit is all it is on an experiment. Dual slit. It's an apparatus, not an experiment. Like the LIGO, remember the LIGO, they're looking for this gravity wave and evidence of gravity. So they created this LIGO device. It's a giant interferometer. So of course it's going to have the same interference pattern that they are proving is gravitational waves. It doesn't prove that it's gravitational waves. They're retarded.
So Joshua, I think it needs to be stated that the Michelson-Morley hypothesis was that the Earth was moving through the ether.
Yeah.
It didn't necessarily disprove the ether itself, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong about the original hypothesis.
Well, I don't really know much on that subject matter.
Actually, that test proved the ether existed, but it wasn't moving. That's what it proved.
That the Earth was not moving through the ether, right?
Yes.
Which could also be stated as the ether is moving, not the Earth.
Isn't that a scientific test?
There was an apparatus.
It was an apparatus, but what was the naturally observed phenomenon?
Motion of the stars at night, I think. Or the planets, one of the two.
All right, so what's the cause? What's the independent variable?
I'm not sure.
Well,
So
you
I
got to
think
manipulate the cause to see the effect in order to come up with, you know, any kind of cause and effect relationship. I mean, I could be talking out of my ass. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well,
So
I'm
it's
not well versed on it myself.
I'm not either, but it's my understanding that they were proposing, or at least were under the assumption that the Earth was moving through the ether. So the apparatus that was set up was moving differentially to the supposed motion of the Earth. And the result that was concluded was that the Earth's movement was not through the ether itself. It didn't necessarily do away with the ether. That was done through the Lorentz contraction, stating that there was a contraction of the physical apparatus. One of the arms of the interferometer was physically contracting, causing the interference pattern. So that Lorentz contraction is what was plugged in to disprove the existence of the ether, allegedly. That's my rudimentary understanding.
I thought it had to
You're
do with
correct
the
about the ad
double-sided.
hoc theory. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
I thought it had to do with the one-sided mirror that they used, where there was a glass medium that slowed the light down, thus causing a later return in the ripple pattern, causing the interference pattern. And the other side was metallic, so there was no.
I think you're both
refraction.
right. You're both
I
right.
think
But
that's.
my point is, sorry, I thought you were finished, Josh.
No, I'm done.
So yeah, you're both right. But the thing about it is, the Lorentz wasn't a contraption. It was like an ad hoc theory, right?
Yes, it was an ad hoc theory, basically saying if we say that the contraction takes place, then we can say that the ether no longer exists. Ergo, this Lorentz contraction plug within our equation proves that there was physical contraction, meaning the ether does not exist.
I may have accidentally said contraption. I apologize. I meant contraction. But here's the thing: this doesn't really prove anything either way, except for not everything we call science is actually science. I think it proves that.
Right.
But here's the thing: if there's an ether, like there's no real hard science to show it. I mean, unless you can tell me what ether is and how I can measure it.
Ethernet.
So the idea of the ether is something that you would not necessarily be able to control as an independent variable to be able to test, because the theory of the ether is that it is the etheric medium in which all matter manifests from and all light permeates through, i.e. the waves of light are actual perturbations of the ether itself. So the ether itself is something that permeates everything, meaning you can't necessarily get outside of the ether in order to control it as a variable. But the people who gave us most of the electrical engineering and electrical technology that we all use every single day were under the understanding that there was an etheric ether that permeated everything, and from that understanding they were able to construct and work with everything that we use currently in the electrical world. All electrical theory, everything came from an understanding of ether.
I understand that, and that is true. A lot of the great people like, what was it, Maxwell, Proteus Steinmetz, Carl Proteus Steinmetz, and Nikola Tesla, they were all proponents of the ether theory. But at this point, it's kind of a theory. Like we still don't have any way of proving it. That this is what's causing it, right? We don't have any way to like establish a cause and effect relationship through the scientific method. So we should call it a theory or a concept. I don't know, theory might be a strong word. So yeah, it is true that they all believed in this thing, and we can't really verify whether it was true or not.
Correct. I mean, this is where there is a rift between that which can be known and that which cannot necessarily be known, right? A difference between the physical and the metaphysical. And to them, that gap or that bridge between the two was the ether itself. But I agree with you, Hank, that it is a theory or a concept that we would be hard pressed to be able to prove in the physical. It's a tough subject, and it's a very, very polarizing debate to have. Because on one hand, we have the idea that everything can be quantized, meaning everything can be boiled down to a physical particle. But we have concepts that can't be proven but are given particle natures and are thought of as particles even though they are not.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about the double slit experiment and how it proves particle wave duality. And that's actually not true. It doesn't actually prove that. The results were the knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function, right? And the reason that they stick on the whole particle wave duality is because once I tell you that the knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function, your first immediate question should be, hold the phone, how does the light know that there's a knower? Right? But instead it gets, covered up with, and that's how we know that light is a wave and not a particle, and it's a particle and not a wave. It's like, miss me with all that bullshit. Like, just give me the results of the experiment. I don't care about all your little stories and how you think light is a wave and not a particle. I don't give a shit about all that. Just explain to me, how does light know that there's a knower? Does light have consciousness?
Right, and if it's a presumed wave, a wave of what? By what? Because a wave is something that a medium will do. It's not an actual thing itself. So what is the medium in which light waves?
Well, it's kind of a question about why does it say in Genesis that God separated the light from the darkness? Why would he have to do that? I always wondered why that was. It always made me fascinated about it. I mean, it says that he made man and woman, but he didn't separate them. You know what I mean?
See, one time, I proposed to one of these Scientologists, scientismists, I guess you would say, yeah, scientismists, Lyserge. If mass, or if a photon has zero mass, meaning massless, then why is something that has no weight to it influenced by something that only influences things that have mass, like a gravity black hole well? And he goes, well, no, it only has zero mass if it's traveling at the speed of light. I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, if it slows down, it gains weight. And I go, you're a numpty. It's quite simple. You can do a Google search. And this is one person, just like all these Glober normies, will never give a citation for their claim, right? I had already found the paper on it, the actual white sheet scientific journal that it was published in.
Yeah.
And I go, it's a real simple concept, but if you can't understand it, then you have no business debating anybody about anything, right? And he just, well, no. And me and him sound exactly alike. So it was real confusing to a lot of people that were listening in.
I bet it was if your voices were alike.
So basically, I'm all, I can explain it to you. Do you want me to explain it to you? He goes, well, yeah, let's see your explanation on it. And I go, again, it's not my explanation on it. It's this individual person who was working, or not working, but working on his doctorate at a certain university for theoretical physics. Theoretical physics,
yeah, theory.
Basically, because it's a sun, so it has a residual electrostatic field around it. So it's not that the gravity is so strong that light can't escape because it can't go fast enough. Light is already going the speed of light at the fastest that anything can travel. So it was put down there that it's the electrostatic forces, which is what perturbs and traps the light, i.e. magnetic trap, because a photon, light, and if you're not going to look at it, I'll sit there and I'll take screenshots of the whole paper and I'll post it in the Hangout. And he didn't want to look at it whatsoever. He just went cog dis. Oh, well, no, because you're wrong. I know you're wrong. I'm Canadian. You're wrong. Oh, well, no.
I mentally associate a photon to an electron, and the discoverer of an electron never claimed that the electron was a particle. An electron is another thing that they claim is a particle that has no mass. And J.J. Thomson said, if I might be getting the quote incorrect, but he said that what an electron is the terminal end of one unit of dielectric induction.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I'm being beckoned. I'll be down in biblical. Nice talking to you guys.
Yes, likewise. So yeah, J.J. Thomson said that an electron was the terminal end of one unit of dielectric induction. He never said that an electron was a charge-carrying particle, meaning it's a particle that picks up charges and then drops them off, but doesn't really exist. And I look at photons in a similar way, that when it comes to light, a photon could be equated to the terminal end of one unit of etheric induction.
I got some information that may or not back that up. Okay, so I make colloidal silver. And colloidal silver, kept in a dark room, is good for about 2 weeks. But if you take it outside and expose it to sunlight, it completely diminishes its capabilities, its medicinal properties, right? And that's because when you make the colloidal silver, what you're doing is you're taking the ion, I think, is that the negative particle? Yeah, ionized silver. Yeah, and you're ripping it off, right? And you're ripping off these little tiny pieces of ionized charged particles of silver. And when you expose it to sunlight, the positively charged sunlight, it cross cancels it out, right? It takes away the negative charge. I don't know if you find that interesting or not, but I do.
That is interesting. I haven't
I was
thought
aware
about
of some of that. I was aware of some of it, but I wasn't aware that it went to that extent.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of claims of duality when it comes to light. I just don't see hard proof of.
What do you mean that light and dark are different? What do you mean?
No. Duality of light, meaning that it is both a wave and a particle.
A wave and a particle. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I haven't done a lot of research in that area. That's I'm still looking at.
Because when you think about it, if it's a particle, that particle would have to go through a medium such as glass, but when light exits glass, it immediately and instantaneously speeds back up to the rate in which it was going prior to entering the medium. And I don't know of any physical matter that can do that.
Right, but only glass and certain items do that, right? To light.
Yeah, like any physical object traveling at a specific rate, entering a medium, slowing down, and when exiting that medium, automatically goes back to the rate in which it entered the medium in the first place. I don't know of any physical thing that can do that.
Right. You're right. There's any proof of one.
And really, light is energy, right? And what is energy? How can we define or quantify energy?
The ability to cause flow of electrons.
Right, the ability to do work.
That would
right?
be, I guess you could narrow it down to that. At least that's my understanding.
But then we're claiming that energy is a thing.
But we can't prove well, we can't see an electron. How do we really prove that it's there?
Well, even the proponent who, quote unquote, discovered the electron is J.J. Thomson. And like I said previously, he defined it as the terminal end of 1 unit of dielectric induction, which is not a particle.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just,
Yeah.
going with you to understand what you're talking about. I don't necessarily know anything about it.
Well, it's been said that
I know
there
it
is.
makes sense. I mean, there's a lot of it that just common sense will tell you what the answer to it is, but there's a lot of other stuff that can be very confusing. You know, like what you said. You know, that light can change speeds.
Which is why it's not a speed of light. It's not a physical particle moving from place A to place B. It's a rate of induction, not a speed.
Maybe it's because it never stops. It's either refracted, reflected, or absorbed. It's a constant thing. It never stops moving. Or does it ever lose speed unless it passes through the medium, right? That's what's interesting about it. It's almost like it was set in motion more than it was. Turned it on. Turned it on is kind of the wrong way of explaining it. You know, like when you say light, when you speak of light.
Right. So we can think of it in a similar fashion to sound waves. Right? Like your mouth right now, I'm not technically emitting sound. I'm setting up a perturbation of air. And those perturbations in the form of waves in the air are being interpreted by the microphone that I'm speaking into.
Right.
But I'm technically not emitting anything. I'm only establishing a perturbation.
Movement. Yeah, exactly.
So light is not, at least in my opinion, light is not a quote unquote emission of something. It's an establishment of a perturbation of some medium. And that medium is what's in contention and is, at least in my opinion, unprovable, but necessary.
At the same time, you can't deny it either.
Yes. Exactly.
An understood phenomenon that really, we can't deny it. We can argue about what it does and how it gets there and all that, but we can't really say, well, we don't see it, because without it, we wouldn't have conception of seeing. Kind of like good and evil is the same way. A lot of people don't like looking at it that way, but it's true.
Yeah, because the concept of the ether is that in which everything manifests from. So you can't really get outside of that because
right,
you're
within. That we're in
within.
a realm, right? That we exist in something or on or somewhere. Yeah, we're not just. We don't just exist in empty space. We exist somewhere. We just can't figure out where that is. Because we can't get far enough out to see it. Maybe we're just not big enough. Maybe we have to grow. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I love pondering these topics.
I do too. I mean, I know it doesn't necessarily mean anything or prove anything, but it is fascinating when you try to put it all together and kind of make sense out of it. You know? Sometimes you come up with these crazy philosophies and like, wait a minute, that could work, right? Maybe that has something to do with it.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about. It's hard for me to wrap my brain around all of it. And I feel like there's people that have in the past, and those people were able to create some fantastic things when it comes to working with electricity, magnetism, all of that.
I think there's more yet to be discovered too.
I agree. And I think that's why
I just wish I was young enough to actually be around to see some of the cool stuff.
Yeah, I think that's why, at least in my opinion, Einstein was inserted into the picture. I mean, he single-handedly came in and destroyed the notion of the ether and gave the I guess you could say the excuse for gravity in the globe and all of that to exist.
I disagree. I think that he came in to remove the electromagnetic properties of the ether, and he changed it around to something that would keep us chasing our tail for 100 years. Because if you think about how convoluted time is, right? Time is so extremely convoluted, right, that it's really difficult to have a conversation with somebody because, right, it's just a concept. Like, we agree upon minutes and hours, right? What if I said, hey, I'll meet you at grandma's house in about 300 blinks, right? Well, if you knew how long the average person blinked, right, that would be a concept of time, right? About 300 blinks, I don't know exactly how long that is, but I'm thinking, maybe about 300 or 3 hours, right? Just give or take, And it's like we've been chasing our tail with this whole, E equals MC squared bullshit, right? And it doesn't really have anything to do with our everyday life. But I think it was basically just there to cover up like Tesla and what he was doing. Because they didn't want the average person to have an earthquake machine or any of the other stuff that Tesla had, like his, microwave gun or whatever Tesla was doing. And it basically was there to do what Negator Triple X does. Like Einstein was there to negate process. That's all he was there to do, in my opinion.
He was the actor. He was the puppet. Yeah, the puppet master that came in because everybody trusted him and everybody thought he knew what he was talking about. So they used it. They used him basically. They probably burned it. They probably screwed him over too. And if you know the truth of it.
Yeah, man, Hank dropped. I was going to say that's a better way to expound upon kind of what I was trying to say about Einstein, Hank. But he dropped.
I'd hate to say that somebody deliberately went that way. I think it would probably be more like they finally gave into the inevitable or whatever,
Well, it totally, yeah, Einstein totally came in as a misdirection because a lot of stuff was being realized by guys like Tesla and Steinmetz about how energy can work and how it can be manifest from the ether. And what kind of control do you have if people have access to quote unquote free energy?
God forbid. That's the way they looked at it. Can't make money off of it and throw it away.
Yep. If they can't meter it, it cannot
I get
exist.
it when it comes to business, but at some point you have to look beyond your own selfish desires. You have to realize that it's not all about that. Once you can protect your family from the rest of the world, then you feel a little safer. But does that really mean that you're untouchable? You know what I mean? Nobody is.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Rookie, people aren't as compassionate as you and I. There are people out there that think solely for themselves, for their own profit, and for their own benefit.
Well, I understand that, and I get that. There's times where I do I do that, like sometimes you don't have a choice, but it's not something I sit and dwell on.
Yeah, but I don't think, I don't know you personally, but I don't think you would do it on a scale of maybe what some of these others have done.
No, probably not. I'd probably just say, nah, you guys go ahead along with that. And I'll go over here and I'll be good. I'll sit here and be, the normie guy. I'll sit over here and be the guy that doesn't have all the money and all the power and, but has some, able to sleep at least, not feel like I ratted my whole, my whole race out or whatever.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. I feel like, it'd be much more satisfying to give the gift to the world instead of taking from the world for my own.
Well, I mean, I can understand if you get attacked and like literally, like when you just try to even consider it and then somebody comes after you, I can understand why you would fear it. But I think that would push me even more to want to do it. Like if somebody came and threatened me and said, "Hey, don't talk about flares anymore," I'd laugh in their face. I'd be like, "Really? That's the last thing you should have said to me." Like that would definitely like make me want to do the opposite. I still have that rebellious streak in me, that fight at all costs thing. Once you know your enemy, you fight at all costs to eliminate them. You don't play around.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man.
Like, I mean, I hate to say it that way, and I don't mean it like violently necessarily, but like, you separate yourself from evil and things that are not, that aren't like you, or like what you want around your family and your whatever. Everybody's that way. At least once you grow up and you get your own family, you have somebody to protect. Everybody loves something, You can say love doesn't exist, but you could say that there's people out there that don't love, but that's really not true. It's just that they've just got a twisted way of looking at what love really is or whatever.
I agree with you, man.
It's just too bad we couldn't get more people to get up and do something, like more of us stood on the corner and complained, stood there with signs and yelled in a loudspeaker, like some of us do. I think we'd probably, people would, would get the word out better. I mean, what better way than when you see someone actually standing on the corner, you think, wow, this guy's got to really believe what he says to want to stand out there on the corner and yell something and have people, driving by and flipping him off and yelling at him and whatever. That takes a lot of balls,
Yeah, so one of my...
either believe in it or you got to be getting paid pretty darn good to go out there, stand up on the and argue your case,
So one of my favorite economists, Ludwig von Mises, used to always have a motto or a quote that I think he stole from Virgil, and that quote was, "Do not give in to evil, but proceed more boldly against it."
That seems effective, yeah. Wow, that would fit right in, for sure. I like that.
Oh, Bloger in the house. Platypus.
Yep, enemy spotted. Doesn't mean I'm right, huh? Okay.
Doesn't mean he's wrong.
Go ahead, say more. What about it? I'm here. I'm new and all, but I'll talk to you. I'm not afraid of you. I've heard you talk around here.
I guess Flatipus is just texting tonight. You talking tonight, Flatipus?
This might be the reason why we have problems with people. Okay, I'm finished. Go ahead. This is my answer for what's wrong with you. I'm just kidding. It's a joke.
Says he's playing games.
You got a mic? Turn it on. Too busy playing video games. I guess that's what we're all doing. I'm kind of doing that too, actually. I'm playing games on the side as well.
Yeah, I'm doing work.
Well, damn you. How dare you make us all look bad? Speaking of work, I actually do have work to do. But I do enjoy talking on here. It is fun. Okay.
Yeah, me too. I just try not to have my clicks of the keyboard in the background all the time. But I'm usually just doing work, unfortunately.
Well, don't get me wrong. I have work to do. Today, what did I do today? I vacuumed the house. I swept the floor in the kitchen. I put away a bunch of stuff. I unloaded a bunch of stuff that came in deliveries. What else did I do? I've been working on this project that I work on. I build mini bikes and stuff. I've been working on a project. And I got friends come over today and talk to me. I help people out here and there. But other than that, that's what I do. I have a family and I'm a homemaker basically. Because I'm disabled otherwise. So.
Nice, so you get to do things with your hands then, right?
Oh yeah, I have to. Otherwise, my back gets really bad and I can't move at all. I don't have a choice. But it's what I choose to do, I guess. To keep the yard looking nice. Finally got my yard looking good. Even though I don't own this place, I still make it look good. My
That's
neighbors
good,
are trying
man.
to tell me that they like my yard. And they tell me it looks good instead of telling me. Or just walking by and just saying hi or just ignoring me. It's kind of nice. I feel like a little included, even though, I know they're just basically telling me I was an asshole the whole time before. I can accept that. I finally got my shit together and they're happy that they just, they salute me as they go by. It's like, sorry, it took forever. My bad.
Yeah, all good, man. The neighbors like when the yard looks nice and well kept. I do some lawn care stuff on the side. I'm behind on that stuff because my other job has me working a lot right now, unfortunately.
Well, that's probably good though, right?
Yeah, good and bad.
Unless your other job's shoveling shit or something. I don't know what you do.
No, it's sitting behind a computer dealing with numbers, man.
Oh, that's a lot of fun. I don't envy you for that at all. That's why I stayed away from it. I'm smart. Although I wish I would have gotten into some of that computer stuff because it would help me out a little bit. But all it would do is get me in trouble probably. So you know what I mean? The more I know,
Yeah.
the more I'd probably do something dumb, you know, or I would have at least at some point in my life. Probably wouldn't be in this position at all. You know, not like gifted or nothing, but you know, I live in a house and you know we're taken care of, and I don't have to worry about eating and all that. So I'm just happy that. I wish there was more. I wish I had my own land and all that, but right now I can't do that. So I'm working on it though. But I'd up and be out of here in a second if I thought I could get me a place and start growing my own crops and living on my own. Hell yeah. Build my own house and everything. Get it done before I get too old. You know, be a lot of fun.
Yeah, unfortunately, my job doesn't necessarily have to deal with understanding computers. I wish I knew more about that tech stuff.
Mostly data entry stuff. That kind of thing. Number
Yeah.
crunching. Yeah.
It's an accounting. I'm an accountant.
Figures, yeah, accounting, yeah, I got you. My wife works with accounting. She's not really an accountant, but she deals with that. She deals with numbers. She deals with contracts for different things in the state. For the county. But there's these grants, and then she makes sure that they're following all the rules they're supposed to and whatever. You know, I guess that's what they do. I don't know. They probably just don't tell me the truth. But
So she's more on the auditing side, probably, of accounting.
yeah, she basically keeps the place together, basically, is what she tells me. Because I think every person says that about their job. But when I did work, though, I worked my butt off. I tried to work for the company. I tried to like profit the company as a whole and the customer themselves, not profit just some jerk that I don't care about, that I don't work, you know, or just try to profit myself, or try, you know, I don't just do this job because, you know, I like to. I do it because someone's paying me. If they're going to pay me good, then I'm going to do the job for them, right? Even
Yes,
if
sir.
that's, you know, whatever. I mean, that's just the way I looked at it. That's the way I was taught. I didn't like it, but that's just the way I did it. It was tough a lot, real tough at times. But and it's usually that kept me at places working, got me new jobs because people liked that about me. They liked that I was honest, and I'd tell them when something bad was going on. I'd tell them when their employees were lying to them, and they were like, "Damn, you got balls." Like, what? People that come here don't say nothing? They're like, no, everybody's afraid. I'm like, why? I mean, if you hire me and you say, hey, look, I'm going to hire you to fix up this restaurant. You know, I want you to find out what's wrong. We'll find out who's stealing from me and all that. Just fix it. That's what I'm going to do. If I can't do that, I'll just say, nah, I'm good. You know, looks like you got your hands full. But if I'm going to take it seriously, then I'm going to look into it and make sure I can do the job and charge accordingly. That's the way the world works, right? Somebody else wants to take a shortcut, and I want to make some money. We got something to trade each other.
It's the way it should be.
It ain't nobody else's business. You know what I'm saying? As long as we come to an agreement, we're happy with the deal, and it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. You know, when it comes to like making your own decision, whatever, make your own decisions. You're the only person that has to answer at the end. You know, so if you die and then there's nobody at the end, then you're right or whatever. Then, hey, you got nothing to lose, right? But what if you die and you find out you're wrong and there is something there and you do have to answer to it? Then what? Then you got nothing. Then you got a whole lot to lose, don't you? So which would you rather do? Be at the end and be ahead of the game, or get to the end and then find out, oops, I screwed up. I was selfish and didn't think about the future. I thought about the time at hand. Sometimes you got to go further than that. Good things come to those who wait. But also do something when the time comes, right? Not just sit there on your hands and go, oh, I could do this and I could do that. Or this person's doing this and this person's doing that. I should do that too. Do it.
Yeah, I agree with that, man, for sure.
Sorry, I just don't want to do all the talking. Nobody else got anything to say? Platypus.
All right, then, keep your secrets.
Anything's better than dead air. Does anyone argue with me about anything? Yeah. Alright, I guess I'm too boring. Sorry.
I claim this server in the name of the globe.
Oh, that's real clever.
As just a litmus test to see if anybody's actually still there.
Yeah, we don't fall asleep. We're just waiting for opportunity. Tooting your own horn gets old after a while. So what are you to say?
And apparently the Discord bot doesn't like the word retarded because I got timed out for it.
Oh. Well, that happens to me once in a while, and I can never figure out why isn't it letting me text. What did I say? Yeah, I'm being rude, sorry. Got a live one? Oh, there you are. Where you been? Find what you're looking for?
Rookie, did you just ask somebody if they got a live one?
Yeah. Said, do we have a live one?
Who are you talking about? Oh, me? I'm just some.
I heard a microphone come on. I was like, oh, we have a live one?
I'm just some dummy flat earther. Don't mind
That's why
me.
I said, oh, it's you.
Yeah.
I said, well, that's why I said, oh. I was giving you shit.
Oh, it's you.
I did, yeah, it's just you. I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, you're great and all, but
Yeah, right. It's just glad, Jesus.
It'd be more interesting if somebody come in here and say something, anything, argue
I
with
agree.
us. I mean, give us something to do. I don't even know why I'm in here. I guess it's because there ain't nobody else in here. It's like boring.
GE Platypus, do you have a problem with level Earth Observer, Leo?
We got personal vendetta going.
I don't know if Platypus is at his microphone or not.
I said something earlier, didn't I? Played a sound
I'm just fucking picking on him anyway. I'm ornery.
Somebody. What's wrong with me, man?
No, Leo, I don't know.
There he is. What's wrong with Leo?
I mean, I'll say, man, I'm ambivalent about a lot of content. I guess I'll say a lot of content creators on whatever side of any argument. You know what I mean? There's always going to be guys.
Can you
Go
remind
ahead.
me what the word ambivalent means? I honestly can't remember off the top of my head.
It means I kind of don't go either way. I'm like, hang on a sec. Let me give you the proper definition.
51, 50, yeah, 49.
Exhibiting or undecided as to whether or not to take a proposed course of action, having feelings both for and against the proposed action. So you know what I mean? Like there's guys that both rub me the wrong way and they have truth and etc. And then there's guys I won't even listen to because of the way they present it. So
Right. Because it's so deceitful or just,
So, like
yeah,
flat Earth videos would be more interesting to watch if everybody had the same microphone that QE has whenever he's talking. Because everybody's got to everybody needs to go upgrade their equipment a little bit. Like
yeah,
voices are soft.
That's funny
editing
because
is a little I don't know.
Their equipment.
That's funny
Yeah, I
you say
hear
that,
that.
Platypus, because QE's mic used to be trash. But yeah, it
I've
is
never
good now.
known it
So
to be
didn't he
trash.
just get a new one recently?
See, I'm
Yeah. This
spoiled.
was a long time ago, but yeah, his
Oh,
mic is fire.
Yeah, it's loud, right? Yeah. Well, not all of us can afford anything but a Walmart special for $4.99. You know.
Well, pro tip for anyone who might not have a mic, your phone. A lot of these phones these days have actually have good microphones, so don't be afraid to use your phone and talk right into that. That's what I do.
Well, and there's just no excuse these days. Like the technology is at a point where for cheap, you can have a very decent sounding setup.
Yeah, I also have like a cheap
Well,
but a nice
adequate
microphone.
is probably exceptional. Right?
What is?
Adequate, you know. So
Oh,
it's clear.
adequate. Yeah. Well, adequate today.
Yeah, like you
Adequate
hear what
today
you're
was
saying.
like top of the line 20 years ago.
Oh, really? Well, then I'm in good luck. Then I guess I've got all kinds of that technology in my garage.
Yeah.
Okay, like Elio. Yeah, I've seen a couple of his videos. Didn't really feel one way or the other.
Right.
Until I think this might have been 2 days ago or yesterday or something like that. He did this Australia video, and he does the classic. He does the classic. I don't understand the difference between curvature and elevation above sea level nonsense. And at that point, I was just like, dude, because then it's because like I'll listen to somebody argue flat Earth, like objectively, but you have to, if you're going to argue against the globe, at least argue against it while also demonstrating that you have even the most remote clue about the globe model.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the good thing about an organic conversation like this is it separates the wheat from the chaff. So you got a lot of people out there making videos, but they can't talk about it, and that's a problem.
Does Elio only do videos?
I don't know. I haven't seen him. I think he does come in every once in a while, though, and I'm not specifically referring to him. I'm just saying I've noticed that is all I'm trying to say. But people are, people are gonna do whatever, however they want to tackle the subject. I'm fine with. You know what I mean? I'm just making an observation.
Like it's, like there's two things. Like I said, I'll watch a flat Earth video. I've watched my fair share. People send them to me all the time. Most of the time, I entertain people and at least watch it. But there's two pet peeves that I have. One is anybody who goes to the beach and tries to record stuff on their phone on speaker, like zooming in the distance, and the wind is just blowing at 300 miles an hour on the beach into their microphone. So it's like super, like any of those videos where it's like a guy shouting. It's like, "Hey guys, I'm at the beach," and he's doing that over. And he's zooming in on like the 3 pixels that his camera phone can still do after he zooms in. And it's like, dude, if you're going to go through the trouble of going to the beach and making a flat Earth video, it just either edit your video or get like an external microphone or something, because nobody can hear what you're saying. It's incredibly unpleasant to watch. Like that's pet peeve number 1. Pet peeve number 2 is the aforementioned arguing against the globe while simultaneously not actually saying what the globe even says in the first place. Like if you're going to argue against
straw
the globe,
man,
at least like it. Well, no, not even straw man. It's like if you're going to argue against the globe, at least make the thing you're arguing against something the globe would actually claim.
Yeah, we say that here a lot too, don't we, Platypus? To new globies, because they come in not
gotta know your model.
What we would say. So yeah, we feel that. I feel that.
Yeah, and I gotta give props to the video makers, man. I'm too lazy. I don't make videos. I don't even know if I'm knowledgeable enough to like make a video that's completely empirical that not even one person is gonna try to pick apart. You know what I mean? There's a lot of smart people on both sides of this, but the problem with that is that, Platypus, you won't agree with this. We're on the side of truth, the flat Earth side. That's the side of empirical, objective stuff. And so when we both take the same attitude about it, right? I think that's counterproductive on both the flat Earth and the globe Earth. I mean, it's an argument, you know. So yeah.
You might be surprised to hear me respond to that the way that I'm going to.
Okay.
But I don't say like I would never claim that you're not about truth. I don't think that. I think the majority of people who actually come in here to the server, and actually decide they're going to talk about it, I think they believe it's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're lying. So it's why I don't call people stupid in here. I don't call people uneducated in here or liars in here. You don't have to be any of those things, but unfortunately also still be wrong.
Yeah, and that's vice versa. But yeah, totally.
There are so many people on the server I piss off when I talk like this. I get accused of just being an appeaser. Well, I was called an appeaser.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Well, what are you going to do, man? If you really want to have an honest conversation about a topic, you got to just talk with everybody involved, one way or the other, just get it all. And, again, we're humans, so there's a lot that we can all respect about each other, regardless of these topics. And that's the biggest issue, is the personality divide, the ego trip that both sides have. It's a problem. I am not innocent at all, but you guys been listening to me, I can be a total dickhead. And I think that that's just making that choice within the argument, even if my argument is sound and everybody's agreeing with me and I'm converting a Glober, like, it's still, there's got to be some level of rapport and respect in any engagement like this. And it just so happens that this is perhaps the most important argument happening right now, whether or not we even think about it like that. But if you break it down, it's the most important one. So I can see why tempers flare up a little bit now and again, Yeah, I can tell, Platypus, you're about truth, and there's Globers that come here that have been about truth. And it's always sad to see one of those Globers, take the bait and get a nasty attitude in response to actually getting somewhere in conversation, right? Feeling uncomfortable that they're even considering our side, let alone saying, gosh, that one kind of matches up, shit. But anyway.
Oh, that was me the other night, though, with, what's her face? Shines? No. Trying to remember what her name was.
The Wrecked girl? REKT something?
No, different. Names definitely starts with an S. It's one word. I can't remember.
Some fiery ladies in here, though, boy, I'll tell you.
Sometimes. All right, I got to dip back out here for about a half hour, and I'll be back later.
Me too. Check you guys in a bit.
feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful art. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely. there's no such thing in my world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
What the hell did you just say?
That was a good one.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
What? Bro, what?
Hey, since nobody's talking, I'm going to play my friend's song, if you guys don't mind. It's called Serpent's Bite. It's about the jab.
If you take that jab, take the poison, the one that consumes you now, killing your soul, but the sands will ride. Just like a sheep being led to the slaughter, now take the serpent's bite. Follow the crowd, you must keep your servant now. Evil will come like a thief in the night. You become what you fear, they can cheer you. The fire is now formed, the servant's fight. Feed on the insurrection, it's a mental game. Take not the lethal injection that courses through your veins. Evil's coming for sure, taking that impure. Loss of common sense, it's a renegade. 6 feet won't stop the spread of a virus, but it won't stop your stupidity. Once it's all healed, then it doesn't cure. Take the savage fight, life is short. Control the population, forcing vaccination. Taking genocide and world domination. We'll never stand me on the threat to humanity. Nor the duty being on the right for life. You can talk for wrong, dark lights, execution by your dark. It's the voice of the one that consumes you now, killing the soul for the day and for right. Just like a sheep being led to the slaughter, now take the serpent's fight. Follow the crowd, you must keep your servant now. Evil will come like a thief in the night. You become what you fear, they can cheer you. The fire is now formed, the serpent's fight.
Fun stuff. That's my friend from. He lives around this area. I can't play Deep Purple on here, man. That's his original song. He put it up on Facebook, and I stole the video and put it up on my channel. Obviously, he's wearing a wig in that video, a blonde wig. He's not blonde. I'll tell you an interesting story about him. We just had a meetup in our town Sunday night. Without giving too much information out about him, he had somehow got a hold of some forms. You know, the shit. I have to censor my speech about which forms that he got a hold of, so that he could prove that he got the serpent's bite. And freaking police raided his house, took his freaking laptop and his phone, and found the forms that he got. And so he lost his job and shit. or which I don't even know why he was doing it. Maybe he was just trying it out to see what he's going to have to do in the future, which, like, with the whole mandatory thing with this, they're going to have to kill me, before I take that. But anyway, but yeah, he had the police come and raid his house, and they found a few forms. One that he'd filled out himself, and so yeah, he's kind of in a situation right now. But it's local police that did it, so it's just like, I hope we can afford a good lawyer because it's bullshit. Anyway. I don't know. I didn't know they were raiding people's houses over having some fake V forms. When he first told me, I was like, no fucking way. They're not doing that. But I first heard it from him on the phone. He told me about it. And then when we met up in public, he was like, yeah, they did it. Took his freaking phone, his laptop.
You weren't supposed to do that.
There you go, Creation Bear. Man, I've known this guy for a couple of years or something. What is that, Logger? Is somebody on green screen is supposed to look like a freaking weird ass? Oh, that dude doesn't have any legs. So I was going to say a weird ass cripple dude, but he actually doesn't have any legs. So
Yeah, he's a weird ass cripple
dude. Damn. You guys post the weirdest shit on here.
Gotta make it fun, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course.
It's all in good fun,
Yeah, but it's all in good seriousness as well, right? So, I mean, just like they can't sell their bullshit lies without an element of truth. And when comedians are on stage, like someone like George Carlin, one of the most famous comedians ever, one of the most truth-filled, exacerbators, I guess. Is that a word, exacerbators?
Probably.
Yeah, but anyway, George Carlin, I love that dude. And he's not the only one that brings out truth and shows the media and the lies in the news and shit. You always have to sell a lie. You always have to have an element of truth. So yeah.
The grift is real, y'all.
Yeah, it's grift. It's grifters. You guys, well, obviously you are. You know what grifting is, right? A grifter is. It's a plan infiltration of whatever you're grifting, right? So grift is see, it's not just like scheduling a bank robbery or anything like that. With grifters, they actually get involved with the people they're going to rob. They have a relationship with them, and then they
Yeah, they sidled up to him and then backstab him.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be a robbery. And to be honest, I think that's what the government's doing to us. They're grifting us, man. Fucking crazy. Just like, I honestly respect your opinions, and if you think that I'm genuine, then we can just continue with this. And I don't know, these liars they put in office is crazy. I've been watching this TV show called Graves. It's an Epix original, and it's about a former president. And the guy that plays the former president is Nick Nolte. You guys like Nick Nolte? I've always liked Nick Nolte. I think he's a good actor. It just came out last year, and you know, Nick's in his older, but the show is pretty good. You know, if you're familiar with politics, if you watch it, it's See, Logos knows Nick Nolte's freaking. He's something else, but he was in the first freaking
48 hours, wasn't he?
Yeah, 48 hours, yeah, with Eddie Murphy. Yeah. I think he's a great actor, man. He's so freaking hilarious, man. If you haven't watched it yet, man, you got go watch Graves. He plays a former president he's like 20 years beyond, but he's still a political family and shit. It's funny as hell, man. You got to watch it. But anyway, I actually just jumped in to show you guys my friend's video about the jab. That's all it was. I don't plan on spending all my time here tonight, but if you have something interesting to talk about it. Jumped in because it was dead air. Well, I guarantee you don't want me to just waffle on all night. I promise that's bad.
Better than dead air.
Oh, are you sure about that? I don't think it's better than dead air for me to just waffle on.
We have somebody that wants to talk about the moon.
Excellent.
Yeah, we have Obama bin Laden. He says that he believes we went to the moon, right? You said in the check-in, and you have evidence that we did go there.
Well, kind of. I mean, yeah, I think reasonable evidence.
All right, let's
have it.
I know, I'm excited. So let's start with that, and then maybe I'll take him through the 3 points, depending how that goes.
Okay.
Can I just say I really appreciate Creation Bear. That's all I want to say.
Oh right, he's your favorite bear. I know.
I do too, Crypto, and I think that's a little slight against me, but that's okay. But because I admitted that it would be bad. No. Okay, cool. No, I do.
I'm not shitting on anyone else. I just love Creation Bear.
I do too.
Thanks, Crypto. Love you too.
Yeah,
Holy
you're
shit,
a legend, Creation Bear.
Bedford.
Apparently, Google has a comment about that too. Google Home has a comment about that. But anyway, doesn't matter. Continue, Creation Bear.
Yeah, we were talking to the moon guy, weren't we?
Yeah, Obama bin Laden.
Yeah, hi. This is me.
G'day.
What do you? Well, yeah, I mean, like, I think the evidence is reasonable to believe that, the Earth is round. We went to the moon and stuff like that. So,
What's the evidence? Right? I told you to do that in the check-in. You have to provide facts.
Yeah. So one thing that I would ask is, on a flat Earth model, how do you explain? I'm sure you guys have been asked this a million times. When boats go over the horizon and you see the bottom disappear.
Let me stop you there. Asking people questions about their idea is not proof in the affirmative of your own idea. So when someone asks you,
it shows curvature.
No,
at least as far as I can tell.
No.
And
Well, because
it
the
would be
only way I
logically
can
fallacious
explain it
anyway.
is with curvature.
It's fallacious. Well, no, you can demonstrate this over a flat surface, right? But even if you couldn't, it still wouldn't be evidence of in the affirmative of your curvature.
I'm pretty sure it would, but okay.
I'm pretty sure it wouldn't.
Okay, so
Regardless.
what about all the photos?
Okay,
that come
okay.
from
So do you want to discuss that, or do you want to skip on to the next point without discussing this?
Ooh, okay, sure. So we can discuss this if you want. So
if this can be demonstrated over a flat plane, does it prove curvature?
no, I guess not.
Perfect. Okay. Can someone post up the meme coin 3? I'd be eternally grateful if you do.
How do you do that?
Just
Which meme are you looking for, Crypto? Which one specifically?
coin 3.
I don't use the bot, so I don't necessarily.
So it's just exclamation point meme or memes, I forget which, and then space coin 3.
Coin 3. All right. So
Yep, I just posted it.
Oh, Creation Bear to the rescue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Creation Bear
Thank
being a
you.
legend as always.
I agree.
Yeah, cool. So have a look at that meme and tell me what you see.
I'm not really quite sure what I'm looking at.
Awesome. So
oh wait, no, it's zooming in now.
Sweet.
Okay, so
okay, do you think that table's curved?
No.
Okay, why did the coin disappear bottom first?
I don't know, but okay. So, I mean, I've never seen this demonstration before, so I'd need a few seconds to think about it. But how far away is the coin?
Doesn't matter.
Well, no, I kind of feel like it does. Like I'm just saying, it seems quite far away, and then.
Yeah, well, it's an image of a table. It can't be more than like 6 feet away.
Yeah.
7 feet.
Yeah, it's not.
It just zooms in so much, and then the coin appears.
There's 3 chairs, so you can work it
That's
out.
the point, right? The point is that you've got a flat table. It disappears bottom first, right? Over an objectively flat table.
You can't always just re-zoom in a boat.
What are you talking about? No one gives a shit about the boat right now. We're talking about the flat surface and the bottom of shit disappearing over a flat surface.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with boats.
Okay, sure. But this is a relevant point.
What's relevant?
The fact that, like, I don't know, it seems to be being hidden by some, like, bit of fuzz from the table that comes off the table.
Fuzz from the table?
You know what I mean? Like, the edge of the table
I have
is
no
a bit
idea
fuzzy.
what that means.
I don't either. What does that mean?
Okay, sure. I'll just move on because I don't really know how to explain it.
Well, when you
very well.
zoom in, you can see it clearly. There's no obstruction, right?
Yeah, and that's my point. When you zoom in to a boat that's been gone for 3 hours, it doesn't come back.
Actually, that's not necessarily true. Right? That's
So
kind of
do you
the
think
point.
that if I zoom in enough, like I can see Germany?
No, of
From
course
Australia?
not. That's retarded and
There's
has
a
nothing to do
limit
with what we're talking
to
about.
your zoom, of course.
Yeah.
There is, because of
Okay. So
stuff
what
like
causes that?
atmospheric
we're now,
reaction
sorry,
and stuff. Yeah.
sorry, Jason. Justin, I feel like we're now going into cloud cuckoo land because nobody is claiming that you can see Germany from America. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. So I'm asking
claim,
why.
I didn't finish.
Yeah,
Your
let
claim-
Crypto finish this. Let Crypto handle this,
Sorry.
please, Justin. Go ahead,
Yeah,
brother.
before we start talking about 10 irrelevant things, I want to talk about the one relevant thing here, which is the angles. Right, we're talking about angles, not distances. So your original claim was that if a boat disappears bottom first, then it must be proof of a ball. My counterpoint was that if this can be demonstrated over a flat plane, then it doesn't prove a ball. This coin demonstration is a demonstration of that phenomena over a flat plane, ergo your original claim is debunked. That's the end of the conversation. then you're wrong, objectively.
No. Because
Yes,
okay, let me rephrase it.
It's not even opinion,
it
bro.
disappears by an obstruction over like if you see a boat and then the water starts to obstruct your view of the boat as it disappears, then that is, in my opinion, proof of a ball. You can very clearly see that the wood on the table is not obstructing. Well, you can see it. You can watch it happen.
But you might be seeing an optical effect which we can demonstrate over a flat plane. You are simply claiming that it's physical curve. In your boat example, you're claiming that it's physical curve, but you can't demonstrate that. You can't prove that. And we're demonstrating to you that the very same effect happens over flat surfaces and that it's optical.
Right, but when you zoom in on that coin, it comes back, correct?
Yeah. Do you know why we have to do that?
And when you zoom in on a boat and it
You
doesn't
don't
come
care.
back,
Okay, fine.
why not?
You don't care. Because it's too far away, right? If that coin was a mile away, you couldn't zoom it back in because it'd
With a
be
big
too
enough
small
telescope,
to see.
you could.
But you don't seem to be interested into why we zoomed in the coin in the first place. Why do you think we did that?
No idea. Tell me.
Because when we originally did this, people were saying to us, oh, the camera must be below the table in order to cause this effect. Problem is, if you can zoom in on the whole coin, the camera's clearly not below the table. So the camera's clearly level with the table. This is clearly an optical effect that happens over a flat plane, which means that this effect is not proof of curvature, objectively.
Right. So, but I've already explained why that's not the case.
No, you haven't. You've just claimed that it's not the case. You haven't demonstrated that it's not the case. I've already exploded your argument.
So, why can you not, in your opinion, I'm just trying to figure out how your model works. Why can't you zoom in a boat?
You can sometimes. It depends how far the boat is.
So why?
What do you mean, why?
Why can't you always zoom in a boat?
Because sometimes it's really far away and you're not Superman.
Yeah, I get that. I never said I was Superman, but why are you saying the atmosphere gets in the way?
Can you see forever?
No, because the Earth curves.
Fantastic. No, that's not why you can't see forever.
So why can't I see forever then?
Because you're human. We have a limit to our vision, bro. The problem is,
and then we use telescopes, bro.
Too far. Okay, bro. Do you think telescopes see forever?
Well, it depends on the size of your telescope.
No, they can't see forever. Nothing can see forever, bro. The problem is that sometimes things are too far away for the optic you're using, and you can't resolve them. See, this is the problem you have, is that you assume that you could see forever, and that the reason you can't see Germany is because of Earth curve, when really it's because Germany would be far too small for you to see because of its angular resolution relative to you.
Right, sure, but with a big enough telescope, do you think that you could see it? Because that's what telescopes do. They increase angular.
Big enough telescope to see, 7,000 miles or however far away you are from Germany, right? And then we'll talk.
Largest telescopes, well, I mean, you wouldn't believe that anyway, actually.
Why wouldn't I?
Well, because I was going to say the largest telescope can see 15 billion light years, but...
Oh, okay. Can it?
Yeah, the Hubble, what's it called? The Hubble Space Telescope.
Oh, sick. Okay. How do you know this?
Well, this is my point. You will reject it, but yeah. NASA, man. I don't know why you guys don't believe them.
Okay, so first of all, you don't know what projection is. And second of all, you don't seem to know what an appeal to authority is.
I know
We're looking
what an
for
appeal to authority is.
sick. Okay, so don't do it. We're looking for physical evidence. We're not looking for some guy said so. So have you got any of that physical evidence?
Yeah, live streams from space.
Okay, so how do you know that they are accurately representing what they say they are?
Because why wouldn't they?
Okay, that's not an answer.
Okay, well, let's put it this way. How many people work at NASA? Like 400,000? Or at least they did in the 1960s?
You think
They're
400,000
just doing their job.
Okay, so 17,000 people work at NASA.
Okay, that's a bit more like it. Okay, so
well,
what
at the
about
moment, yeah. So
they're all paragons of light and honesty. Cool.
well, no, but it's like, okay, let's put it this way. How many people do you think work in the NSA? Because I can't find the exact number.
I don't care. Let's say 5.
So
five people work in the NSA. What now?
great. So one in 5 people, his name was Edward Snowden, and he blew the whistle. Why has no one blown the whistle on NASA?
Oh, loads of people have.
Really? Who?
That's what we're doing right here, right now.
Have you worked at NASA?
No, I haven't worked at NASA.
So I'm asking, why has no one in NASA come out and said the Earth is not round?
People have.
So who?
They're obviously dismissed. But this is all completely irrelevant anyway, because this is the opinions of people, which has nothing to do with physical reality. I don't care about the opinions of people. I care about physical reality. So let's get back to the subject matter. So we have an effect where boats disappear bottom up, which can be demonstrated on a flat surface. Your counterpoint is that I can't see Germany from Australia. Cool. So that's nonsense. The point being that we can objectively see objects disappearing bottom up on a flat surface. That's the end of that point. Have you got any other evidence for your ball?
Yeah, like every observation ever is consistent with a ball Earth.
Okay, apart from the fact that you see a flat horizon and have never felt it move. So actually, every human every human, I didn't finish, bro. Every human in the history of the Earth has only ever experienced a flat and motionless plane.
Yes, that is not inconsistent with a ball Earth.
What?
What?
So, okay, do you think that scientists claim, or like NASA and stuff, do you think any of them go out and say that we should experience, that we should be able to feel the rotation?
That's the problem. We can't feel the rotation.
Right, but that is not inconsistent with a ball Earth. That's perfectly
The story? It's not inconsistent with the story they tell you. You're right.
What story?
Of course it's inconsistent. No, hold on. We're talking about a ball Earth that's meant to be going in minimum 11 vectors, and you can't feel any of them.
What do you mean minimum 11 vectors?
This is what they tell you. This is their model that they tell you.
Yeah. So what do you mean by that? I'm not sure what you mean by moving in 11 vectors.
Would you know what moving means?
Yes, I know what moving means.
Okay, do you know what vectors are?
A vector, do you mean like direction?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
sort of. Yeah, I mean, direction is half of a vector, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Right, so do you know what the other half of a vector is? Sorry, go on.
No.
Vector is direction.
A vector is direction, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. So
you got magnitude and direction. So
yeah,
isn't that velocity?
Yeah. Velocity.
No.
Velocity.
Oh no, you're right. Sorry, vector is magnitude and direction. Okay, yeah.
So now we've established. Go on, Q.
I really fucked this one up. He's got what? Say that time.
Sorry, when you said magnitude, I thought you meant like speed, like velocity, because velocity is speed and direction.
Speed and direction, magnitude and direction.
Yeah, so vector. So what was the
vector
overarching
is
point
direction.
Here?
Magnitude is speed.
What?
Yeah.
Can we just get back to the original point here? 11 vectors.
The point is, Yeah, I'll just finish and then I'll stop.
Go ahead,
promise.
Crypto.
So the point is that we've got a ball Earth which is allegedly moving ridiculous speeds, multiple different directions, and we can't feel any of it by coincidence, right? And they obviously tell you this because this is what we experience. So they can't come out and tell you, oh, by the way, you live on a ball Earth, and you would feel all of these motions if you're on a ball Earth, because then people would say, hold on, I don't feel these motions, therefore I'm not on a ball Earth. So they can't say that. They have to say, oh, you're on this ball Earth, which is moving, around the sun, which is moving around the galaxy, which is moving around, the Great Attractor, or whatever bullshit they come up with. And they have to tell you this, and then they have to tell you, oh, but by the way, of course you wouldn't feel it, which is complete nonsense, but they have to tell you that because that's what you experience.
But why would we feel it?
Bruh.
What? It's
kill
it's
me
like
now.
this idea of
Do
relative
you
motion.
know how fast we're spinning? How fast they say we're spinning?
Okay, if you're in a car going 80 miles an
No,
hour,
no, no. That's not.
feel
You
that-
didn't answer my question.
How
I'm just
fast,
asking you a question. Do you
it's-
actually know how fast it's going? They say
I
it's
know
going.
at the equator, it's something like 1,000 miles an hour, probably more.
What she's saying is you're accelerating, constantly accelerating.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
You're
Angular velocity. You have angular velocity. By definition, angular velocity is acceleration, sunshine.
See, and I think he asked the wrong question, John. The question is, why wouldn't you feel it? Not why would you feel it?
Correct.
Well, he's confused between angular velocity and acceleration also. So wrecked ankle biter, you got him.
But the speed is constant, so you wouldn't feel it.
I'm Redford Bear, but I'm rectangle bear right now.
Rectangle. I like that.
Rectangle.
Rectangle bear.
Wrecked ankle biter.
In a rect angle? Wait, what?
What a great nickname. Thanks, Huey.
So back to the topic. See, you're still. I want to stick right here because it seems like you'd fail like 6th grade intro to physics. Angular velocity is a change in acceleration constantly.
Mm-hmm.
You're right now. You just said no before, didn't you? You're busted.
I think so.
Yeah, you're
sorry.
busted. Yeah,
I might.
No apologies necessary. You're busted.
No, I was just about to say I might have to go in a minute because I have class soon.
I bet. Mom's calling. Dog pissed on the fucking homework. The junkyard dog is biting you in the ass, and you pissed in the wind and tugged on Superman's cape.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but all right, well, wait.
This is freaking crazy.
Are you aware that when you're moving in a circular path, even if that circular path is a constant speed, you are always accelerating? Are you aware that this is the case?
I think so. I mean, like, I don't know enough physics to answer that question.
It doesn't
but,
mean you're
like,
going
if I granted it for
faster
the sake
and
of
faster
argument,
and
sure.
faster. It means you're constantly accelerating because you're constantly moving.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just posted a GIF. Do you think this is accurate as far as what?
No, get back to Crypto's question.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you're constantly moving. This is important. It doesn't mean that it's not because you're constantly moving. It's because you're constantly changing direction while moving.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
This is what's really key, and so this is what causes the acceleration. Now, the Earth is said to be doing this in 11 different ways, but they tell you can't feel any of them. Doesn't this just sound like complete bullshit?
Well, it's not. I don't think all of them. Like, I'm sure we could agree. At least not all of them are. How would you call it? Angular velocity.
Angular
Like you're
velocity.
not changing. You're not changing direction in all of them.
They're all meant to be orbits.
Yeah, but like when you're orbiting, you don't feel the change.
Move in a circle.
Yeah, well, kind of.
Well, they're ellipses, allegedly,
Yeah, I
which
was
is
gonna
more or
say.
less a
Yes,
circle.
but again, I'm not any kind of physics expert, but I thought the whole idea
Actually,
of Einstein's
No.
theory of general relativity was that you're moving in a straight line on curved
Had me
space-time.
fooled, man.
Oh yeah, well that's bollocks anyway. The point is that actually ellipses make it even worse for you, right? Because now you've actually got because now you've got accelerating accelerations and decelerating accelerations because of the shape of the ellipse, right? It makes it even worse.
Rectangle
11
biter.
different ways.
Rectangle biter. Calm, simmer down.
It's like everything that these people throw in just makes it worse. It's like just punch yourself in the face again. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm
still doesn't
pretty sure.
understand it.
Yeah, but
I don't think. Okay, let's put it this way, right? When you're falling from an airplane, right? You feel weightless. You don't feel an acceleration. At least in a vacuum, I'm sure you
falling
would
from
feel
an
the wind on your face.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What? I felt
Wait,
it
no,
when I
this is-
fell from an airplane.
I'm
If I was
pretty
falling
sure.
from an airplane, I wouldn't feel the acceleration. This is the same guy from earlier who said you wouldn't feel it if you fell off a building.
No,
Oh,
this
wow. Trend.
I do think that this is important, actually. So when you drop something, right?
Okay.
It is weightless. It does not feel forces acted upon it.
How do you know that?
Einstein had some really cool thought experiment about it.
So you don't know that?
Thought experiment.
A
really.
thought
So did I.
experiment. Okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
A thought experiment, therefore true.
I don't.
Well, I
even
mean,
know
if the
where to
thought
go with
experiment
that,
is
but-
logically correct, then yes.
Logically
Logically.
correct. Hold on a second. Oh. Hold on. He said logically correct, right? Post the
Yeah.
syllogism.
The syllogism. Bro, I don't have time to write a whole syllogism. Okay, I got events. In like 3
Then you don't
minutes.
have time to support your horseshit. So what's the difference between you and your average village idiot spouting baseless assertions with every other breath?
Oh, like you?
Like me. If that's what I am, what are you? What are you in third fucking grade?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, can you support Einstein's ideas with evidence?
Observations
With
are
a logical
consistent with them.
syllogism. He said logically from Einstein, so I'm asking you to support your claim simply. Post the syllogism from Einstein.
Okay, sure, but I don't have time to do that. I just explained.
Oh, you just explained. So don't make any more claims and just leave.
Okay.
Can you actually just at least give us a link to some logical syllogism that someone has done before? You know, to help us understand where Einstein was right about this.
Yeah, so I think the general idea was that
We're not
if
talking about the
you're-
general idea.
This is the thought experiment, right? So
Oh,
his okay.
How's that?
You know,
How's that
when
evidence for
you
anything?
well, if you're not going to listen to it, like I don't know what the point of me being here is.
Well,
I told you in the check. Oh, sorry.
I'm
This
just saying,
is-
a thought
this is
experiment is completely fucking retarded. Like, okay, so Einstein's idea was that if you drop an apple, then the apple was moving towards the earth, and the earth was also moving towards the apple. So that was
No, the
I know,
idea is
oh,
that
man,
you
was actually-
can't
that was
tell the
useful theory.
difference.
Right? But do you not see the like? I mean, there's about 5 different problems with this.
Okay,
Like,
what
if
are
you got
they?
sort of- Well, first
If-
of all, if
okay.
you drop.
If you're in a
you don't have
box
to listen.
in
You asked him.
weightless
Hold on.
space,
Shut the fuck up. You ask him what are they, and then you started over talking him. You're the dumbest fucker in here. Shut the fuck up.
Is he here or?
He's muted right now.
Well, basically, what he's saying is if
and
you
he
presume
left.
Einstein's
He's
theories,
gone.
Yeah.
he probably left. Hey, he's basically saying if you presume Einstein's ideas were correct, then it would probably be this, and it could probably be that, but we don't really have anything to back it up because, you know, if you do the thought experiment, you know, it's just freaking waffling all day long.
That's nonsense.
They have no evidence for any of it.
Here's one of the problems. They say, well, if it's Einstein related, even if it's a thought experiment, it's got to be valid, right? I mean, fucking Einstein, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
it's their god.
Brightest man ever.
It's the god of gravity, Einstein. Just believe it. Just believe in gravity. Just believe it.
He couldn't tie his shoes till he was 9 years old. Einstein, he's a retard.
Jimmy, I find this really, really interesting. Like these arguments around circular paths are very, like, odd because this is established basic physics, and like completely inarguable, and yet they argue it anyway. What the fuck is going on?
They're delusional, fanatical, religious zealots.
Absolutely true, John. Yes, they assume that since it's an appeal to consensus, everyone else believes this. Why don't you guys believe it?
Why would they lie?
But it's not even as if we're like. So if you were to talk to any of these physicists and you were to ask them, you know, is a circular path a necessary acceleration, they would all say yes. So it's not even like. I don't get it. Like, this is so basic, and everyone agrees on this shit. But these globe zealots, as Kiwi says, like they come in and they feel like they have to deny it because of the obvious consequences of the.
Here's the problem, Crypto. Here's the problem. They don't parrot. They're anti-globers, is what they are. They don't parrot the correct pseudoscience from their priests. They're like this left-wing fuckwit faction over way far to the left that just makes shit up on the spot.
Right.
I'm serious. They don't parrot the correct stuff. They don't. When you ask them about gravity, they go mass detecting mass. Right? It's 106 years out of date pseudoscience. These guys, they're like I said, they're a leftwit fuckwit faction of religious zealot retards that just make shit up. That's what they are. That encapsulates them.
Yeah, and you know what's really more disappointing on top of that, John, is they're trying to support their atheists. I wouldn't say. I mean, I know a lot of atheists that are like nice people, and they'll do it. But at the heart of the problem is that they're trying to figure out how Earth could just exist out of nowhere. You know. This is they want Einstein's theory to actually prove that everything that exists came from nothing, and that's kind of insane. Who the fuck would think that?
Yeah, and it's the first idea that anybody was presented with. That's what's sad about it. From birth, or shortly thereafter, this is the narrative. And we don't even have a choice to question it because our neurons are still developing in fresh stages of, you know, all we see is you got mobiles above the crib, right? How many of those are planets in space? And it just starts so early.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I remember having like glow-in-the-dark stickers on the ceiling. That's the stars, you know. And but you know what's really cool about that? The stars are close, and when you're laying in your bedroom, you put the little glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling.
Yeah, but this dude was compromised from the beginning. He didn't know what velocity.
Yeah, he was ignorant about the topic, you know. Yeah. But I mean, he wasn't an anti-flat earther. For some reason, that term has come up recently. But it's the reason is because there are a lot of anti-flat earthers on the social platforms, but for the most part. I wouldn't call someone an anti-flat earther, you know, just if I met them in public, it would be just somebody that I'm talking to flat earth about. But I wouldn't call them anti-flat.
I think they're anti-glober.
Yeah, that'll even make good arguments for the globe. Yeah.
Well, they don't know the globe. Like I just said, they're a left-wing fuckwit faction of religious retards. I'm telling you, that's what the actual term should be. Because they're not parroting the correct number one.
You've been saying that for a while.
Yeah, but I'm saying but.
Yeah, but I knew you were going to do it. I love it.
Yeah, but.
Yeah, but they're not parroting the correct pseudoscience. You're exactly right.
QE, I was going to say something too. It's I hear that more and more. The Yabbits, it's like a Yabbit clan. These kids just always. It's not that they want to get to the truth. They just want to counter what we're saying, no matter what we're saying.
Yeah. Did you hear him hesitate when I said, "Isn't magnitude speed?" He hesitated, right? Because he didn't fucking know. Because he's a
He has
numpty
no idea.
dipshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then he turned around and agreed with you. Then he can support it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Too funny. All right, we can move on.
They're all a part of the govern me harder daddy crowd. They
Something about daddy? What?
They need to be spoon-fed everything. It's too hard to go and figure things out, you know. I'll just believe what I'm told, you know. And it's that kind of, you know, Sigma simp type attitude from these young'uns.
Yeah, they're
Hey, Logris, can you get closer to your mic? It sounds like you're like,
You're not loving your mic.
Yeah, get closer to your mic or something. But yeah, you made a really good point. I didn't want to interrupt that. Go ahead and respond to. I just want you to sound good here on the live stream.
I sound great.
No, I was talking about Logris. He had a good question. I want him to sound good. So it just sounded like he was like 4 feet away from his microphone.
Hey, Glad Flow, I copied that syllogism off you. That's really good. Thanks.
Yeah, man. Sure.
Yeah. Because I always ask them as soon as they say logic. I remember back in the day, I had, who was that numpty dipshit? Lewis retard. He's there spouting off and he goes, well, it's just logical. I said, post a syllogism. He goes, what's that?
Right. Yeah, I mean, you gotta come with the right guns to the right gunfight. You know what I mean?
It's like saying, I got a cake. I say, what's flour? He goes, what's that?
I got a cake.
Yeah, I think we all broke Lewis, man. I don't see him around much anymore.
Oh, he's around.
Is he?
Lewis Whackett.
Whackett? Did you say Whackett?
Yes.
All right. Well, anyway, I think we broke him.
He's
anyway.
a jack-leg jack-off.
Yeah. But hey, Logris, man, can you get your mic working better?
Is that better?
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's much better. Much better.
I thought he said Lovris, so I thought, yeah.
No, it's Logris, Logria. That's the way I'm pronouncing it. How should we pronounce it? Logris, is that okay? Logris?
Yeah, Logris.
Sounds like a watch.
Logris.
Hey, your mic sounds way better right now. So anyway, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just commenting on the young'uns today and how they like to be spoon-fed everything. No effort, you know, it's just simple where they can just get spoon-fed everything. There's all the answers they want. It's all sewn up. And as soon as you're trying to say, you know, that isn't true, then they just start having a little bit of a nervous breakdown.
Yeah, put yourself in their shoes, dude. From birth, they've been told more than any other generation, don't worry about it. The adults have it figured out. Just learn what you learn in school and everything's going to be just fine. Just regurgitate what we tell you. You don't have to learn anything on your own. And so that gets built in. And so when we challenge their beliefs or what they consider as knowledge, it challenges their ability to be lazy about information in general. Now, oh my God, I may actually have to think critically about this instead of take someone's word for it. What the fuck am I going to do?
No way.
It's almost like they're deliberately dumbing down the entire world through education.
Yeah.
It also ties into the infantilization as well, because they're kind of kept in a childlike state. They never make it adulthood where they go out and forge their own path and, you know, figure things out for themselves as well.
Yeah.
You know, that argument that he made.
They never put firecrackers in the mud, right, and blew them off. That's what they never did. They just didn't do that stuff. You don't get it?
Yeah.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, you know that argument he made where it was like, the model would predict that you wouldn't feel that, you know, that bollocks. It's just like, if I was to say to someone like, oh, I have a model and I own a Bugatti Veyron, but when you observe the car, it would look like a Fiat Panda. And then if I tell someone I own a Bugatti Veyron and they see a Fiat Panda, then they still accept it's a Bugatti Veyron anyway, because I told them that that's what would happen.
You posh son of a bitch! What's a Bugatti Veyron?
Wait, are you saying it's posh? Do you own posh crypto? Are you posh?
No, it's like an Italian sports car. So.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, fine.
I
don't know, whatever.
Oh shit!
1,000
Nice,
brake horsepower.
Looks pretty
good. Yeah, it's a sick car. Yeah, that's seriously quick.
Quick.
0 to 60 in like 2.5 seconds,
hold
isn't
on
it?
a second. Number one, horsepower isn't quick. It's horsepower. How much horsepower?
1,000?
1,000? What
I don't
the
know.
fuck kind of
Hold on.
engine is in there?
I
think it's to me it's like a McLaren thing.
I call
how they do like
bullshit.
V10s.
I call
Shit,
bullshit.
I can post a link to 1,000 horsepower concept from Cadillac.
I call bullshit on this friggin' posh.
Doesn't matter anyway. If you guys came to my front yard and saw a Fiat Panda sitting there, you wouldn't be like, "Oh, well, Crypto told me that the Bugatti Veyron would look like a Fiat Panda, and therefore it's a Bugatti Veyron," right? But this is the argument he made. It's like, well, because they told you that the lie would have no evidence, that therefore it's it's true anyway. Like, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense to anyone.
Apparently you can go 407 kilometers an hour.
253. Where's the horsepower?
I don't know. Hold on, I'm checking.
What type of engine's in there? Power.
Oh, it says. Here, I'll just give you the wiki if that's okay.
That's fine.
I got it wrong. I apologise. It is only 987 brake horsepower.
Well.
Let it go. Let yourself go. Slow and low. That is the tempo.
It is tempo.
All right. Let's see what. Oh, she left. The wrecked ankle biter. Where'd she go?
See, a lot of times, John, a lot of people will join sometimes, and they're like, "Oh, it's easy as flat Earth. This is the thing, you know. We're all globies, and I don't know what is it they think we're actually talking about. They come in with a different idea, and then when we start to slam down the facts, you're just like, well, it's not as interesting as I thought it was. So I'm just gonna roll on out and keep believing the globe religion.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I think a lot of them, if it doesn't it's subconsciously they're looking for some flat Earth stuff that we talk about to match their beliefs of reality, right? And if it doesn't, if it's all just going over their head, that's just like, well, they're like, fuck this, whatever.
Yeah, and what's really interesting about that, I mean, YouTube is, from, me and Roger are live streaming from this Discord on YouTube. I'm multi-streaming, but the most popular channel is on YouTube, and I get so many people in the YouTube chat that are saying, "Hey, where's your evidence for flat Earth?" And I don't know, if you ask me, I'm going to say, don't you experience the Earth as a level stationary plane, and you see the sun, moon, and stars moving above your head? That's my evidence. Now, where's your evidence for the globe? And for the most part, they just start waffling and it's like, oh, well, everybody knows. They're going to appeal to consensus or just all kinds of weird fallacies. And at the end of the day, since I don't bring any evidence for the flat plane Earth, they think they've won the argument. So they're in delusion when actually all I have to do is say, hey, don't you experience the Earth as a flat level stationary plane and you see the sun, moon, and stars move above your head, where's your evidence for the globe?
Just another correction. It's actually 3,000 brake horsepower, and only 1,000 make it to the full-driven wheels.
Which car are you talking about?
Bugatti Veyron.
Oh, the one that.
Redford's doing VC checking.
Shit, we're talking about cars now. Is Michael J. Smith in here?
No, it's QE's fault. He didn't know what the Bugatti Veyron was.
I definitely didn't.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm just messing around. And usually when we talk about cars, it's when Michael's in here. Yeah, I love cars too.
Crypto started it. Blame him.
No, but I mean, there's no reason. A lot of times when you get off into minutia about different ideas that we have, it's because these guys don't really have any evidence for the globe, and they'll claim that they won't come in because because we don't have any evidence for the flat Earth. It's really because they're just pissed off that they can't prove it. But here's the thing: they're pissed off at us because they don't believe. Well, here's what it is: they have their religion, and they think we don't have evidence for flat Earth. What it is actually that we're challenging their standard model, which, I mean, shit, all that shit's in the education system, the news media, in the universities, all of that shit. We're challenging it. And so when they come in here and say, do you guys have evidence for flat Earth? Well, when we say, what do you experience on Earth while you're here existing on Earth? Do you have any evidence that Earth is a globe? They're like, well, hell yeah, because I mean, everybody believes it. We have all the universities, freaking government, we have the media, that's not evidence, man. So they get really ticked off at us for not believing all that shit. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I used to believe that shit too, and that's another thing that pisses them off. It's like, you flat earthers act like you know everything. No, we don't know shit. But once I figured out that I can't trust what they're saying in the education and media, it's not see, you can only sell a lie with an element of truth. You have to freaking sprinkle truth in there so you can sell a lie. No, I don't fucking believe them. Pardon my French, but yeah, it's my story and I'm sticking to it. And yes, I experience the Earth as a level stationary planet, and so do you. Whether or not, see, when you deny your own experience, that's when you're in religion.
Yeah, and like the kid in The Matrix said, to help along that stigmata, he said, to deny your own instincts is to deny the very thing that makes us human.
Good one.
You know what I mean? So like our instincts tell us, literally our instincts physically tell us, observationally, this thing ain't moving.
Hey, but check this out. A lot of the Globers would say, well, I have my natural instincts, and I think that these flat earthers are nuts, right?
That's not an instinct, that's an opinion.
Well, but we're not inside their mind and their spirit. We can't know how they think about us or whatever.
Programmed.
I know, dude, I know that, but we have our opinion about what they think, but they really believe that the Earth is a globe, and and it's been proven, and so this is why they come against us so hard.
I don't talk about my opinion about their beliefs. If I'm going to talk about anything here, I'm going to be as factual. I'm just kidding. I talk about all kinds of shit.
Yeah, no shit. I was about to fucking call you on that. Because I see you talking shit about that all the time.
We have another one. If you guys want to talk to another somewhat glober truth
Is
seeker.
that the ankle biter?
Yeah, I'm back.
Hey,
Hey!
welcome back.
I brought another one. Well, found another one, a creation bearer, and I found him in the check-in. Are you there,
Thank you.
truth seeker?
You said my name?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I was listening to music.
Oh, well, the floor is open. You can have a conversation. Or do you want to go through the 3
word.
points?
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
Yeah, let's learn the 3 points for we have a little discussion.
All right. So you think you can have an honest conversation and answer if you answer honestly. If you don't know, that's okay. You can just say that.
Yeah, it says in the Bible, don't lie. So yeah, it hurts to lie.
Perfect. All right. So as I kind of told you up in the check-in, that these are just three positive claims made by the globe model. It's just kind of gauge where you're at and what your belief is and what you know.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So how has curvature been measured from ancient times up until today?
Wait, you said what? How has it been measured? I ain't gonna lie, I dropped out of school. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know nothing about that.
Oh, okay. So then this should be pretty easy then. So you don't know how they've ever measured curvature. You just, like you said earlier, that's just what you were taught, right? In school.
Yeah, curvature. I don't think they can measure that. Like, I don't know. I don't see how that works. Like how people say you can measure how fast the Earth is spinning. It's going 100,000 miles an hour. I don't believe that, bro. They're crazy.
Yeah. So then the second question is, how has the Earth been detected to be spinning on its axis, which would be the axial rotation that they claim?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, then the last one is, if the vacuum of space is actually a medium that they tell us that we can travel to, right? They've said they've been to space. But how can we, as a pressurized system, exist next to this near perfect vacuum? So short answer, or short would be, how can you have gas pressure without a container?
I don't know about. I don't know that. I don't know. Like, I ain't even get into the whole science thing. I just know that I heard that the Apollo space program was fake, and some of the people in the space program were Freemasons. Like, one of them had a Freemason ring on. I think one of the Armstrong dudes had it on. So yeah, if there's a Freemason involved, it's demonic.
Perfect. So then, like I had said, these are just all 3 claims made by the globe model. And as you can see, you don't know. So, it's just a belief, right? There's
Yeah.
nothing, we can't actually prove these things.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have any questions, or what would you like to talk about with regards to the shape of the Earth?
Not really sure. I'm a religious person, so I don't know. A lot of these things the media tells us is false. I don't believe nothing media tells us about the vaccines. None of that. I'm not taking my vaccine. If you took your vaccine, you're crazy.
Well, we can't talk about that because we're live streaming to YouTube.
Yeah.
You said we can't, or we can?
We can't. You can talk about it in another room, but we can't talk about it here.
So what are we talking about in this one? Are we talking about the Earth?
Yeah. So this one's is just for a discussion about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, they say it's round, but I don't know about all that. I mean, who else? Who in here has been to space? That's what I would like to know. I don't think any of us been in space, so I don't know. Somebody got to prove it.
Spaced out, but I haven't seen anyone go to space now.
Yeah.
Ain't a man alive that's been to space. Not a man alive.
I think I have a picture in my
Nobody
computer.
been up there, man. Ain't nobody been up there.
Didn't Jeff Bezos go up in there?
I'm pretty sure he's a Satanist as well. I've heard.
Have you seen that rocket? Like the shape of that rocket, dude?
There was another one like that too.
Oh yeah, if you look at Freemasons in space, they show it too. Some of the space people having Freemason rings on. So yeah.
Even if space was real, I wouldn't go up into space in that Dodo rocket. Just being honest.
Romans 3:4. God forbid, yeah, let God be true, but every man a liar, as it is written that thou mightest be justified in thy sayings, and mightest overcome when thou art judged.
Oh yeah, I'm looking right now. It says Buzz Aldrin Jr., the second man to lie about walking on the moon, is an admitted ring-wearing, hand-sign-flashing 33-degree Freemason from Montclair Lodge, number 144, New Jersey. Edgar Mitchell, Don Elzey, Virgil Grissom. There's a bunch of people who are Freemasons that were involved with NASA. So I don't know. The Earth could be flat.
I have a question then. What if someone other than a Freemason told you these things? Then what?
I mean, told me what? That the Earth was round or was it flat?
Told you they went to the moon and played golf and all this stuff.
Somebody who wasn't a Freemason told me that.
Check this out. I mean, there are a lot of people in government that have been Freemasons or whatever, and every single astronaut that claims to have gone to the moon is a Freemason. As far as I know, I mean, I could be wrong, but as far as I know, I've done some research for a very long time. But whether or not the moon landing really has nothing to do with, the globe versus flat. It doesn't prove anything. If you really want to know if Earth is flat or a globe, which to me, that's, it could be a dichotomy or whatever. What we're talking about is the story that's been told about Earth. Now, even throughout humanity, I guess we're going to do a history lesson here. So, some of these things we've been taught in modern times that they used to try to figure out shape of the Earth. They told us Christopher Columbus was going from Spain to the west. To the west to find out if the Earth was flat or not. He thought he was going to end up in India, and that's why they call North American native people Indians, right? I mean, these are stories, and if you're fed through this, if you really believe this bullshit, then you're susceptible to anything. So it's not about what they told us is true. It's about taking all of the information in and coming to your own conclusion.
That's what I'm asking you, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. If I interrupted, go ahead.
Yeah, so if these people weren't Freemasons, then what? And they told you all these fantastic claims.
But you're making up like something. But there was Freemasons in outer space.
I get it, but let's say they weren't. Would you still believe what they said?
But they are though. So
let me get. Sorry, but Truth Seeker, do you believe in space?
I haven't really been there, so I don't really believe nothing. I don't believe what nobody tells me, bro. I question everything, bro.
Well, you can only know what you know by what you experience. You don't have to believe it necessarily. I mean, Of course, we're going to believe certain things about what we've been told by our parents and our teachers and professors and everything about history. But we are we're individual people. We can come to our own conclusions. I mean, if someone says, "Well, you're just wrong," and I don't believe you. Well, don't believe me. I'm going to freaking live my life the way that I live it. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, let me say this then. So they claim civilians have gone to the ISS, people without military backgrounds, or Freemasons. Let's say that. Would you believe the story then?
I don't believe nobody. I ain't gonna lie. I don't believe the media. I don't believe what nobody tells me. I have to see for myself.
No, that's good then. I was just making sure you
Well,
were
I know outer space doesn't
crazy.
exist. So I don't care if Jesus told me it exists.
I was making sure you weren't some crazy appeal to authority. If any authority figure gives it to me, it must be true.
Well, I think that there's no pressure here, man. If you don't have much experience in addressing this topic, it's okay. If you're curious, man, stick around and listen a while. You don't have to talk in here. It's something you said. Anyway, I'm not gonna. But I heard just what you just said, but it just kind of shows me that you're just projecting from a path of ignorance, which ignorance is good. Ignorance is good, but you're very curious about the topic. So keep looking into it, man. That's what I would encourage you to do. I mean,
from my viewpoint, it seemed like he believed the whole story until he found out they were Freemasons.
Sure, and so it sounds like he's really new to the topic. So anything he says, it's just he might have been in other discords, and some other discords they'll just let you just spout off nonsense all day. We don't do that. We're actually trying to get diggity down to the truth. So yeah, if you're really curious, you can just listen for a while, and if you're respectful of the room, then you'll start to learn something. A lot of people think they can't learn something from flat earthers, but they're wrong. So cool.
Unless it could be hard for y'all to come to like a conclusion because there's already be
there's no conclusion to creation. The question of creation, there's no conclusion.
What do you mean by that?
Ask yourself. Look inside your heart and find out if you can figure it all out.
Either way, at the end of the day, it could be round, it could be flat. But how do you really?
No, this isn't about shape. It's more about your heart and spirit than shape of Earth. Now, if you see, this is where the atheists get off, right? They're like they're trying to figure out creation through an illusion. And this is my opinion. Don't believe me. They think they're trying to figure out creation through an illusion of some type of power that they might have, of some imaginary universe that just all of a sudden popped into existence. That it took 14 billion years for it to. That started 14 billion years ago from a little dot that exploded, and the evidence for that is their red. See, anyway, we're not going to get into all that bullshit with this guy, because he's new to the topic. So anyway,
yeah. Well, once you start going down those roads, it's like the story falls down the stairs on its own. You don't even have to really do much. Just start describing what they expect people to believe. In contrast to
the reason
what
they
reality
believe
really
it.
is.
Yeah, the reason they believe it is because their teachers and professors defer to the quote unquote scientists, and this is the story, and it's like, and this is the curriculum. It's an atheistic curriculum. The Earth pretty much just created itself. Anyone in their fucking right mind wouldn't believe that shit, but you have these people in authority that are trying to tell you that it actually happened that way. But no, the Earth cannot fucking create itself. That's insane.
Here, he essentially asked, what evidence do we have?
Well, their evidence is freaking radar telescopes. That's their evidence.
No, he's asking what evidence we have.
Yep.
Oh,
Who said?
for a
He
flat
said,
Earth.
"How do we really know if it's one way or the other?"
Can I take it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm done talking. I just gave my
Like
little rant. Go ahead.
you need to set a foundation, in my opinion. Like if you look at something and you experience with all your five senses that something is true, that's the standard. Like if you look at around you and you see like a flat earth, like you don't see any curvature, everything measures that's the standard. And to say that it's curving is a positive claim, and if your claims can be backed up with proper maths, because the black swan itself is like an anomaly and proves already that their whole mathematics behind it, behind the whole globe model is flawed. It would be like ludicrous to say that the Earth is a globe for many reasons. We're not making the positive claim here. We're not the ones doing mental gymnastics to bring forth a model. It's just that, as far as we know, it measures flat. That's all. Like the globe claim is like, yeah. Can someone take over? Like,
I don't know, bro. I know school be lying to us, so it could be flat, it could not. I don't know.
It measures flat, my friend.
measures flat. Yeah.
I
was lost for
so,
words.
No, you're good, man. You're good. So we measure that it's flat with a really good way to do it is a frozen lake, frozen body of water that isn't moving at all. And if you can get one that's a few miles across, and you can get something like a mirror where you could flash light across it, and it does work. People have done this before. So if you want to go out and do something like that, that's decently easy. If you can find a frozen lake and a friend and a mirror, that's a decent one that's really easy to perform. And you got your laser tests and all of this. And then here's a good one for me. Do you know about the term sea level?
Sea level, I heard it at school. Like the mountain is so above sea level or whatever.
Right. So it's an indication of where you are in relation to the ground versus the sky. But sea level. Do you know what the word level means?
I mean, it's leveled out. It's in balance. Am I right? Or
It's kind of, yeah. So sorry. Yeah. So from A to B, there's a straight line. The level is in regards to the medium, what you're looking at. But level it means flat basically, but it's different because flat is an aspect of a planar shape, while level is a different kind of thing. But they both mean basically the same thing. I know I'm butchering this, but I'm trying to find something here. Hang on. No, it's not there. Okay, so anyway, sea level. So level means it's straight across from everywhere you're looking. It's straight across. That's why they call it sea level. They don't call it anything else. Then they call the horizon horizontal because the base word for horizon is horizontal. And do you know what horizontal means?
that means like cross and vertical is up.
No. Okay, so horizon. The base word is horizontal, and that means straight across from left to right or right to left.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah. Okay. So we have the horizon. That is purely optical. Sorry, I'm trying to find something.
You trying to say like you got the sea level, it means level, and you know that means straight and flat or whatever, and then you got the horizon and horizontal.
It's the same thing. Yeah,
it's
sea
all
level,
flat,
horizontal. Yep, it's all straight lines, and
which
it
would
doesn't
conclude
curve
to
anywhere,
flat
no matter
Earth.
how high we go. What's that?
Which would conclude to like the flat Earth theory then.
Well, at the very least, it's flat and level right there. And if you take right there your perspective and you go anywhere with your perspective, you're never going to see it bend or curve or even drop. at all. That's what's crazy about it. So they claim we are on a spherical object, a ball, a marble, right? But we can't find any bending for it to be. And the reason I brought up sea level is because the vast majority of Earth is water. And that's why they call it sea level, because at sea level, you're level with the plane that we live on. So they wouldn't call it sea level if it weren't level, right? If it weren't flat and horizontal. So that's kind of, I know I danced around it, but I think you got it.
Yeah.
So if it's flat, if 3/4 of it is perfectly flat, and you got flat places all over the place. You got your salt flats here. Hang on, I'll find that one while I'm talking. But if you can't find curvature anywhere ever, if you can't measure it, you can't see it, you can't get to it. Where is it? And how do we live on a ball if it's 70% flat, sea level? That's weird. But it's just impossible. That's not how balls work. Trying to find this GIF here of the 10 flattest places in the world. Hang on a sec. Anybody else want to chime in, man? That's all. I just wanted to talk to him about sea level. Do you have any questions right now?
I don't know. Not really. Like, I don't know. School and what they talking about is just irrelevant. I just worry about God mostly. What's going on? You know, exposing the cult and all the Freemasons and stuff. But yeah, this does have to do. You know, like there's some stuff in the Bible talking about Earth and whatnot, and like we're under a firmament. But
right. Well, here's the thing too. If they can lie to you about something like this, they can literally lie to you about everything, big or small.
Yeah,
You
just
would
like
never
the
know.
vaccines. How do you
hang on. Hold on. Here, let me say something real quick about that.
Bad.
Yeah, but I have something to say. If you want to talk about that, just call it Cocoa Pebbles, and then you should be all right. Yeah, Cocoa Pebbles.
You like Cocoa Pebbles?
I do. It's a good cereal.
What's your favorite one?
Well, I'm actually more fond of Fruity Pebbles, but Cocoa Pebbles are good in a pinch. So anyway, but we don't like to talk about it anyway because this flat Earth server. So, and it's endless. The thing about the globe belief system is that it's got a lot of holes in it, and so we can spend a lot of time on one hole, or we can spend a lot of time on multiple, tens, hundreds throughout a day, because it's just. Oh my!
I have a question. So if the Earth is flat, how do you describe the orbit of the sun? Say if I'm in Pennsylvania, I'm in the United States, right? And right now it's dark. It's 10:42 at night right now, so it's dark. The moon's out or whatever, okay? And I'm in America, and somebody in Singapore is seeing daytime. Explain how that works in a flat Earth. Like, where does the sun and the moon go? Like.
People don't like the way I'm going to answer this question, but I'm hopefully going to teach you to critically think. So you're assuming, given a model, that that's what's going on. Okay, good. Well, I just wanted to hear you say it, that you're assuming, based on a model, that that's what's happening. Do you call people in Singapore and say, hey, are you seeing the sun right now? Where is it in the sky? What time is it? You know what I mean? Do you really know that, or is it just something you were told?
I have a friend who's in Singapore. So, like, I talk to him, and it'd be like daytime or nighttime, and it'd be the opposite where he's at. And I just wonder, so if the Earth is flat, then how does that all work?
Oh, are you saying the sun should light up the entirety of the Earth?
Yeah.
Oh, because it's not 93 million miles away, and it's not million times the size of Earth. Those are the two things that need to be understood first. So it's small and local sun. We don't know how big. We don't know how close or far necessarily, but it creates hot spots on the Earth. So you get like a little a pinpoint on the Earth, relatively close to where the sun is shining from the sky. If it were a huge, huge motherfucker out there just beaming, right? it would light up everything about the Earth. It would be all-encompassing light. You'd barely have anything what you call nighttime. And so you'd have everything really, really bright, right? I don't even think we could handle it. If you know what I mean, that doesn't make sense at all. It creates a local hotspot. And there's GIFs for this too. I wish somebody would post one, because that GIF doesn't have anything to do with anything, Logris.
But where does the moon go?
Where does it go?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know where it goes, man. No idea.
I thought you knew though.
Why would I know that?
Ain't you the flat Earth man?
The flat Earth man? No, that's not me. I'm just chatting in a server, man, and I happen to know that it's flat.
Okay, so if you know where it's flat, so if the sun is out in America, and I'm seeing. Matter of fact, we finna go off real life right now. Explain this like right now. So I'm seeing nighttime. It's dark outside. I don't see no sun nowhere. So where the sun go? It's in Singapore where my friend is at. It's gonna be light outside right now. So explain like how.
So the sun is over there now.
If the Earth is flat though, like
you can't see light forever. There's an extinction. There's something
space.
called the extinction of light. Hang on. There's something called the extinction of light. So basically, the further away a light moves, there's going to be a point where you can't see that light anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I could kind
So
of picture
the sun goes out of your view, out of your area, to a point where you don't see any of it, and that's what we call nighttime. So that's how that works.
I could kind of picture that now because I'm looking at a picture of a firmament. I'm just picturing like the sun moving away. I think it just gets darker and it's just going really far across
Can you
the
see
Earth.
the voice text?
Voice text? Where is that at? In the mentions?
Voice text is in the. Yeah, I think people might be mentioning. No, they haven't mentioned you yet. But so right above where it says live stream, right? So you had to click live stream to come into this server. Just right above that says live stream voice text. Do you see that there? Your options.
Live stream voice text. I see live stream voice text too. It got a lock on it. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, go. Yeah, they're tagging me.
Oh, good. Yeah, they're tagging you. Okay, so now scroll up and see all of these images, these GIFs, these representations of reality here, or at least this is what the real research brings you to is these things that we put together. So, but can you see at the top there that picture of the beach in the sun, that first one that Cut the Shit posted? Can you see that?
Beach in the sun.
Yeah. It's orange, very orange and red. You see that? Okay, so click on it, make it bigger if you want. Do you see how the sun is lighting up the local area a little bit, and mostly though just right where the sun is at and below it onto the water? You see, that's called a local hotspot. That wouldn't be possible if the all-encompassing light of the sun were doing what they say it's doing. They say it's millions of times bigger and 93 million miles away. That wouldn't make a hotspot. Hotspots are local. Do you see what I'm trying to say? If you do the same thing with a, I know I'm trying to reify right now, but if you get a flashlight and you do the same thing over a table, you'll get the same exact result.
Why do I think of heat when you say hotspot?
Well, because it also, I mean, it's a hotspot because it's close to the light source, to the energy source. That's why it's a hot spot, because it's the warmest and the most lit up of what that thing is affecting, and that thing is the sun. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I hope so. It did not sound good on my end. Anyway, so that picture says, okay, to me it says that sun is kind of it's right over there. It's creating a very local hotspot. It's not 93 million miles away. And then you scroll down, and if you see that representation, are you seeing how the sun and moon are going over what looks like kind of like a flat disc? Okay. That's basically what's happening when the sun moves away from you. See, it can't be 93 million miles away, and it can't be huge if it's doing that, if we even have night and day.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason you think it's spinning is because the things in the sky are going along with the story you've been told.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of just looking at the sky and noticing what it's doing. The sky stuff is moving. We aren't. I'm not moving. Do you feel like you're moving? Yeah.
I mean, I can see it,
Yeah.
like, as you tell me this, I'm picturing in my head, like, I could believe that more than what they saying, because they be telling us some BS anyway. So yeah, it could be true, but I don't know. It is what it is.
Cool,
I'm
man.
saying, yeah.
Well, it sounds like you have a decently open mind and you're being honest, so that's cool. I appreciate it.
Appreciate the new perspective.
Yeah, dude, totally. It's what we do here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you have any other questions and such, there's a lot of people in here. I got to bounce for a sec. I got to eat some food, but it's really good talking to you.
too.
Let me see. Let's see. Does he have a roles? He's VC verified. Okay, cool. Yeah. Chat
right.
away, folks. I'll be back in a few minutes. Good talking to you, Truth.
Yeah, you too, man. So what we finna talk about next, y'all? What's the move? My man Sinji in this show.
Yo, what's good?
Chilling.
Yeah, good to know.
So what we finna talk about next? Like, he just pretty much proved like the Earth is flat, low key. Like, if you know school telling you some BS, then you might as well believe this. Like, I don't know, bro. How you feel, Sinji?
How I feel about?
Yeah, the Earth being flat. You think the Earth flat?
Yeah, the Earth is flat. It measures flat, at least. But my beliefs are like, how do I say it? More biblical. Like, not everyone might agree with me because I also believe in a firmament, like a dome above, and whatever, like all the things that's written in the Bible about the Earth. And so far, it all adds up. So every view that everyone has here, how do I put this? Like, all the beliefs that the people here have, I have as well, but not all beliefs I have, everyone in here would agree, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, never mind, I take that back actually. Like, you do need a gun. So I think a lot of the people would agree with the firmament.
Yeah, I could see the little Earth and moon spinning around, and you won't be able to see the light. I could low key feel that.
Earth doesn't spin; it's stationary.
I'm talking about the moon and the sun moving, not the Earth inside of the firmament.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, right? But I'm speaking biblically. I don't know what anyone else thinks of this. But the moon and the sun are celestial bodies. But so I would assume they're like outside the container, like above the container, not inside.
Yeah.
But I'm not.
Well, what did Genesis tell you?
Pardon?
You said you're biblical. What did Genesis tell you? I mean,
Yeah.
there was light in the beginning before the sun was even created.
Yeah, he made the evening and so on. He made the light. He made the waters. He made heaven and earth. And he separated the waters by a firmament. If I'm not mistaken, you can always correct me.
That's about right. What's going on, y'all?
Chilling. What's up with you, bro?
What's up, man? I've been listening to the conversation, man.
Firmament. That's the part I was. It's in Genesis.
Yeah, Genesis 1.
Yeah, he placed them in the firmament, and he called one heaven and one the sky.
Yeah, and like
Rakia Shamim.
Can you enlighten me, please, Battle Mode? According to the Bible, the sun and the moon are like celestial bodies, right? That would mean that they're above the firmament.
That's
Or is
not
that wrong?
according to the Bible.
I've never heard
You
that.
said it right the first time when you said lights. So at best, celestial lights. And guess what?
Great light and the lesser light. They're not the hosts of heavens.
What up, Elijah? He straight cut you off.
What up, bro? What up, bro?
Hey,
That's
came
why
in
I
to
finished
tell.
my sentence.
I came in to tell the truth, dude.
Yo,
Don't be believing in flat Earth just because somebody made some sense, bro. It ain't.
what you
That guy.
mean?
It sounded like you was like, oh well, since
Nah,
you
it's
know.
making sense, bro. Like I'm saying, they feed you some bullshit in school. Like, why? Might as well believe in this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And plus, you look at the
No,
firmament.
but that's
Being
what
an innocent
that's why I
believer.
came in because like when I heard that I was like, oh hell
Do
no,
your
like
research.
you
Nah,
gotta
I ain't
know it
gullible.
yourself. You got that's
I
what I'm
ain't.
saying. Like don't follow. Like that's the whole point. Like people believe in shit. You know, we trying to break that. So don't just say you believe it because somebody lying about something else. Like that's not even a good reason.
So you
Oh
saying he
no, but
lying
the thing
now?
is, hold on, Truth Seeker.
No, listen to him. Hold on. Let him finish. Let him drive his point home. That's real talk.
No, that's why I came in. I was listening on YouTube. I was like, nah, that's not even a good reason. Like that's not why I don't believe in it. I know it.
Belief?
Yeah, belief. Like that.
I
Like
agree.
that's not a good reason. That's the reason why we in the mess we in right now, though. That's why.
No,
That's
no.
why I came in here.
Any person can go out and do the math, apply it towards the geometry and the radius, and know how far they should be able to see on a globe of a given radius.
There you go.
Any person can observe it for themselves.
Right, and that's why I want him to hear that shit, because don't be saying you believe it because somebody said it and they make sense and the government lying. Like that's not. Don't do that.
Yeah, ask yourself why when I leave an airport in Michigan can I see halfway across the lake almost to New York?
Huh? I don't know, bro.
That's a good question, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm lost right now. I ain't gonna lie. I'm lost.
Why when I skydive and I look around can I see for a 60-mile radius all the way around from not even 1,500 foot?
I don't know. I never been skydiving, bro. I only been on the helicopter ride at the fair, and that's it.
Pussy.
Fat Power.
kidding.
Can I ask you a question?
What's up?
But like I was just, how do I say it? I mean, the Bible is what got me into this in the first place, and after that, I saw all the empirical
scriptures.
Hold
yeah,
on,
it's
let
Holy
him.
Scriptures.
Go ahead.
King James. Well, I like to clarify that King James gave us the Bible. He owns the copyright to it.
All right, you got into it because of the Bible. That's cool.
Yeah, and after that, I saw all the empirical evidence, like via this server and like other sources, and yeah. So I
That's
do
what's
know
up.
I do know the empirical reasoning here and there.
Well,
But
I never been into the Bible or religion. Like I didn't think I had a religion until I started to research the globe shit, and I was like, oh shit, now I see. So I was against the Bible and all that, to be honest, for a hot minute. I got into it because I challenged the flat Earth, and that's what happens when you do it.
I mean, me following God, it's a righteous example, bro. Listen, like I used to smoke weed. I used to do a lot of things. And once I learned what's going on in the music industry, it's like this shit is real, bro. The spirit realm is real, like dead ass. People are selling these souls out here. They pushing agendas.
Listen, guy, I've studied the Bible since I was 13 years old. I go to a biblical university, but I still test this with science. You believe God made science? God gave all man knowledge? God made all knowledge?
Yeah, God made everything.
He wanted you to go out and experience the world for yourself and know the truth, did he not?
Yes.
Well,
so up here we do science up here. No offense to anybody. I'm not saying I disagree with the spiritual concepts. We do, but what we're trying to do, science nerds come here, and you're not gonna. If preaching the gospel to them was going to convert them. They'd have been converted a long time ago.
Exactly.
So to reach a science nerd, you have to crush their science and then leave them with nothing but a creator.
Yes. I agree to that. You know, you
But
got people.
I don't got that
people.
knowledge.
I understand that 100%, and I
I
agree.
don't got the time and energy for that. I mean, can argue with some person on the net over what the shape
You
of
don't
the
have
earth
to. You don't
is.
have to argue. You can just look. You can just look into things you want to look into. Like there's
I'd
so
rather
much stuff to
ask
look
him
into.
why that DMX put himself in a bathtub full of blood, and you mean so did Eminem. Why are they doing this? If the spirit realm doesn't exist, why are they doing these rituals? Why are they doing this weird shit?
Oh my!
That's not gonna get you nowhere. Just speculating. Like I mean, at least what we're talking
I
about, you can
feel
go
what he's
outside.
saying. I
That's
feel
true.
what
And
he's
and
saying
and I heard.
because
Go ahead,
this
like.
whole, I mean, for instance, the year is 2021 AD, after death of who?
Huh?
2021 after death.
That's what it
Because
is. 2021 AD.
2021 years before that was before Christ, right? So I get what you're saying. Not like everything is on this ritualistic, religious. It's all connected, but we all act like it's not.
Mm-hmm.
So I get that. Why do all of this and do all of these rituals if you don't believe in something spiritual?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, what this is about is, well, there was one belief system that we all grew up under, and they said it was a ball.
Yeah.
And simple geometry will say, okay, well, if it's a ball of this size, well, given the distance, I know how much curvature there should be between me and this place.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not there, plain and simple.
Mm-hmm.
So if something's not curving, what is it?
If you can't put it in the corner pocket, I don't want to hear about it.
What you talking about? Eight
That's
ball?
my dude.
What's
Oh,
up?
well, I mean,
What you say?
yeah.
You say you play 8 ball? I whoop you in iMessage
You
games.
you ain't get it, bro. You ain't get it, bro. God damn it.
How many rails? That's all I want to know.
You
Set
talking
your
about 8 ball? That's what you talking about. I whoop you, bro. You play iMessage games. I whoop you.
Truth. No.
Dude. I've led the state 9-ball singles. I got trophies for my state, bro. You can come on down though. I love winning money.
Bullshit.
Yes.
He said bullshit.
CAPL. The only reason I didn't get a trophy for that year is because
Sure.
COVID stopped it.
Sure. 9-ball is a great game, man. I love 9-ball.
Yeah, my dad was the state champ too.
I was. I used to be champion back in the day in the military, man. Sure, right. But I tried to play pool just the other day up in Montana. Oh my god, I couldn't
Bro,
hit a fucking
I still
ball.
own 6 tables. I got an L table, a 9-foot ball and claw leg, pocket table.
Hey, Quantum, it could be the floor, man.
League play.
It wasn't the floor,
because
dude.
the earth is flat.
No, for real. I used to work at a bar, and our floor was not perfect. I'm telling you.
I'm just saying that if you don't keep up on it, if you don't practice,
Yep,
then you lose it.
that's right. But I still play all the time, bro.
If you still play all the time, then you're good. Yep.
I live on a farm. I got my own bar. Come on. We play on the L table, though. All the other tables got boring for me and my kids.
Speaking of that, I forgot. Okay, don't worry about it. I'll get you in here in a second. You'll know this message.
Oh yeah, I'm sure I already know it. It's my second day in a minute for rain.
Is that the same thing you're thinking of?
I'm sure it is.
Funny.
I forgot all about it, man. I've been in a daze, but now I'm back on it.
Yeah. Fuck, I just been busy, man. We had after 4th of July, and it put us like 3 weeks behind.
When you think you get some time over the winter? I need them for the spring.
Oh hell yeah! Before It should be before the winter, but fuck over the winter. That's when I usually do it.
Yeah, just for the spring, man. And it's went up 500.
Perfect match, high velocity. You want the best loads, huh?
No, I trust you. Just target. I'm just target practicing.
Well, yeah, that's what perfect match is for, Olympic sporting. But yeah.
Yeah, they don't have to be perfect, Mike.
Well, perfect match normally isn't, but you try to get it to as close as you can. Same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be calling you saying, Mike, what the fuck? No, it's not going to happen.
Hey, you ever seen one of these L tables?
Well, let me see. Hold on a second. I'm not in there.
My fucking kid pulled off a 12 rail shot on me the other day. I was like, I was impressed.
I've never seen one.
I'm not gonna lie.
I've never played on one. I've seen them, but that's badass, man.
Yeah, this motherfucker, man, half a fifth into it says 12 rails in the corner. On the 8 ball, just ran 7 balls out, and I got 7 balls on the fucking table. And the kid ran 12 rails and made it in the side pocket. I was like, get the fuck out of here. And I just told him, if you make this, I'll give you $1,000. And he made it. Now, I didn't argue. I was like, hell yeah. That's my motherfucking boy.
Yeah. I've seen him before. I was like, fuck that.
Well, that's why I like them. 7, 8, 9 is like your limits on a regular pool table. But these you can do some crazy shit on these motherfuckers. And my kid, he knows he's got a chance on this table, so he'll play me all day long on here.
Yeah, I was the same way. Truth prevails. I've seen him. I've seen them before, but never played on them. I've seen them from a distance and in pictures like this, but never played on one in my whole life.
Oh, well, they're fun. It's fun, especially if you like, if you're good at one rail, then you should never be without a shot on this table. One rail in the pocket.
There's some serious geometry right here. I have to take some time to figure this fucking thing out.
Yeah. The first one we got was shorter and fatter, but this one, I like this one. My son found that one in Lansing. We drove up there and got it.
Where the hell do you see one of those at? Yeah, on an acid trip. That's where you see these.
What you be doing? Acid, bro? You be off the acid?
We got a bar in my town that's got 2 of them. They play Wednesday night league on their 8 ball on the L table.
I dropped acid before you were born.
Yo, you were doing acid? you dead ass? You was doing acid? You into that?
Yeah.
He was serving his country while you were shitting in diapers.
serving a country ran by Satanists and Freemasons.
I love to say that one. My uncle used to say it to me, so I kind of took it.
I think being in the army is being a crash dummy, bro, for a country that doesn't care about you.
Crash dummy.
But he said it like this: I was a Green Beret and Nam boy when you was shitting diapers full.
He said being a crash dummy for the army. That's pretty fucking hilarious.
Well,
I'm for real, bro. It is. You risking your life for a country who don't care about you, bro. You just throwing your life away. What?
I didn't think about that. I didn't do it for that. I did it for my friends beside me. Have that blow your mind.
Wait. So was it your friends before you got in the army? Because you can.
No.
So you just made some random friends. If you never, made your friends.
Yeah. I fucked up and made a mistake, right? Well, I didn't make a mistake. Shut the hell up, man. Why are you trying to speak for me?
Ooh, I'm not. I'm just saying.
Well, you're just saying. You're talking out your ass.
How? You mad because you was in the army
because you
and
don't
I
know what
wasn't.
you're fucking talking about. That's how.
I'm talking about you was playing for you put your life away.
That's how. You're just looking superficially inside and have diarrhea of the mouth. That's how.
Not really.
Yeah, shut the fuck up before you piss me off. Fucking clown.
This escalated really quick.
Yeah, it did because he's probably a fucking baller, isn't he?
He is, but he's not that bad.
I'm not. You know what? I'm not even going to answer you because it doesn't deserve an answer. Fuck off. And when you get there, fuck off even further. How about that?
Can we get back to the Earth? Oh, Quantum Eraser, you're the one who made the video on the Black Swan, right?
The video of the Black... I made a number of different videos. It's my presentation, yes.
All right, all right.
And?
Oh, no. Like, I was just curious. Like, I've watched the video.
Okay.
That's cool. He's not a nut rider. Hell yeah. I like you, man. You guys ever seen one of them? A Y table?
No.
What's a Y table?
But he's just posted it.
Yeah.
Oh.
See, I get so bored on the normal table. I go 9-10 foot, and then you get bored on that, and so you start looking at other stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Drunk, it's a whole nother story.
You ever play on the pool table the size of a pool?
No, not that big. 10 foot's the biggest I've played on. That would be crazy.
I have a question. Like, it's kind of
corner
similar to. How do you say it?
Corner pocket. He's got a question.
Oh, sorry. Like,
Is it
go
about?
ahead.
No, I'm talking to you. Is it about pool?
No, it's about like the world governments.
Oh God, no.
No. It's not the same as what Truth tried to go off on. But we know that the space agencies are all like kind of the same. But what about the world governments? Are they like also like in one box playing a theater game? Because that's what I honestly think. Like, I've done my research on this. Like, I'm not an expert, but
Yeah, I'm about out of here, man. You guys can handle this. Have a good night, everyone. Hang in there.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye, John.
Actually, the longest table I ever played on was a snooker table. They're 12 foot. I forgot about that.
What's the difference between snooker and billiard? I don't know the. Wait,
I can shoot the last ball in, but you can still win because it goes by points. So if you shoot 5-7 rail shots, you gain 35 points plus. So you might be up to about 42 points. Wherein I can run the table right out and only make 9 points. So you win.
Alright.
So you get points for rails. Snooker is a more advanced game.
I mean, I've never played it myself, but I've seen like, yes, games on TV. But that's just it.
Yeah, real hustlers play 3-ball or snooker 3-ball. 3-ball is hard to do on a 12-foot table. So 3-ball, you rack 3 balls up, you shoot them, they all fall, and you keep going. And then you'll bet, $1,000 a piece on 3-ball. So you get to shoot until you miss. So you might shoot 105 balls in. Well, I got $1,000 on it. I got to shoot more than 105 balls in.
I played 3-ball, man.
Yep, 3-ball is where you want somebody to actually have skill to take your money and not just get lucky.
Okay.
I've been in some high stakes 3-ball games, man. I've watched
High snakes, hell yeah.
Yeah, I've watched guys lose $10,000, dude, and then come back and want to bet 15.
Oh, that's how it is, man, with the high stakes, dude. It's just fucking, it's war, dude.
Oh, it is. And bet your sweet ass if a guy comes back and bets 15, there's a possibility he can win it back.
Yep. You gotta give him a chance, right, to win it back.
Yeah, listen, some hustles go deep. And all that shit up to that 15 G's could have been a hustle.
Yeah, I grew up in Chicago, man. That was the nightlife I had back in high school. Was street racing and playing pool. You know,
you could have
lovely.
been my brother.
That's what's up, man. Yep, exactly, man.
We'd build a hot rod in the barn till 2 in the morning, and then we'd wheel the pool table out and level it. Start drinking.
That's it, man. That's we would be playing pool and trying to set up a race at the same time. Like, hey, man, you know, who wants to race tonight?
Most of us drove a hot rod, and every Thursday night we would change the rear end gears in our hot rod so that we were ready to race the quarter mile. Stock Mustang, you put a 411 gear in the rear end, and you can now kill every stock Mustang in town in a quarter mile, not in the long run. You know, 5 mile race, they'll win.
What's the stock ratio?
383.
Okay.
It could be anywhere to 383 to 301.
So you're putting a longer ratio in there, yeah? Yeah. More torque.
Taller, yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll top out quicker, but you'll lose top end.
You'll lose top end speed for acceleration, you know, for torque.
Yeah. So most of them, they come with a highway gear in them, you know.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to kill your gas mileage when you do that, but, you know, you're going to have more torque.
411s in the 6.6 Trans Am turbo, and they couldn't even touch me.
Oh, nice. I love turbocharged shit, man.
I'd be eating up Mopars.
I don't like the Mopars, man. I don't like them. So.
My first car had a chopped down dump truck rear end, 453 gear, 4-speed, 79 Firebird with a 454.
All right.
I killed the Mopars in second gear.
Yeah, 454. Yeah, it's a decent sized motor, man.
Well, a lot of guys who beef up their motor and they don't do nothing to the gear. They leave that highway gear in there, and then they want to go drag race somebody a quarter mile. Well, the guy whose father actually races quarter miles is like, oh no, if you're just a quarter mile, gear it for that.
Oh man, I go like I don't know. I like to go fast and turn, so I do suspension first. You know, like racing ball joints and all that, where it's all metal on metal. There's no fucking rubber. It's extremely harsh to ride in, but it's the way to go. You know, if you can race, you know, I want to go fast and turn while I'm going fast. You know,
Dude,
I like to drift too and shit like that. But you know, I don't have a toy vehicle right now. But once I settle and choose where the fuck I'm gonna live,
dude. It's a 450. My brother's got a parking lot racer. It's a Mazda Miata 450 horse turbine.
Nice. Yeah.
It's so small. I got individual e-brake. Hey, I can do 360s and park that motherfucker anywhere. It's so small.
Those things are cool,
man. Battle mod. How many championships did you play in for snooker?
Snooker? I've never played in the snooker championship. I've only watched. My uncle played snooker.
You play snooker? The guy that's asking?
I play BCPL state leagues. So it's 9-ball singles, 9-ball partners, 8-ball singles, 8-ball partners, Scotch doubles, men and women. You can take your woman and go against somebody else and their woman, you know. I used to take my old lady and she's like, but I'm not good. I'm like, look, let's get this straight. You don't beat me in the barn because I don't let you, but you're a lot better than any other fucking woman I've ever watched because you try. If I miss, she could run the table. But saying I'm not as good, saying I'm not as good as you know, you don't break as well as me. I didn't just perfect my shot; I perfected my break. That's how you break. You run from the break every time.
No.
There's technique to breaking
that other person better know how to fucking rack, man. I'm whooping ass. after the break. You know.
Yeah, I
Sometimes I
practice the
wreck it
lag.
myself. I'll be honest. It's like, all right, just to make sure I got a tight rack, for my break. It's like, all right, fuck this. I'll
You know what the lag is, right? When you lag for the break?
No, what's the
It's
lag?
where you both take a cue ball and you bounce it off the furthest rail away and try to get the closest to the rail you started from. Closest to the rail gets the break. It's called the lag.
What do you do again? Hold on, one more time. Should I? All right.
You each get a cue ball. You start at the break end of the table, and you both shoot the cue ball into the rail at the other end of the table and try to get the
right.
Try
The
to get the
closest
closest
one
to the
without touching the rail,
closest.
right?
Yeah, without
Mm-hmm.
touching the rail, closest to the rail. You can touch the rail. You can lean against it.
Yeah, I got
You just got to be the closest to
the
it.
rail. Yeah.
So
Breaks
yep, closest to rail breaks.
Yep. Yeah, that's the first thing I'm buying. Actually, before I buy me a vehicle, well, buy a pool table. Decent. I want a decent one though. So.
It's the way to go.
I know, man. I want I don't know how to say it. Rasan or Rasin or whatever the fuck you call it.
Renaissance?
No, it's the. I'll show you what it looks like here. I'll post it. They use it in comp, man. It's not a cheap table.
Oh. RIZON.
RASSON. Here. Once you see what it looks like a V, like the base.
Racing. Yeah.
Yeah, racing.
I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah. Racing, Rasan, or whatever the fuck you call those. So this is what it is. I'll post a pic. Yeah, they ain't cheap. So once I move, I'll try to find me a decent used one. So or like an older one, Yeah, they're badass.
I like mahogany, oak.
Little
I like the
Brunswick
older.
or something wouldn't be bad.
Yeah,
either, man,
Brunswick,
for sure.
ball and claw. You get the ball and claw legs, mahogany and a mahogany Brunswick. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I could shoot all day long, man, on a table and just forget about time.
Yeah, I have my occasion to stop for a minute. I get bored sometimes.
Hey, real quick, this individual truth seeker from 814.
Yeah. Oh, he got muted. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Thank you, bro. Please can I explain myself real quick? Like I want
You
to know
don't
why I
have
got.
to.
I'm going back to
You're
biblical.
all right. It wasn't you.
I want to know why I got muted though. Like I was having a calm conversation. Like I'm so proud of myself for not cussing.
Moderators here are like that. You'll find that. You'll realize who you can kick it with and who you can't when you're a Glober.
Yeah, like who can I tap in with in here? So when I get muted, server mute, like who can I talk to? I just text in there and y'all unmute me like that.
Yeah, just tag me or Sirius.
Man, bro, I'm gonna add you as a friend, bro. Word.
Or truth prevails. Yeah. I'll accept it. Give me a minute. I'm looking at an article.
Yeah, he got mad because I told him he fought for a country ran by Satanists, bro. I'm just speaking facts. This country does not care about us, bro. They want us to get the vaccine and stuff.
He knows, man. He knows. It is what it is.
Yeah. There's certain things that go with knowing that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how was y'all day today, man? Y'all had a good day?
Slaughtered ready. and sought a remedy, but mourned the memories of so-called enemies, whose sudden deaths had burdened me heavenly. So I
What you
scorned
rapping?
them former enemies for a form of therapy. Yeah,
You a rapper?
I can.
Yo, you was snapping. You was rhyming for real. You said, what you got any songs out?
He's just warming up, man.
Why do you
Bro.
think they call him Battle Mod?
Woo! Okay. My
Right,
man's
right.
girl rapping. What you got any songs out?
No, I haven't
You
cut
should
one
drop
yet.
something.
I'm getting ready to.
Okay.
I work a lot during the summer, so I don't always have the energy to put into it.
Yeah.
You know, you want to drop bars with energy and emotion. You know what I mean?
True.
Enunciate properly the words in every song that should have meaning.
Mm-hmm.
But when you work 16, 18 hours in one day, it gets kind of drab.
Dang, what kind of job you got?
I own a paving company.
Even?
Yeah. Sometimes I got to fill in for my employees. It's hard to it's hard to find people to stay for asphalt paving and asphalt work. It's hard work.
I do a little bit of construction with my uncle. We just did a 4-foot post for this porch. Dug that up, little postal digger, whatever.
Would you level the porch out?
Yeah, we had to do all that.
True it.
Level the
Trued
post.
up the
Did
porch.
you plumb the post?
Huh? Yeah.
Maybe poured concrete down the
We
hole. Yeah.
pouring that next.
Did you mix the concrete by hand?
No. You crazy.
That's some work.
Right.
It's serious.
Been there, done that, bro. Wheelbarrow mixing concrete. Yep. Shit
Get your
sucks.
boy.
Really sucks.
Get those in your garden, old boy. Get to work.
Bro, that's worse than digging a fucking hole, man. It's like, all right, now mix up that concrete. It's like, what? I quit. I'll dig the hole. You mix up the concrete.
It's nice to have a gas-powered mixer.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
My uncle uses a drill.
Yeah, I bet a lot of people doing a paint mixer.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that doesn't have enough torque for concrete to mix up the aggregate of the rocks and whatnot. You know,
Right.
You can mix up
Not aggregate, but
Use a dough mixer.
you can do a sand and cement mix, like a topping coat or whatever. Yeah, you can mix that with the paint mixer and that drill was cool.
a big commercial dough mixer. Hell yeah, we could mix some cream in one of them.
Yep. Those things, those things are badass. The dough mixers put humans in the fucking ball. Crazy.
What, you did that?
What?
No, I've never mixed it in a dough mixer. No, I just know what they are.
And no one's ever put a human in one either.
Yeah.
No, we don't. The wood chipper. No, we don't. If
Man,
we
this
did,
blunt is kicking my ass, dude.
if we did, we'd clear it out so you'd never know anyway.
What you get high, bro?
Yeah, he said
I
his
barely get
blood's-
high anymore, but
Yeah, stop getting
Right.
high. That shit
said his
dead.
blood's killing him.
blunt, man, it is kicking my ass. This one is ripping for some reason.
What you got,
I like
sativa or indica?
Oh my gosh! So I'll read it off to you. Tell me. You go Google. I don't even I've smoked too many strains, man. Gelato.
Oh,
is
you
what
got
I'm
the
smoking right
gelato.
now. Yeah, I think gelato's a hybrid, ain't it? Go on Leafly.com, check it out. That's where I go, Leafly.com, and I just look at the strain. But I don't care. You know, picked up the O for $40, man. Fire O for $40. So with the discount from the store, I got it for $34 an O. So yeah.
What is it,
Can't go
medical?
wrong with that. No, recreational. Yep, Washington.
It's all me.
West Coast. No,
You.
West Side.
You from the West Coast?
Oh yeah, man. Weed, $34 an ounce for fire ass weed. Where do you think I am? The fucking communist side over there? Hell no.
You can get it.
The
You can get it
freedom
in
side.
Michigan, close to that, if you buy
Michigan is
enough.
pretty. Yeah, Michigan is dope though. I can't listen. I grew up in Chicago, so I would never diss that area. But it's like everywhere else is like it's still communist over there. Very communist in Chicago. However, like there's love there. I grew up over there, so Shy City. So it's like
We got our liberal. We got our liberal counties and all that, but when they speak up here, they speak quietly.
Yeah.
They know they're surrounded by the enemy. They know it. When they talk about what do you need an AR for deer hunting for? They say that shit on the internet where nobody can bloody their mouth for them. What are you, stupid boy? Constitution ain't got a damn thing to do with deer hunting, you dumb fucker.
Man, them fucking city slickers. I'm telling you, Chicago, I swear, you'll just see concrete for fucking miles. For like hours of driving, just straight concrete, dog.
What kind
city
of
block
idiot
after city block.
The Constitution gave you the right to deer hunt? What fucking idiot says that dumb shit? When the first kid I seen say that shit on the internet, I thought, yeah, we're fucked.
Yeah.
This generation's that fucking dumb? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
They said rulers?
Growing up in cities, man. That's how it is being a city slicker. You don't like meet reality, man.
Bitch, this is a republic. We ain't got no rulers. We got elected officials, representatives. It's a constitutional republic. The hell are these kids talking about?
It is a republic, yes.
The Second Amendment ain't got shit to do with motherfucking deer hunting, but it's got a lot to do with tyrannistical wannabe leaders who say it's a democracy, not a constitutional republic. It's got a lot to do with that.
Oh. Founding fathers hated democracy. They said it was the worst form of government. They spoke out, openly about that. Democracy is terrible shit.
Damn, mine's killing me too.
Yep, there you go, man. I'm about to roll me another, don't worry.
I had this bag of Casey Jones out the freezer for a minute. It's getting kind of dry.
You say you pulled the weed out the freezer?
Oh, yeah.
I grow my own.
That's where you keep it, man.
I freeze it. I grow my own. I grow
freezing preserves anything.
Casey Jones, Lemon Diesel Haze, and Granddaddy Perps.
Man, you gotta get on that, Mike. You gotta try this out if you can find beans for it or a clone. It's called Platinum Thin Mint Girl Scout Cookies. That's the strain, right? So it's a cross of Girl Scout with Thin Mint. Platinum Thin Mint. So it's like that's another cross, Platinum and Thin Mint, and that's the best weed I've ever smoked in my life.
Mine's good enough. I can go I go to the dispensaries and just trade. I normally don't buy from them. I just trade them this for that.
Yeah. Mix it up a bit.
Yeah. Get tired of smoking the same shit. Say, hey, what you trade me? What you trade me for this $1/4? Shitty boy.
So I got another strain, not just a gelato to smoke. I got this chocolate chunk right here. I'm gonna roll me a blunt of that next.
But you be rolling with Dutchess?
What? I use zigzags, I roll with the thinnest paper money can buy. That's what I go with. So right now I have zigzag ultra thin. That's because I purchased it locally. That's not the thinnest. I like rice.
Papers.
Yeah, rice papers. Elements are great. There's another favorite of mine. It's called Smoking Master, silver one. King size. Those are awesome rolling papers.
I like to get them element
rolls are great.
The element rolls where you just pull it out. Big roll.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the roll. Oh my god, you can roll as big as a fucking joint you want. And then you can you know how to stick them together to make a fucking flag?
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. That's when that party size shit. It's like, all right, guys, have you ever seen this before? It's like, what's this?
Well, my
Fucking
son
roll.
likes to do that. Most I'll do is roll a big fucking cigar size fucking joint. That's the most I do. My son will roll that shit that goes out 8 different ways.
Yeah, that conical shit, man.
Make it
Dutch
look
tulip.
like a hand.
Have you ever rolled a Dutch tulip before? Those are pretty cool.
No.
Easy, man. Easy roll. You should. It's kind of fun.
Keep it simple.
It's a party gimmick, you know, just for others. You smoke with others. Like, oh, here, let me show you.
I just roll a bunch of Pall Malls.
Man, first time I got high, bro, I had superpowers, bro. It's crazy, bro. The wind was blowing through my body and some more stuff.
You might have had a lace.
Nah, I was fried.
Go, Truth.
I was just gonna say he might have a lace joint if it's doing all that to him, because weed doesn't generally do that, from what I know. Anyway, maybe not. Maybe I'm just not getting the good stuff.
Man.
Yeah. I mean, it depends how much experience or how much you've smoked. But when I was younger, I would smoke way too much, where you would end up like puking, you know, from way too much smoke. That's how bad. Like I would take it to the next level and beyond. But now I just can't do it anymore. My tolerance is so high, where I could smoke 10 grams a day and it's all good. It's like old man shit now. It's terrible. I can't reach those levels anymore.
Closest I ever got, I remember once I thought demons were after me. I remember laying down in the back. Yeah, I mean, that's the paranoia, I guess. This was some wicked
That's
weed.
some good weed then.
Yeah, it was in a 76 Buick Park Avenue, and I was in the back seat, and I rolled all the windows up and locked the doors, and that wasn't good enough, so I felt like I needed to get down below the windows, so I got in the floorboard, and I don't know how long I laid there, but laid there for quite a while, till the demons were no longer after me.
Wow. That's why I quit smoking weed, man. I swear. That's why I'm glad, God got me, and, that's the end of that. My body got this shaking, bro. I quit smoking weed like 2 months ago. I smoked it. My body got this shaking uncontrollably. I said, fuck that shit. I don't like how it feels, and I'm
Good
done.
for you, man.
And it says in the Bible, be sober-minded and vigilant. So, that's where it's at now.
Now you're gonna sound like my dad, but that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I won't argue.
I mean, if smoking
I like
Go ahead, Michael.
I like what Bob B.O.B. said about paranoia. He said, "Am I paranoid? Picture Malcolm X in a room full of pigs trying not to bust a sweat."
What the fuck?
Fuck yeah, I'm paranoid.
I don't get paranoid from weed anymore. It was like a teenage thing. Kind of left.
Yeah, I don't either.
20, something like that. It was just gone.
Mine did too. Until I quit smoking it for about around 10 years or so. 10 or 15 years. When I quit smoking it for about 10 or 15 years and started back, it was back again. If I do too much indica, it might make me that way, but it's not so much like that. But all I wanted to do to say to you, Truth Seeker, was if it makes you to where you're not vigilant and that you don't have control of your faculties and you're not sober-minded, because you can getting high off weed, you're still sober-minded in the sense that it's talking about. So, but if it makes you that way, then I can understand not doing it.
Yeah.
But I guess it's an individualized thing.
Mm-hmm. And withdrawals, I believe weed you should put in your tea. You shouldn't have to smoke it. I don't know. And then you come with the withdrawals and stuff. Like, if weed's really good for you to smoke, why do you have withdrawals?
I never did have withdrawals. I smoked pretty heavy.
I smoked every day. Because if you really a smoker, you smoke every day. You just don't smoke every once in a while. It's every day.
They give well, I don't want to get into that conversation.
I've never gotten withdrawals, and okay, I'm not an everyday smoker. All right, if I say that, I'd be lying. I was talking the truth yesterday, and I think within 3 hours, I smoked 5 grams in 2 blunts. 2.5. This is also my first 2.5 gram blunt of the night right now, and I'm about to kill it. So I'm like sober as fuck. So, and I had get no withdrawals, man. And my THC levels are through the fucking roof. You know.
You probably THC.
Yeah, I do actually. But I collect it and smoke it. No, just kidding. But
that's where you get your
like there's the only withdrawal it will give you a bit is it's called mania. It'll make you a little bit manic, you know, and you'll lose sleep for sure. And that's about it. Just for a day or two. But there is no like headaches or anything like caffeine. Caffeine is, for me, it's harder to quit my coffee than weed, for sure. You know, whenever I do it, I suffer. I suffer tremendous headaches, where it's thumping. I can't function anymore, right? It's like, all right, this is ridiculous. And I fix up a cup of coffee, and boom, there goes the headache. See ya. Now I feel great. So that's caffeine.
You know how
will not do that.
You know how when you stop doing something, you generally have to taper off, whether it's caffeine or tobacco or whatever. But with weed, I can decide to just not. Even when I was a regular smoker, where I smoked it every day, day in and day out, like all I had to do is just decide to stop smoking it, and I'd lay it down, and I'd be finished with it until I decided to pick it back up. I didn't have to decrease it, and I didn't have to taper off, and I never had withdrawal.
I see that you're an anti-Mason truth seeker.
Yeah.
Right, cool.
What about you?
Oh no, no, I'm not an anti-Mason.
Well, do you support him?
Do I support him? I define support him.
Like, I mean, I don't know. You have to learn what they do to like.
Hey man, listen, I have a different relationship with my local lodge here, where yes, I do support my local lodge, and I do charity stuff with them. So yes.
You got to understand, most movements start out as something good, and then they're infiltrated by the evil ones. All things can be used. It's dualism. It's our dualistic world. You take a tool, it can be a weapon or a tool. It can build or destroy.
All things that you see them used as tools, or once all things are good, and then it's perverted or molested in order to use for nefarious purpose and vain.
Yep.
I'll be super honest. Like right now, I got a busted up foot. Anyways, I just got done texting him. I was like, "What's going on Saturday? There's like an event in town or whatnot." And I was like, "So what's going on? Anything I can help with?" And anyway, so we're meeting up, you know, on Saturday morning. And so yeah, I do support my local lodge. Yes, that's just me. And I'm Cyrus, right? You're talking to me. You're not going to get the same, you're going to get a very negative reaction from just about everyone else. I said just about, not everybody, but, you know, some out there understand what's going on.
How about the Shriners Children's Hospital?
Yep. I mean, that's what's up.
Do you believe in God? Do you believe in Jesus?
I believe in the creator of the heavens and the earth and what's in between and what's beneath.
And here's the thing about Masons. Not all Masons, at the lower levels, you just have to believe in a higher power. You're not instructed on which one is the Masonic higher power. You just have to have a higher power.
Indeed.
It's kind of like alcoholism. Now, when you get in the higher ranks, that they start, you know, they know who they're worshiping. They're doing Tubal Cain and his brother and Hiram Biff. They know who they're.
Yeah.
But not all people under them know that.
I agree. Yeah, it takes, you know, yep.
If you just come out and said, "Hey,
Mike,
we want you to pay your dues so we can worship the devil," you'd have way less members.
Yeah.
Man.
But yeah, man. So why are you an anti-Mason, if I may? Since I gave you my 2 cents.
Well, I
was
learned
super- I
so
was-
much. Like I don't know.
Tell me.
I remember where I started. I learned that they worship Lucifer. I watched a 5-hour video of this ex Freemason turned into a Christian because I mean he had his testimony, which I respect. I had my testimony too, and yeah, he doesn't mess with Freemasonry no more. I can show you the video. Literally, you will not want to mess with Freemasons no more after you figure out what they're doing. Yeah, the little guys, the beginners, they don't understand what's going on. But the 33-degree third Masons and all that, they're worshiping Lucifer and all that. So it's just, yeah. I'm not into that.
Understand.
I mean, you want to see the video? I got the video for you. I have the best playlist. Everything you want to know about what's going on in the music industry,
It's a good
anything.
question. Who's the Morning Star?
Morning Star.
Yeah, who's the Morning Star? Who was referenced as the bright morning star?
I think was that Lucifer?
Well, there were 2 people referenced as the bright morning star in the Bible. Do you know who they are? Lucifer is one, Jesus is the other. Son of the morning, bright morning star.
Yeah. So Cyrus, would you be interested in watching that video?
Oh, bro, I'm sure I'm familiar with most of it, but not everything. But yeah, go ahead. I mean, post it, live stream it.
Okay.
What do you
Who's
think
it? Who's it
gonna,
by?
What do you think
I've
he's
seen
going to
a
learn?
lot of anti-Mason stuff, my friend.
What do you think he's going to learn more from about the Masons? The actual Mason
Man.
Lodge in real life or a video?
He breaks down everything. 5 hours. I was watching that. I had to switch positions. I had to walk around, watch. I had to do a lot. But I'm saying it was worth it, and I'm glad I watched it. I learned everything. Literally, like everything, how from the beginning Masons all the way to the top Masons and the little rituals they do and
Thing
all this
is,
crazy stuff. It's
you
a
should
waste of
talk to
time.
these guys. No, you should talk to these guys.
Oh yeah,
Instead
I
of
would
listen.
talk to them.
See, this is what happened. I'll tell you what happened. So I went in, lucky me, right? Through construction. I was working for a guy. We're working on his house, and this guy's a 32nd degree. How about them apples? And I didn't know that at the time, right? But anyways, man, high levels of respect, super respectful dude. Anyways, then one day he's leaving his crib, dressed in a fucking tee, just buffed out. I was like, damn, dude. It's like, all right, man, where you going, man? What's up? He's like, Masonic stuff. I was like, Masonic stuff. He's like, yeah. Anyways, look. Anyway, I'm not gonna say what you. So, well, I was like, what? And I remember I was on a ladder. I hopped off the ladder to actually talk to him. I got serious because I was just charged with negative shit, and we started talking. And, anyways, he likes Manly P. Hall, and I like Manly P. Hall. So we started talking about like the stuff that's in common between us. And there was so much in common about what he studied, like in his life. And he's like, that's me. These are my interests, like stuff that's like vibration and like, the work of like Masaru Emoto and stuff like that. He's interested in that. And he's like, and he made sure like that I know that it's different. And I was honest. I was like, hey, like I came from I told him like, okay, what's a Mason, right? I got serious with him right away. I was like, a Mason, hey man. I was like, a Mason is a builder. Right? And I don't know if you're a builder of the dark or of the light. Boom. Like, that's what a Mason is. You're a builder. What are you building? That's the question. That's it. So I was like, I know of some dark builders out there. And that's what I called them. And he's like, name them. Give me a name. And of course, I didn't at the time because this is like, I understand. Because he started checking me immediately. I was like, I don't like secret societies and shit like that. And he was like, haha. He's like, stop. We are not a secret society. We are a society with secrets. So right away, it's like, boom, boom. It's like, right away, just check your terminology, right? So it's like, I knew, it's like, fuck. It's like, okay, charged with a little bit of idiocy from Flat Earth. So, anyways, so he invited me to a dinner where they invite people, and and it was very interesting because I got to meet different people and saw that they're just just a bunch of different people, man, different folks. Like if you think it's just some astronauts, he's like, man, you're in for a big surprise, friend. So that's why I'm saying you should go talk to these people. You should find a 32nd degree Mason and talk to him and see what he says. Yeah, that's what I did. So, and when I did, I saw that I learned a lot of horse shit from the internet because it is a closed off system. So any closed off systems, everyone else is a speculator on the outside, right? And most people that got blackballed that are no longer Masons, they got blackballed. Well, anyways, they got blackballed for a reason. So it's like, okay, it becomes very interesting. And yeah, so I changed my view on them, and where the people I met and the charity they do, like the Shriners Hospital. That guy was a Shriner, and it's amazing. It's like it is a free hospital for children 18 and below. So yeah, who else is doing stuff like that? I mean, some are, but yeah. So it's maybe like Catholic charities and whatnot, religious stuff. But that's not a religious organization, so.
Oh, you respect them because they just help charities and that's it?
No, I respect them because I met those people face to face, and I respect those people because till today, I'm yet to see something negative from their walk in life, and from my spiritual beliefs, from the Creator. He said, "I will judge you based on your physical output, what you actually do in life." Right, you have to actually do it, not think of it like not even your willpower, like no, but you actually have to do it. So I want to be like my Creator, and I will judge the man or the woman by her walk, not her talk. Say all you want, but I'll actually look at your actions to pass judgment upon you, not your talk. Like you can say what you want. So their walk in life is pretty solid, from what it appears to be. Now, I could say that, okay, this is just a facade, but then I have no proof that this is just a facade until something appears, right? But so far, so good, like, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, they're good people, the people in my town here. Yeah, done cool charity stuff together, and it's pretty dope, man. Food bank stuff and whatnot. It's pretty cool, man.
What questions did you ask them?
What questions do you want me to ask them?
Like, what did you ask them? Do you do the rituals? Do you worship Lucifer?
Why would I ask those questions?
Because that's what they do.
If everything has dualistic meaning, why should I even ask? Where I understand that this knowledge, you can study it on your own, and you can attain knowledge like others have attained it, studying on your own. So it's like I like esoteric stuff, like like all that ancient stuff. So it's like, why would I even ask them? I asked them about the rituals. I was like, is there anything satanic or anything like that? He's like, nope, none of that. He made sure, he knows I'm a spiritual man, so he's like, he said it would never, no. So it's like, okay, interesting, So yeah, so that's what he said.
I just suggest you to check out that video, bro. 5 hours. If you can make it through the whole video, if you have to pause it, do a little thing, go to the bathroom, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Watch the full video. It's worth it. I promise you.
So tell me, you just summarize the video for me and tell me what's so negative about them.
They worship
Buzz
Lucifer. It's against my religion. What they do in that video is against my religion.
Okay.
And my religion is righteous. In my religion, we practice righteousness, sober-minded, all that. It makes us better people.
Those guys don't practice righteousness?
Huh? You said Freemasons?
Well, you said, yeah, righteousness, yeah.
What the Freemasons practice righteousness? No, they believe in Lucifer. That's how they am to me.
I don't think you understand. Like at the beginning, they start off with Judaism, pretty much. It
But
starts
regardless,
with Judaism. Like if you read all their stuff, it talks about the Bible, and then at the end, you get to what you're talking about.
Well, I don't
Right?
know. They're in society.
Starts good with like somewhat good intentions, and then it ends bad.
So why let it even get to that point?
I know. It's interesting. I don't believe that. See, I don't subscribe to that, and I don't just like not subscribe to that. And I was like, let me walk the path myself and see. You know, I was like, all right, cool, we'll see. I'll see what that's about.
There could also be two branches of it, and we only see one. Right?
Hey man,
so they could
remember
start off and end off
Hermetic principles, right? Just study the Hermetic principles, and you'll I don't know. Maybe you'll understand. I'm not sure. You know. I'll tell you something, man. I'll tell you. There is like, well, I don't want to turn it into religion, but like the duality concept of stuff, and yet it can maintain truth at the same time. So like in my spiritual book, we'll just keep everything unnamed. That way, it's not religious discussion.
Practicing duality is demonic, and you should pick one side.
Listen to me. No. I only worship the one and only. So there's no duality here. But check this out. The Creator says he leveled on the throne. Okay, and his throne was above water, right? So it's like, okay, he's on the throne, and at the same time, he tells us that he's closer to us than our own spinal cord. So how could the two positions be true at the same time? Yet he is physically far away, yet he tells you he's closer to you than your own self. How? Like I know that's not in the Bible, but but just as a thought experiment, that's what he says. So it's like it took me a minute. Then I remembered what I needed was a third piece of the puzzle. It was a third piece of information to make those two statements true at the same time. And a verse came to my head. It was like, yes, when he blew into Adam, what did he say? Part of his soul. It's like, oh yeah, now we're talking. So now by given a proper solid mechanism, by cause and effect relationship, the Creator is on the throne leveled, and he can listen to you closer to you than yourself, made from part of the Creator's spirit. So boom, it's like both are true at the same time by a third piece of information. If you don't have that piece of information, those two look 180 degrees apart. It tells you he's leveled on the throne, and his throne is above the water, so above the seven heavens above you. And then at the same time tells you he's closer to you than your own self. So which one is true, man? Both are true. How? You need a third piece of information. What is that which is the electrical nature within you that belongs to him. That's how he's closer to you.
I'm talking about Lucifer here.
Anyways.
I'm talking about what Freemasons do with Lucifer.
Bro. I'm talking about like duality like that, where you have two pieces of information that you think they're dualistic in nature, but they're not, because you're missing another piece. The hidden Setharote. The hidden Setharote. Nothing.
I mean, you gotta explain for me. I don't know.
Are you familiar with that tree of life stuff? I don't know what you studied, man. That's why I'm just tossing out terms out there. If you know what I'm talking about, you'll reflect upon it. If not, whatever. No big deal. I'm not saying much. About to roll me another, man. Why am I the only one talking?
Nah, I'm talking. I'm saying though, I don't know what the rest of them are, but I'm saying though, you gotta check out that video, my brother.
Sure, man.
Might
I'll
as
check
well
it out,
watch.
man.
That's why you have. Shit, I don't know.
Dang, you want somebody to sit through 4 hours, bro? For what?
Come on, bro. Listen, you can watch that joint too. You mean like I can send
I'm
it
just
to
saying,
you?
I can send you a video that's 3 minutes and you'll get way more information, bro.
Let me see what you got. Put
I
me on
see.
game.
Hold on, I'm in a Call of Duty game. But
What card you got?
huh?
What Call of Duty you got?
I'm Warzone, man. Warzone.
Warzone. Where
Yeah,
I used to play that joint too.
it's decent.
Yeah.
But dude, 4 hours, bro. How you gonna tell me? Oh, you don't got that much time, but then you gonna tell somebody else to watch a 4 hour video? Like, dude, that's a lot, man.
A lot for you,
For anybody, 4 hours.
man. If you willing to learn something, bro.
What if I told you the only way to understand the flat Earth is to watch a 4 hour video? You sit
I
there and
watch
watch that.
that joint,
You
bro.
sit
I
there. And
watch that
you got
joint.
time to
Yeah.
watch that? Oh wow.
I take listen, not even like that. Like it depends. Like find some spare time. You don't gotta watch this as soon as I tell you. I mean, you got Saturdays, you got Sundays. I mean,
Yeah, but
like
4 hours
yeah,
though.
you
Like,
dragging it
I'm
now,
not getting
bro.
paid or nothing. Like 4 hours, bro.
You getting some knowledge, bro.
I know
Knowledge
knowledge, and I know that's good, and it's better than the money. But what's the point? What's the point of
bro.
watching it?
I'm putting him on game because he messed with the Freemasons, so I'm putting him on game. Listen, if I send any of y'all some BS, block me, bro. If you feel like you ain't
Nah, it
learned
ain't like
nothing from what
that.
I said, you
It
block
ain't
me.
like
Straight like
that.
that.
It ain't like that. I hear you though.
Very informational, bro. I take time out of my day and research and study, make sure. Because when I'm providing y'all, I gotta make sure I got facts behind that.
I've read thousands of pages of books and PDFs in my search.
What does it have to do with Freemasonry, though?
A lot. Most people are unwilling to research a thing before they deny it or accept it. That's why we got so many Globers. They're fucking lazy. They just want their authority to tell them what reality is.
Yeah.
So laziness and intelligence cannot coexist, just like ignorance and freedom can't. Go ahead, Helio.
No, I was going to say, I mean, we hear this a lot, don't we? It's 2 hours, it's 4 hours. I mean, they really only watch 10 minutes, right? I mean, it's like, oh, if I can't figure it out in 10 minutes, then, then fuck you. I got 7 hours of video games to play. Fucking A, man. What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
Right. I'll read a 2,000-page book in 2 days and come back and discuss it with you in full length. Retain a lot of it.
Yeah, in 2 days you will retain a lot of it because it's hot, still there, present, man. You know.
When a man throws a book at you, read it like it's hot. Read it like it's hot.
There you go, Mike. Yeah. I mean,
boy, drop.
I'm gonna include myself in this. A lot of people don't necessarily want to sit down and read a book. Maybe you can't. I just don't read much, but I listen a lot, right? So when someone says, "Hey, man, I have a really comprehensive, video that you can watch to understand this topic, no matter what the topic is," and they're like, "Oh, it's 4 hours long. I can't watch 4 hours. I got freaking 18 hours of video games to play. Are you fucking serious? You're not going to even take." I mean, seriously?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, for what reason? Like, it got to be for a certain. It got to be for a certain someone.
The flat Earth topic, or even flat Earth is just—it's a term to get. We use flat Earth as a trigger term to get people introduced to be, open their mind. Where's this all this freaking?
You hear him breathing all heavy too, bro?
All that shit. Stop that. Mute yourself if you're not talking, please. Yeah, I mean, so people if you say, well, that's 4 hours long. I'm not going to take time to watch that. Now, it doesn't matter which topic it is. If you're not interested, you're not interested. If you want to come in here, see, you've already whoever already been there, they've been. whoever said that, you've already been here for 30, 45 minutes. You could have been watching one of these good ass videos that we try to
Thanks, bro.
show
I
to
love you,
people.
bro. You valid.
That's true. That's true. I mean, the video he's talking about, my brother was like a while back. I know exactly what video he's talking about. I haven't sat through the whole 4 hours though. My brother
No,
was
sure. I
in.
mean, you don't have to watch it all at once. You know, I mean, you could just start it when you get time, then go do your shit, then come back when you get a little break. You just listen.
I don't know. I don't know. Like 10 years ago, I was looking at the Masons and all that, but right now, I mean, maybe like I said, it's for somebody, just not for me. I mean, like, what's the point of watching a video about them?
Knowledge in you, bro. Listen,
You
it says
until you listen to it.
for you.
You might not even know until you listen to it, man.
I'm so busy listening to you, motherfuckers. Like,
all right,
Well, you gotta listen to us. Watch the video.
I mean, do you listen to us to
I work construction.
information, or do you?
No, just to chill out, you know.
All right, cool. But anyway,
you can still watch that video too.
Actually, I do. I listen to this channel most of the time, but I also listen to other information, and a lot of times I listen to audiobooks and shit. You know,
Truth.
when I'm working and shit.
I mean, no disrespect. All right.
Yeah.
I got you.
No, I'm just pointing out. I'm just pointing out the younger generations. Like 4 hours. What the fuck am I going to do for 4 hours? Well, how about listen to it while you're playing your fucking video
No,
game?
Helio, it's all wrong. It's all wrong. Listen.
Maybe I'm missing the point.
There's a point that a lot of people don't like to talk about or don't like to address. I'll give you an example.
That's what it is.
Yeah. So 9/11, right? Let's say I know 9/11 is a fraud. I know there's no planes. I know it's not terrorists. I know all these things. I don't then need to keep watching and ingesting more and more and more information.
Exactly.
About how I know it's a fraud, because I know it's a fraud within the first 10 minutes. I don't need more information after
Right.
that.
So you're saying it'd be redundant.
Hold on, Helio.
Are you saying it's going to be redundant?
Pretty much. It's like, what at that point? What are you trying to do now? You're just trying to absorb. Like, I don't get it. Like,
so if I know enough,
the guy that's telling us to watch it, I think he needs to watch a couple of minutes of Flat Earth videos. I mean,
I watch some Jones. Listen, straight like this, bro. Since you want to be so thorough and whatnot, you mean, check it out. You send me a video, I'll watch that joint. I send you a video, you watch that joint. Straight like
listen,
that.
You don't get the point. You don't get the point. They win if I sit here and I spend all this time researching 9/11, because it's not productive. It's not going to bring anything to me if I do a fraud within the first 10 minutes. After the next 10 hours, 30 hours, 40 hours, I've produced nothing. I haven't gained anything more than already knowing it's a fraud within the first 10 minutes. And a lot of people get stuck in this loop of they really like this information, they want more, they want more.
I ain't gonna lie though. On Freemasonry, it's gonna take a lot more than 10 minutes to figure that shit out.
Man, I get some things take more. Yeah, I get it. Some things take more than 10 minutes, but
might take years.
And that's pretty much what I'm saying. That's pretty much. I work.
It takes Freemasons years.
So.
Hey, I worked all day too. Fucking shit.
I'm just saying. Not throwing shade at anybody else. I'm just saying, like, I'm out in the sun working construction.
I'm doing
almost 6 days a week.
I pay roads and
when I do get time, I don't know. I just use my time.
Even when I'm working, I got time to rock a joint. Like when I wrap these bars of mine, planets and stars alive.
That man's got the bars.
This guy.
I'm training the art of rhyme and my words and my nunchucks. I'll go Bruce Lee on you, dumb fucks. What's up?
That's my dude. That's my dude right there, bro.
I work 18 hours a day. I'm reading Aristotle's book on natural law.
Man,
nah.
And that working, huh?
While I'm fucking
listening to us.
Hold on. Cyrus wants to say something. Come on, guys.
I'm physically able to read a PDF while I spit a fable.
No, man. I wasn't saying much, man.
I just saw you lighting up. I thought you wanted to jump in.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Let me break it into two categories. There's productive information that you can gain, and then there's this endless chase that you can always keep going down forever and ever, and it's not productive. Nothing by the end is going to get you anything in life other than just knowing it's a fraud. Now, there's things you can know that are a fraud that help you in a way. Like if I know a certain food is bad, then I won't eat it. But they set up these endless chases like 9/11. I'm not going to go out and study the structure of the building and all this other stuff. I don't need to know any of it. I just know it's a fraud and that's it. Call it there.
Well said, brother. Well said, man. Like that's pretty much where I'm coming from, and yeah, that's pretty much.
Hey, let me ask you something, Flat Power. When you're at work, did they let you use headphones while you're working?
No, I'm in a machine. I'm an operator. I'm in a machine.
So you can't use headphones.
Building pads. I mean,
yeah, I can. I use
really.
headphones all day. I can listen to YouTube or Discord or whatever. I can listen to
run somebody over
all day long. So yeah, I can listen to a 4-hour video to be like.
I wish I could though. I wish I was, in AC or something, or just able to just hear.
Well, I ain't in AC. I ain't allowed.
You know what I mean? Like I'm just not even. I'm just. It's loud all day at work. I can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, some people that you work for, they won't let you use headphones and stuff. So
we can use them. We can use them. It's just you're not gonna be able to hear it. I mean, it's
it's that loud. You can't even freaking.
No, dude, we are tearing trees down and building subdivisions all around Florida. Bro.
Yeah, I can listen.
I get it.
Somebody over with an excavator, man. I can listen to YouTube while I'm in the foreman's truck, but if I'm on the roller, I might roll one of my employees into the fucking hardtop. So.
Yeah. Or if you're just standing there, can't hear the fucking truck coming towards you,
right. They don't pay attention. Shit.
Yeah, I was on out too. One time I was working in a restaurant, and this when I first started researching Flat Earth. And I remember cutting I was prepping food and I was cutting like onions and shit like that, the prep. And I was listening to a debate, and I was so into it, I started to saw through my fucking finger, bro. And I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, holy shit!" I was like, "T, what's going on?" I'm like, "No, I'm good." And I just didn't want to say, like, "Dude, I was listening to a debate."
Well, it's like I had a job. They said you could have headphones, but you could only have one ear in.
Yeah, for safety reasons. Yeah, I was zoning out. I was in the kitchen by myself.
you were zoning out on the talk and cut your
and I had one of the blades that kind of like saws into the it's like I don't know,
electric knife.
I cut my finger in a weird way. It wasn't a clean cut, so I'm like, fuck.
That sounds
a serrated blade.
Yeah, it was like that, and I'm like, fuck. Oh my god, why? Fuck this debate. Oh wow.
Oh, it's all good, man. Yeah, we're all in different situations.
What's up? Who got some videos for me?
Yeah, well, I mean, since you're part of the Discord, I mean, you can scroll down to the bottom room. We have different information from that's been accumulated throughout the years, and it's through categories here. If you scroll down on the Discord, you can just look at whatever category, some information you're looking for. There's plenty of information, PDFs, videos.
Will I be able to post some of my videos in there too?
I don't know.
You can share it with an admin. You can share it with an admin and see if they'll put it in there.
Who's the admin in here?
CJ, Indio, El Baba Yaga, and Mimas. El Baba Yaga, or Jose Mesa, and Mimas Aurelius. They're in purple.
Anybody in this VC though?
No. There's no admins in the VC right now. But hey, if you have some good videos you think that we should take a look at, then you can me or Michael, and we'll take a look at it.
Yeah, look over there on the other side of the text lobby. Do you see the members list there, or are you on a phone?
I'm on a phone. I could hop on my computer real quick and see.
Yeah, it says admin right above moderator on the right hand side when you're on PC. And Indio's the admin here. I'll give you a snapshot. You can just put an
yeah, I friended him.
You can put an @ before his name and type his name out and see if he'll add that to any lobby that you want it added to.
All right.
I'll give you a screenshot in Livestream voice text. The purple guy all the way to the upper right-hand corner, that's India.
I see him.
Aristotle and the philosophy of law.
Yeah, philosophy of law. Theory, practice, and justice.
Let's check that out.
You know, Aristotle, Aristarchus, Herschel, all these guys, Aristophanes, they all got.
All them Greek motherfuckers.
Yeah, they all philosophize on natural law. As it pertains to the Bible, if you read these, you got to understand, when you get into it, it's a reference to Leviticus, Ecclesiastic, and the Torah. And what those laws mean to humanity and why it's a law, how our actions affect nature. That's why there's natural laws of creation.
Mm-hmm.
And the same philosophers become scientists. Now, the shit they philosophize about, they turned all their shit into science when it was all philosophy. These guys would sit around and daydream on a thought and see how far they could take a thought. And somebody took their daydream thoughts, what if this, and made it a reality, and here we live in it. Heliocentrism. The creator likes perfection, so the perfect shape in the universe is a sphere. That actually comes from the idea of a prime mover.
Do you think that when the Roman Empire was implemented, that they took a lot of these ideas from the Greeks and then implemented them, and kind of moved forward with it and applied it to governing instead of
paganism, the church?
Yeah.
Rome absorbed everything that was good and made it all about the government.
Yeah.
Jesus tried to explain it to you when he said, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Most people say, well, Caesar's money is Caesar's, so he owns taxes. You got to understand this. Whoever made it, whoever created it, owns it and rules over it. So maybe Caesar's money is his, but nothing else on this earth did Caesar create. So he doesn't own any of it. So the only thing he's owed maybe is his money. But by natural law, whoever created it owns it and rules over it. Well, so this is when it becomes, are you a man? God made men and women. Or are you a citizen or a person or a human being? God didn't make citizens, persons, or human beings. He made man and woman. He owns them, he rules over them, and he gave them the law. If you're a man, then a higher law applies to you. If you're a citizen, you're property of a legal fiction called a city-state and a social contract.
And that comes out through in the New Testament with Paul being a Roman citizen, even though he's a Jew. Well, he's half Jew, basically.
Right. Well, they owned him. They took the land.
Yeah.
Technically, Jesus would have almost been a Roman citizen. He was Aramaic.
Yeah, yeah.
He was in Sumer.
Yep.
He was a good Samaritan. Damn, can you hear my dog drinking?
Yeah, that's weird. I was wondering what that noise was.
Well, some days my shit works. My net must be good today. I better turn down my input.
Yeah, your input's a little hot, man. If you can turn it down a little bit, but everything you're saying sounds great. But if you just back off your input a little,
is that better?
Yep. It was a little distorted, but yeah, you're doing great. Good stuff.
Yeah, Buck, I don't want you hearing my dog drinking. I should have guessed that when you heard me breathing because my steak was hot. I got steamed veggies in the steak and fried potatoes, and I'm like, I'm so damn hungry, You ever ate that shit that's going to burn your stomach anyway because you're damn hungry?
It's like it's too hot for your mouth, so you swallow it fast, it's going to burn your whole fucking esophagus.
Yeah, swallow cold water. Like that's gonna cure it.
Oh man.
Oh fuck! I worked my ass off today, man. My whole fucking body's exhausted.
Did you make a parking lot?
A couple, actually.
What's
And
that
I feel
song? What's that song? I can't remember the band. Put up a parking lot. What's the name of it?
fuck. I know what song you're talking about.
I can't remember. It's one of those cheesy pop bands, and or like pop punk kind of thing. Oh shit! Never mind.
No, you got me wondering now. I can't remember what one it is. Parking lot, Blink 182.
No, it's not Blink 182. Yet. Parking lot. I don't think it's Blink 182. It might be, but it just the voice in my mind doesn't sound like Blink 182. I finished up some bullshit project today at work. It was.
They paid Paradise and put up a parking lot.
I think that's what. What's the name of that band?
I'm not sure. Is that Genesis?
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, it might be Phil Collins. That's the voice that I'm hearing in my head. Anyway, at work, I had to glue up. Had to rip up some poplar, one by poplar, 40 rips, 10 feet long, and then glue two of them together. It's 40 rips, and then they wanted 20 pieces glued up together so they can make this thing. Just like, God dang. It took me a day to make these, and it was like, can you not just freaking order some 2x2 poplar instead of making me freaking glue this shit together? Whatever. They paid me to do it, so I made some money. It's just a pain in the ass to rip all that shit on the table saw. Then run it through the big ass sander. You ain't found it yet, Mike?
Yeah, it's Big Yellow Taxi. I found it by a few people. Joni Mitchell, Counting Crows.
Oh,
Paradise and put up a parking lot.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I see it now.
Bob Dylan.
Big Yellow Taxi. So it's probably is it Joni Mitchell original?
You know, Bob Dylan's it's a witchcraft. You know that?
Just that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I've heard the song. I guess a lot of people cover it, so I don't know.
Phil Collins does Another Day for You and Me in Paradise.
Yeah, I know that one. Paradise. It's another day for you and me. Paradise.
Speaking about Bob Dylan, you know he does witchcraft.
What do you mean by witchcraft?
He's into that witch. You never seen the interview? And Bob Dylan's at 60 Minutes?
No.
Never seen that? Let me see. Bob Dylan, did he sell out? You want me to send it to you?
Sure, I'll take a look at it.
He sold his soul to the devil.
Well,
Black Sabbath.
Hold on. I mean, if you're going to say witchcraft
that.
and the devil is not the same thing.
He does witch language in his music.
Black Sabbath had an entire album that we sold our souls for rock and roll.
See,
You gotta learn how the music industry
black and
works.
white. A lot of people think it's black and white. Yeah, of course. I mean, a lot of shit that came from Europe and even through Hollywood. You know, as far as rock and roll goes, that was really kind of it was an experimental thing that actually, it was. I mean, can you sell your soul to the devil? I don't know, because I've never met the devil. And if I was given the opportunity, I wouldn't necessarily sell my soul to the devil, but can you be manipulated? I don't know. But this idea of witchcraft and comparing it to Satanism, it's different, So I mean, just because you might practice witchcraft doesn't mean you're a Satanist or anything like that. So
That's against the Bible. So I'm saying I just throw them all in the same category.
yeah,
That's
I know. That's where people are making a mistake.
Necromancy.
Necromancy is talking to the dead.
Whatever
Witchcraft
you want to call it.
is the total. Yeah, necromancy is where you speak with familiar spirits. You work with familiar spirits. There is only one spirit you should be conversing with, the Most High.
But I'm saying in witchcraft, that's what they do. They talk to these spirit guys. I have a video for you. It's called Witch Language and Music.
Yeah, I've read a lot on witchcraft. I hear you.
How they take
familiar with it too. I'm just saying that
familiars. They invoke certain deities.
How they take the album or whatever the CD to the altar during a full moon and some more stuff.
Yeah.
And for you to be in the music industry, you have to be a witch. Like a high up, like Jay-Z and Beyonce and all them, you gotta be a witch. You see,
You're a
Jay-Z's
wizard,
a
Jason.
Jay-Z, he's a Freemason. Beyonce does witchcraft. Who else? Rick Ross is gay. Like all these big time artists got some stuff against the
Rick Ross
Bible.
gay in the motherfucker. You know about the homosexual gay mafia, the rap mafia, transgenders in Hollywood, transgenders in rap videos. They tell you they got 15 beauties bopping their ass when it's guys.
Yeah,
yo, bro, that's a dude.
Man, that's
these are the guys that said if they stopped sucking dick 3 days before parole and they did more than 10 years, they weren't gay. But they got out and got them a switchblade. Got a flip dude.
Hey, are you guys talking about the Rick Ross that made his persona off of Freeway Ricky Ross from the freaking crack thing on that
Big Rick?
You know who Freeway Ricky Ross is? And he actually goes around to high schools like discouraging
Rick Ross
people.
is a rapper.
Yeah, I know, but he's just an actor gangster, but he's not. He's never really been a gangster. He's just an actor. But there's a Freeway Ricky Ross from what's the name of that freaking book? That there's a reporter that exposed the crack epidemic and the CIA involved and FBI all involved in the crack epidemic in Southern California. Shit, now I can't think of the name of it. Some blank. I mean, this dude, Freeway Ricky Ross, been on Alex Jones.
Ricky Donnelly. Ricky Donnell, the author of The Convicted Drug Trafficker, best known for the drug empire. He is Rick Ross.
No, that's not it.
Freeway Rick Ross.
Freeway Ricky Ross. There was a reporter, and they made a movie about it. It was
it's a book. dude wrote a book about it, and they turned it into a movie, just like Rick from White Boy Rick.
Would you watch that?
Did I watch White Boy Rick? I'm a Michigander. Hell yeah, I did.
Oh, right.
I'm from
I've seen
Michigan.
some of that. I've seen some of that too.
When you see him leave the prison at the end, he rides right by my road. He's riding down 106, and my road goes all the way down to 106, right there at the State Penal Correctional Facility known as Southern Michigan State Penitentiary, the world's largest walled prison.
I was locked up in juvie when I watched that movie.
Hey, have you guys seen? Have you guys seen American Drug War?
Mm-mm.
I think Freeway Ricky Ross is in that movie, American Drug War. It's by the guy Kevin Booth. He made
Rick
two of them.
Donnell Ross.
Yeah, Rick Ross.
He wrote a book
Rick Donnell
on it.
Ross. Yeah, he
He's
wrote
an American author and convicted drug trafficker.
Yeah, I mean he was like big part of the crack epidemic. He had FBI agents freaking selling him drugs and shit. And anyway, yeah, watch American Drug War, man. If you guys haven't seen that one, that's
I've only seen like one thing about that, but the way I understand it, like they pretty much set him up and like basically scapegoated his ass.
Yep.
White Boy Rick, yeah. I don't know about Freeway Ricky.
Well, I'll send you the Wikipedia article. This is him, but they made hold on, here he is on Wikipedia. Yeah, that's his picture. That's the Wikipedia article about it.
Freeway, White Boy Rick got highwayed by Kilpatrick, Detroit's last governor or mayor, who's a drug slinging piece of shit himself.
Yeah, and Freeway was on Alex Jones' show a couple of times, and he was talking about this Rick Ross persona, this rapper. That's the first one you posted. He's like, that dude's, he just kind of stole his persona, and he's just
that motherfucker fake in the front. He out there jumping my joint.
That motherfucker he be fronting.
That bitch be sporting up on my shit, all on my nuts.
See, if you really listen, to some interviews from Freeway, man, well, he told you he pretty much set up drive-through crack shops and shit, all around LA. Yeah.
Actually, I think I have watched a video on this before.
Yeah, he's good. I mean, now he goes, to different schools and talks about not getting into it, but whatever.
Well, yeah, because the government's doing it. They dirty.
Yeah,
they gonna have you make all their money. Then they gonna make money off housing your ass.
If you hear his testimony, there was an FBI agent that taught him how to make crack.
Well, you could just listen to rap music in the 70s. They tell you how to make crack. You can cook crack like this. You can cook crack like this.
Yeah, and Biggie will tell you how to.
It's pretty easy. It's pretty
water in the pot. Get it hot and then drop it like snot. When you see it drop like snot, you put it in the freezer and pop. You can make crack like this. You can make crack like this.
Wow,
pretty easy.
Didn't Biggie? Didn't he tell you how to do the pyramid? Because you never get caught if you're on top of the pyramid because you never have it in your person.
Yeah,
pyramid.
Yeah, that's where you pay for the dope, but you never give up the money, and you never pick the dope up. You got soldiers under you doing that shit.
So
gangs were made
with all
by
that money. Go ahead, bro.
Gangs are fraternities.
Yeah.
And they have Freemason ties too.
Yeah, dude, think about it. If you're Freemason, right, you go down for like 5 years or whatever, and then you get back out, and then wherever all that money went, they can't make you like not open up like a tattoo shop when you get out. So you just hang on to the money. You know what's going on. This ain't rocket science. I mean, rocket science ain't rocket science, but you get it.
Well, once you've done your time for drug dealing, you can actually report that money and pay taxes on it if you want. You didn't know that?
No, bro. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a 6-month leeway if you get busted selling drugs, where you can before you get tax evasion too. If you're already going to court for selling drugs, you can go ahead and claim your earnings and pay your taxes.
Well, don't they confiscate your money and property that's used for something?
Well, the local PDs will try to, they'll do a seizure, but
around here the cop cars have it written on the back of them. Said this car is the compliments of your local drug dealers.
Yeah, right now we got a Hemi Scat Pack state trooper that says that on it.
Yeah.
Scat Pack trooper, compliments of your local drug dealer.
That's because the drug dealer got too flashy and had fur coats and 6 cars when he should have been buying houses and put them in the kids' names. I mean, I'm not trying to teach people how to do organized crime, but just saying.
Well, once you buy 6 houses and you just wait a year and you put all the money from the houses into the bank and then you buy more houses. Just double their value. That's all. You put enough money in them, double their value. It's called equity.
That was the same mistake they made in The Godfather. Flashing their wealth.
Yeah.
What was that one movie with Denzel Washington? And he was running heroin from Vietnam to, I think it was New York.
American Gangster.
Yeah. That's what I was quoting it from. So I'm not really teaching people how to run drugs. I'm just quoting from movies that I've seen.
Mm-hmm. Gandhi, if you want to hop up into the VC check-in, I'll follow you up there and we'll get you a roll.
And do it peacefully. Jeez, Gandhi.
He beat the shit out of his brother for wanting to dress like that other dude, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And then he got a girl to let him wear a fur coat, and that's when that cop first seen him.
Yep, and he burnt that shit. He was mad as hell. He said, "That's Versace, bitch. Don't rub that. You dab it, motherfucker. Dab it. Put the soda water on it and dab it, motherfucker." I watched that with my kid. My 16-year-old daughter says, "That's messed up, Dad. They got all that money and they can't even have a barn full of hot rods now, can they?" I said, "Nope. See, it's better when you earn it, isn't it?" She said, "Well, we can pick what car we want to drive." I said, "Yeah, we're not dope dealers. We paid for that shit.
We legit around her."
Yeah, too legit to quit. Hey. I seen shit in service where you think, a field of poppies, that's 10 farms, and you're already in the mindset where you're the most deadly weapon on the earth, a Marine and his rifle. You think, well, those are my poppies. How the fuck am I gonna get them home? But then it's whether or not you act on that shit. I seen some poppy fields though. I was like, that's what motherfuckers die over, huh? That was my first thought. I did contemplate all the amount of money that was in that field, but not as if I wanted to crop all that shit and take it home. I thought that field was big enough to run a nation, to support a nation. I did think that. Or a war.
Yeah, it is kind of funny how we was in Afghanistan for 15 years, and all of a sudden, America's got this, what is it, the opioid pandemic?
Yeah.
Or
Opioids are bad for you, bro.
No shit, bro.
They
made me turn white and puke.
They give motherfuckers them shots and bring them back to life right on the corner, and them motherfuckers jump up, don't even go to the hospital, and walk away looking for another hit. I seen them. We was doing a parking lot. I seen a motherfucker go down. The ambulance came, and my employee was like, "Yeah, they just narcon that dude." I watched him shove the needle in his chest. 3 hours later, dude's back out in the corner. We look over, he drops again. Ambulance here. 15 minutes later, they brought him right back. I watched it twice. Dude died twice, right on the corner.
Ew.
Man, that shit's fucked. That shit's fucked
Like
up.
Nikki Six, man. Nikki Six will tell you about it.
Yeah, I was paving a park business, a manufacturing plant my buddy owns in Detroit. Well, a grinder shop, a machine shop. But right across from it was low-income housing, dude. And but we did his flat roof in his parking lot. And while we were on the roof, man, we watched an ambulance come every half hour. Every half hour, you'd hear Lil Saigon. Ba-ba, ba, 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 ba. I thought, how the fuck do the ambulance guys go in there? You know?
Maybe they're under Geneva Convention rules, you know? Like, hey, we can bang all day, but when the ambulance guys come in, everybody put their shit away.
Don't be shooting them ambulance guys. They might save your ass one day. Cops with them, you bust cap in that motherfucker. But don't shoot the EMTs. That's fucked up. There were,
You don't think about it, but there are people, you know, that are like the most dangerous people on the planet. They got ethics. You know, like the pirates and their code.
Yeah. We were doing the roof, dude. There's these trans hookers walking up and down the street. 6 foot, got stubbles and shit, dude. They got boobs, but they ain't made it to the chop shop. My boy was talking to him over at the thing. I was like, why are you talking to him? He said, this young kid on the crew. He said, he's thinking about getting one. I was like, what? So I told him, I'll give you $20. You go down there and talk to him, man. Here, I'll pay for that hooker. He's like, I don't know. I ain't never did me a big, tall, black girl. I laughed my ass off, man. He went down there. He was going to run away from him. I was like, hey, give him their fucking $20, motherfucker. And then they come up to the building. They was like, oh, you played a joke on your boy. That's funny as shit. I was like, I'm glad you took it as funny and not as an insult. You didn't beat my boy up. They was big enough to beat the shit out of him. They was going to take the $20 too. I could see it. They was going to chase him down. They was taking their high heels off and shit. He said, that shit ain't funny. I said, dude, what did you drink till 4 a.m? That motherfucker got a 5 o'clock shadow. What the fuck? I had to tell you it was a dude? What's wrong with your eyes, boy? I'll send you to the doctor. I'll buy you some glasses. Can't be driving my trucks blind and shit. He was mad at me for a week. I don't want to go work in Detroit with Mike no more. Mike got jokes. Like, I wouldn't have let you get raped. Come on, man. I'm the only guy in the crew walking around with a 45 ACP on my hip.
Does anybody know why Deb D, whatever, I don't know how to say it. Yeah, something like that.
Debadil?
Anyone know why they were muted? I just unmuted you. Anyway, dude, if you want to speak up.
There's a lot of people on mute.
Debadai. What's up, Debadai? You don't speak? Or you want to go back on mute?
Yo, man.
Yo, what's up? What's poppin'?
What's up? Bro, my ass fuck. I just came here to chill.
You high?
Yeah,
We're
man.
just
What you high
we're
off
normal
of?
people. You can't kick it high.
What do you say?
We're normal people. You can't kick it high. You ain't got no chips.
No, man.
You need some Kool-Aid.
Not to do it sober.
Gotta get some Kool-Aid for that cottonmouth and then come back and holler at us.
That damn Cotton Eye Joe.
Where did he come from? Where did he go? Hey, you do need to turn on that echo cancellation, though. In your user settings, voice and video, it's called echo cancellation. If you turn that on, people won't get echo back through your microphone. Go ahead, True.
Oh, you talking about me? I have that? You're an echo?
We all have it, but I was talking to Debadiah.
Oh, was it his that was echoing?
Oh, well, whoever the hell is echoing, go in your user settings, go to voice and video, turn on echo cancellation, motherfucker.
So, have you had any interesting conversations lately, Deb and I? Deb D.
Yeah, I heard somebody talking, the president talking today. He actually kept it pretty straight. I mean, I thought he like didn't take no Xanax today, or maybe he only took 50. But yeah, he was pretty clear about what he was talking about.
What did he say?
Well, we can't talk about that here. You know better than that.
Oh.
But pretty much it's mandatory taxation without representation that rhymes with exploration.
Mandatory vaccination without representation.
Or explanation.
I'll see you all in the FEMA camps.
Because we all live in a medication nation.
I ain't going to no field camp. I'll take liberty or death. And there's an exchange program out here on my land. It's free lead for free vaccines.
What's the matter with you all? Aren't you patriotic? Do you not support your nation? We are a medication nation. Be proud.
Look, I see it like this. You're either on the table or on the menu. I'm at the table. We can talk about this, or you can be on the menu. We're gonna have to do a sit down. We're gonna have to Godfather this, or many people will die.
I just say fried green tomatoes. This is good barbecue. Yeah. He's starting to turn. I mean, yeah, sure, it's good barbecue.
Some of that barbecued watermelon.
Damn, you got the accent too. Were you in that movie? Shit. And that lady that got her ass beat, that's the lady from Weeds. It's hard to imagine that.
Really?
Yeah, the one that got her ass beat and had to move in with him. That's the mama from Weeds.
I liked that show, actually. I watched a couple episodes of that Weeds, and I kind of liked it.
Yeah,
it was entertaining. Yeah.
What was it? Little houses made of ticky tacky or some shit. I can't remember.
Oh,
it was like It was like a soap opera for weed people. I think I watched like one season.
Well, it was towards some of the latter seasons, because it was the very last season. It was some of the episodes from the very last season. It was kind of scattered, like one or two episodes from one season and another, but they were freaking. I mean, they were killing people and had them like burying them under this overpass or something. They had like all of the ground was dug up. They had been burying bodies there they had a lot of bodies buried there. And then they started to build, what was it? They built something on top of it, it was getting ready to get dug up, and they have to move them? Anyway, it was just, it was interesting. Had me entertained.
I think I stopped watching it when the FBI guy or the DEA guy, when he got killed. I think that's when I stopped watching it.
What?
Weeds? Isn't that the name of it?
Yeah.
Yeah. With that real milky colored, dark haired lady? I don't know her name.
The real skinny chick.
Yeah.
If I was going to watch anything like from beginning to end, it'd be that one.
I've been watching Rick and Morty with my boy, a little bit of Adventure Time, and what's the other one? Steven Universe. But that's that's family time.
Yeah.
It's family time.
I used to watch that with my daughter. And Jimmy Neutron.
Oh man. Well, there's like a rap song for one of those Jimmy Neutron characters. It's so good. I can't. It's like the really high pitched squeaky voice, the fat boy, the little redheaded fat boy. Oh man, I wish I could send that to you guys. I'm gonna pull over right now. See if I can find that.
Or you can pull over to send it.
It's funny. It is so
Is
funny.
it, what's his name? Carl? Is it Carl?
I can't remember because I didn't watch Jimmy Neutron. So that would have been something my little brothers were into, but I was already too old by then. Carl sounds right though. Carl rap song. Jimmy Neutron, Carl.
Carl Weezer. Yeah. The Carl Weezer spy song. Yeah, the redhead kid with the glasses, that's Carl Weezer.
Yeah, that's it.
You looking for his song?
Yeah, he's got a rap song. I'm trying to remember.
Isn't it the Carl Weezer spy song?
About to find out. Carl Weezer, Rap God. I don't think that was it. Oh man, which one was it? I'm about to find it. It's something my kids showed me a long time ago.
The box?
Yeah, that's it. The box. Yeah, my kids show me this, and I'm just like dying laughing.
I just looked at my daughter. I was like, "What's Carl's rap?" The box, Dad. The box.
Yeah, that's it. I love when my
There's a
kids show me
bunch
like
of
random stuff like that.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. My daughter was saying, but the first one, that was the first one to come out. I'm seeing a few of them now, though. It's funny. Everybody like Jimmy.
Beep, beep. So, is there any new people? Did Gandhi?
Trying to remember that black-haired kid's name.
I don't know, Hank. I was sitting here wondering if they had any new people in today with good questions or whatever.
What y'all want to talk about? I'm new. I just joined today.
Oh, are you there?
Okay. How you doing, brother?
Chilling, man. Chilling.
So, what do you think about the whole shape of the Earth?
I'm pretty sure it's flat. I had a discussion with the one dude.
How sure?
I don't know. I'll be worrying about the Earth, the shape, all like that. I'm concerned on God more, but it says we're in the firmament. And yeah, the Earth's probably flat. I don't
But
know.
did you not hear that? How can you begin to understand the heavenly things if you know not and understand not the earthly things?
We are of the spirit, not the flesh.
We about to find out, I think.
So he tells us to seek out the truth.
Yeah, that's why my name is Truth Seeker.
Yeah, I wouldn't have had you pegged as a Globy with a name like that. At least not for long. Because if you're really seeking the truth, there's already certain things about this whole shape of the Earth thing that just rings true, like water, the physics of water. It's going to be flat and level for miles and miles and miles. Because that's what water does. We all know it to be true. Nobody has to explain it. It's innate. We've used water for finding the plum and building buildings for probably like 10,000 years almost. I'm not a carpenter, so maybe plum is the wrong word, but finding level, whatever.
So what's it mean? Like, okay, so I know what plum means in that context. So if someone say, "Well, that's just plum dumb," or
Yeah,
"That's just
I
plum
was thinking
red,"
that.
like
What
what?
do they mean by plumb
Yeah,
stupid?
is
Straight
that
down stupid.
yeah, straight? That's straight and level stupid.
On the straight and level, that's dumb as shit.
Did I say it wrong?
guess.
Tell me so I don't say it wrong again.
No,
Plum? No.
we're just off on a tangent here.
Yeah, you had
About
the
the word
same
plum.
thought that I meant when he said plum. I was like, man, what do they mean by plum dumb?
Oh,
Like you so dumb you don't know what plum is?
Straight up and down, right? So if you find level, then plum is going to be 90 degrees of that, right?
Hey, I guess plum is another way of saying straight up, right? Straight up. You straight up dumb. You're plum dumb.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, I'm some dumb. I got lucky. I'm only
makes-
some dumb. I'm not plum dumb.
That makes somewhat sense there. That's about the only thing that would make sense. Say that too. I'll say he straight up lied to me.
Plum lied to me. Yeah. So when you're trying to stand up a fence post and you make it plumb, you make it straight up and down. So it's straight up. It stands plumb.
that is in our vocabulary around here. We do say you plumb stupid, ain't you?
Yeah.
I've heard that.
I mean,
Straight up.
I'm not in the habit of saying it, but yeah, it's definitely common language.
I usually tell them, come on, you're some dumb, not plumb dumb. Come on, you can work this one out. You ain't all the way there yet. There's still hope for you. You're young. Try to encourage them. I got faith in you, boy. You can figure this one out.
You just waking up, Roger? What time is it for you? He left. He's like, I guess maybe he's not had his coffee yet. There he is. You just waking up, Roger? What time is it for you?
Oh, good morning. It's 7 o'clock in the morning.
Good morning.
It's almost 1.
Roger, you sound awfully chipper
really,
for 7 o'clock in the morning.
Almost 1. Where you at?
I'm in Pennsylvania, my boy. Where you at?
Pennsylvania.
Roger's always chipper.
I'm in Erie,
Southern
PA.
Michigan. Southern Michigan.
Michigan. You talking about Detroit?
Well, Jackson, Michigan. It's about 40 minutes from Detroit. It's closer to Ann Arbor. Ypsilanti, Lansing. Those are closer to me. I'm in this prison city. We host the world's largest walled prison, 2 of them. The world's first largest walled prison was our military armory here for military prisoners here in Jackson, and we built the next largest walled prison, which holds the current record. Southern Michigan State Prison. Look that up. You'll see where I'm not far from there.
I wonder if there's any records, because I know there's a ton of prisons. What's that town? Palestine, Texas? Palestine? I don't know. I read the Bible and get confused on those names. Palestine? Palestine? Shit, I don't know. Palestinians. Palestine. Palestine, Texas. They got a shitload of prisons there.
Yeah, well, the world's largest walled prison isn't the biggest prison in Michigan, though. Ionia is. IMAX.
Did you say
correct.
Ionia?
Ionia.
He owns you.
Ionia.
Man,
what a
irony.
what a town to put a prison in. I own you.
Man, that's a revelation of the method, bro.
It's
They
also
straight up
called
telling you.
It's also called Gladiator School.
Gladiator School?
Yeah, my brother worked up there for a couple of years. He said when they go on the yard, they tape dictionaries and books. All these guys got library cards so they can get books, and they tape books all the way around themselves so they can't get shivved from behind. My brother's a prison guard.
Could you
Man,
imagine?
I didn't know about that till Friday after next. I was like, what's he doing with all those phone books?
It's bad enough to have to sleep with one eye open. But
you do that?
walk around
your
with
pillow
books
tight.
draped around you? Yeah.
Who sleeps with their one eye open?
An Ionian
Metallica.
would be a Potawatomi Nation member. Ionians.
That'll definitely change you.
That's a Native American name. Ionia. It's Potawatomi. For the peoples of Potawatomis.
Half the people in there is probably not even criminals.
That's a pretty big facility too, though.
Beep boop.
Yeah, it's got Ionia has MTU, ITU, ICF, ICR, Michigan Reformatory, and something else. There's 10 different fucking facilities in there. Michigan Reformatory is a part of it. They call it Gladiator School. Most of the kids there are doing basketball scores, like 130 to 160 years.
Years? You were like basketball scorers. I didn't even know what that meant.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
years like basketball scores. 89 to 140.
What do you got to do to get 140 years, man?
Kill 10 people in a vicious manner. Or kill one guy like you was killing him 10 times.
Man, you can't just, bye.
No. Well, there's some guys that, when are in there doing basketball scores, and they got one murder case which would have been 20 years and out, but then when they got to prison, they started killing people there too. So
See, I'm the type of person that if I go to prison, it's not going to be good because I was always taught to stand your ground and never back down. Like I was raised that way. You can't take that out of me. So if I get in fights in prison, I'm just going to get more time. And what do the lifers care, right? They just get to enjoy the fact that
exactly
that boy Hank, he can scrap. You know what I mean?
Hank with us now. He ain't going home. My God. Damn it, Bobby, that boy's staying for life with us. Move over and make a bed for Hank on the lifer farm.
Yeah, if they don't like you, they'll pick a fight with you just to give you time so that you have to stay there with them. If they can't get out, they don't want you getting out either.
Look, my brother brings these they sell these cards at the prison store, and he always thinks it's funny as hell. It says Jackson Prison, having a wonderful time, wish you were here. It's an aerial picture of the prison. Them buildings are bigger than you can imagine from this image. I've been there. I took tours. When he was the arsenal sergeant, I got to go up on the roof, do a tour of the roof. Just signed up as a possible prospect for a DOC employee. With my military record, they was like, hell yeah, you want to take the tour? We'll show you what's up. You make a good prison guard. I'm thinking, yeah, I'm never going to be a prison guard. I just want to see the inside of this motherfucker. Oh, they fucking stink. That whole place stinks. It smells like worse than a cow farm. They're feeding them shit, and I can tell by the way the place smells when you go in there. I know when my cows are sick. You know? Just by the smell of their defecation.
Yeah, don't they get the same food that they give out in schools, the lowest bidder?
Yeah. The lowest bidder makes their meals.
Disgusting.
It takes this is on the right hand side of the road. It takes about 25 minutes to drive through the whole complex. There's a road if you go to the left of that picture, all the way out here by where the names are in the lobbies. That would be a road, and that road is 106. 106 goes all the way to Adrian, and Cooper Road comes to 106. If you can find 106 and go down Cooper Road, you'll drive past my property. You keep going, you'll drive past Ted Nugent's.
So here's a fun fact. The reason that they hand out those sentences like, 3 or 4 lifetimes or like 260 years is because it's not really about punishing the criminal as much as it is about balancing the books. And the more sentences they get, the more life sentences, the more money the prison gets.
Yeah, it's true. You give a guy 5 life sentences, you get paid for life. They get paid straight out for that 20 years because them dudes aren't going home.
Tell us a story, Michael.
A story about what?
Maxwell's demons.
Maxwell's demons. You want to hear about my brother's demons? When he was a new prison guard, he was a rookie. There was an equipment box they put out in the yard every day, full of basketballs and volleyballs and shit. And for some reason, when my brother and his partner went out there, the box was jumping around, And there's trustees that go out there and set everything up. So his partner says, well, why don't you go over there and open that box and see what the fuck's going on in that box? And my brother's like, I don't want to go look in that box, There might be somebody killing somebody. He said, well, I doubt there's anybody killing anybody in there. They'd be done moving by now, So my brother couldn't even figure it out, but he goes over there and he flips the box open. There's 3 dudes in here having a rampack sex pile,
Oh, no.
So he shuts the box and walks back over to his partner. His partner said, what'd you see? He said, not shit. You better go check it yourself. I thought that was funny as hell. I said, what'd your partner say? He said, fuck that. I ain't writing that ticket again. Let's just go over here and drink our coffee. I was like, yeah, that was like introduction to here, dude. This is kind of fucked up shit you're going to see here.
Yeah, that was a little twisted. It's like,
well, they got life. This is like 6:30 in the morning too, before like the yard's just getting ready to open. Like, damn, dog, can't wait, huh? And you out to sell you ran to your boyfriend. You gay in the motherfucker.
Gayer than gay.
Hey, Big Dumps, what the fuck's up with that? Most people in here are scared of heights. You can't be putting images like that up there, man. You get people getting that sense of falling.
Yeah, I'm actually scared of heights. There's not a whole lot I'm scared of. But heights...
Look at my gift.
Dude, I'll back down for some heights. I ain't even gonna lie.
That's awesome.
That's somebody's nightmare waiting to happen. When I seen that gif, I thought, yeah, that's cool as fuck.
I'm telling you, man, it's like the heights don't bother me, but the deep waters where I know it goes way, way, way down and it's dark and the water you can feel the coldness and you look down and you see the darkness. That shit scares me.
Yeah, you can't see what's under you. Yeah, I don't like that shit. I'm cool with the heights. I used to be scared of heights too. They made me jump out of an airplane.
That ought to take care of that.
Oh,
I think
all right, thanks.
This guy, Dr. Jordan D. Peterson, he said, it's not like you're any less scared after you face your fears. You're just a little more brave.
Yeah. He's kind of
Yeah,
right.
because it's not like there's anything that I'm aware of that's there that scares me. There's no particular. It's just that feeling of that, you know, so when you get that feeling that there's something behind you in the darkness, and it feels like it's like breathing on your neck or whatever, and you need to at least take 2 steps forward real quick, right? And so, what are you doing?
What?
What are you doing?
Me?
Somebody
Damn,
was whispering on the mic.
Is my mic working that good today?
Yeah.
Were you whispering to your daughter?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. That's all right.
Oh, I thought you was trying to like freak me out with some
No, my
like
daughter asked
ghostly
me a
sound.
question.
Hello everyone, guys. How are you doing?
What's up?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Normally,
Carry
I
on,
can
please.
talk
It's
to,
very interesting talk.
normally I can talk to my daughter without even muting my mic, and nobody even hears me. Sorry.
Yeah, it's 10-4 today, good buddy.
It doesn't even have to be in the deep waters where it goes really, really deep. All it has to be is as soon as there's a couple feet between, and I know that I can't touch, and I feel that cold water. I don't know. It just feels like there's something right behind me getting ready to grab me or something. I don't know
I'll tell you what else I'm scared of. A little room with a lot of people. I can't do that shit neither.
Oh,
Heights
no, hell
in a
no.
crowded room. Neither one of them. I pass.
Yeah, it's probably one of my big ones.
Yeah, I don't care much for it either.
Now I can speak on a stage. I can do that no problem. Like speak in front of a bunch of people, as long as there's plenty of room on the stage.
Yeah, I can do group speeches, but I mean I'm kind of used to it talking to all my employees, so.
And it's different in real life than it is on here too. When you're talking in a room full of people, in real life, it's easier when you can see them.
Yeah.
But because you can't see them, then everyone is reacting in your mind how you see. Like it's not even whether you want it to be that way or not. It's like your brain will process it that way.
She said, "This one's still staring at your chest. That one's looking at you funny. The other one's got his eyebrows in the air. Damn it, Mike, quit looking at my chest." I hear you. It's all in your head what everybody's reaction is. They're staring at my pecs. Alex isn't here, is he? That little motherfucker.
He crossed my mind when you started saying that. Actually, I'm like,
Every time you come in here, I thought he's just raping me right now. He's staring at my profile.
You sound traumatized, Michael.
Oh, well, I am a little. I know he's joking, though. I don't know why he kept getting banned. That kid, he's all right, man. It seems some people on here are scared to have those regular, normal, human interactions on here. They don't want nobody to see them down to earth. They want to be a machine, a flat earth machine.
That's what I am. You talking about Alex, the kid from Italy?
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of watched that kid grow up on here. I mean, first time he came around, he sounded like a child. And he came back like a summer later, and he sounded like a man.
Yeah. I thought he was a girl that year before. I was like, man, are you a girl? Are you lying to us? No, Mike, I'm a boy. I kept telling him to give me his white sauce recipe, remember?
No, I don't remember that, but that's funny.
Well, I got them real Polish recipes and Native American fry bread and all that, you know. Why not have a few original Italian recipes? I like to cook.
Hey, you think you could share me that pemmican recipe? Because I've always been interested in that shit.
The what?
Pemmican. It's where you take the meat and you soak it in fat and salt or something and preserve like meat for like months on end.
You're talking about native jerk beef?
If that's what you want to call it, I've always heard it called pemmican. But if you want to call it beef jerky or jerk beef or whatever you said, sure.
Yeah, it's a dried meat. It's like bison jerky.
Another way I like to cook meat is by like bringing like a very good piece of meat and drowning it in butter and with some mushrooms and putting it for like a couple of hours on very low heat and let it like cook itself very slowly, and after like 4 or 5 hours, oh my god, it's unmatched by anything.
Yeah,
Look
well,
up. Go ahead.
pemmican, unlike beef jerky, you can do it with beef jerky too. You can take jerky and just pound the shit out of it till it turns to a powder, and then put it in with fat and mix it down in the fat. It's a dried meat, and you mix it in with equal amounts of fat. And, we use Saskatoon berries, Saskatchewan berries, cranberries, cherries, chokeberries, blueberries. We'll mix it all in with that, with simmered down fat and dried meat, powderized dried meat. That's pretty much what pemmican is. You dehydrate the meat, powderize it, and then take a bunch of fat and boil it down and mix the dried meat back into the fat. It's so you can can it. You dry it so you can keep it around for a long time. And then when you want to make the pemmican, you powderize it and mix it in with fat, because fat lasts for a long time.
So I do this thing where I get like a bunch of garlic all at once, and I completely like cover it in olive oil, or I simmer it for like an hour or two at low heat, or I put it in the oven at low temperature for an hour or two, and then you just use a little bit at a time because when it's covered in olive oil, like it's not going to go bad. And I did it recently with ghee. Oh my god, that's like my favorite thing now. Stockpile ghee.
Yeah, and you know, there's more than one way to dry meat. You know, dehydrate it, smoke it, jerk it. But I have to ask I'll ask my grandma if she'll send me a good recipe for the whole thing, the whole process.
I appreciate that, bro. Because I've always liked jerky, but I don't like buying it from the stores. So like I'll find someone who's like making it real, and I'll do business with them. But I've always wanted to know how to do it myself.
I mean, I know how to. You can just take real lean meat. It's easy to do with venison and slice it real thin and put it on a cookie sheet and dry it out, and then powderize it, and then reduce your fat and add that into it. You can add a bunch of berries in it. You can put whatever you want in it. You know, salt, seasonings. We put berries. You put like dried fruit, rendered fat, unsalted nuts, shot of honey. Depends on who's making it, though. Some people put raisins in it and beef sweat, you know, to flavor it.
One time we had like Algerian neighbors. They had like a special Algerian food where they have like a fig jam with meat in it, cooked meat, and they let it like for a week or so, and then when you eat it, it's like weird, but it's like very enjoyable as well.
You sound French. Are you French, bro?
No.
Where are you from?
Middle East.
Okay, sorry about that. My apologies. I'm an American idiot. Whatever. But I was going to say, look up the Southern Texas recipe for smoked brisket. Now,
Yeah,
Kansas has the recipe, North Carolina has a recipe, but I think Texas is best.
yeah. Pemmican, you can make like a trail mix, trail bar, or you can make it like meat fudge. How do you like it, Hank?
Well, I've never had it. I just always wanted to know, like, how do you preserve meats? Because I've never been able to do it. I've tried it several times, had a dehydrator, and I was never successful.
Yeah, well, once you're done with it, hell, you can just jerk meat. Jerk meat is
The pemmican is really good though. I mean, because if you season your meat and you have not a whole lot, but if you season it with salt, and then when you dehydrate it, after you dehydrate it, you like grind it up and
Yep.
powder it up, and then do your blueberries the same way. When you mix that in, and then stir the tallow in, the tallow helps. I'm assuming the tallow helps preserve it, but it bricks it up, and then it gives you your fat too.
Yeah,
So
well,
when
yeah,
you
the
when you
tallow
break off some of it and eat it, it's
is
got
the
that salty
tallow.
sweet flavor.
Yeah, the tallow is fats, real fats, and powdered meat, powderized meat. You can make it with jerky. You can grind up beef jerky and make it. But we usually did this with buffalo, bison, venison, elk. They make that stuff.
That's what I'm doing wrong
on
then. I
on the
got the wrong
recipe.
meat. Because I've tried turkey, chicken, I've tried
Well, I've
beef.
been doing it with beef.
You can do it with beef. You just need a lean cut. You don't want it real fatty when you dry it.
Yeah,
When
you
you
gotta.
add, because you're
Well,
gonna
it
add
won't
the fat
dry.
to
You
it.
gotta cut all the fat
Right.
out, even if it's got
Right.
little marbles in it. Find the chunks of marble or whatever and cut those out of it. When you cut it and you strip it to dehydrate it anyway, you're cutting it apart anyway. So
Yeah,
but
those
yeah,
are
it
trail
works out.
bars. You can take them hunting with you. It's like a full meal. Fruit, fat, meat. Some
Protein, yeah.
people, some people put nuts in it, raisins, blueberries, raspberries, cranberries.
So I don't think we have turkeys around here, but I know that if you get a bird or something, you can cook it or smoke it. Sorry, you can smoke it and then cover it in honey. And as long as nobody wipes off the honey, like it won't decay. But you have to completely like cover it.
Yep, I've heard that. I know a good person to ask for a recipe. Marlena. Marlena probably still makes pemmican. I do fry bread. There's only so many native dishes I do. I jerk my
I don't know
salmon.
how many pounds of pemmican I've made.
I jerk my salmon the way I was taught
Well,
to.
I'm asking the wrong person then.
Yeah, because that's just not one that I cook. That's true. I know what it is. If you just said hunting trail bars for hunting, they give us on the annual hunt.
Yeah, that's what
And
they are. Yeah.
it's a trail bar, on the
Yeah, it's
annual hunt.
survivalist food. Yeah.
Yep, my grandma give me 4 or 5 of these when I go out on the annual hunt because it's traditional. You have to wear regalia.
Well,
We can
now
use a rifle.
I've never eaten them in like before I found out here within the past, I guess, 6 or 7 years about the pemmican. I'd never eaten it before. I'd never heard of it before, and it's like what I've made hasn't really been tested and tried in a survival situation yet. I just made it to make a bunch up, and then it's just made and packaged. I did eat some of it though to try it and see what it would, taste like, and as far as I can tell, it hasn't went bad or anything.
Well, if it's got a lot of fat in it, then you'll be all good. You can live off fat. Fat is great in a survival situation. Especially with berries and nuts. I'd take those before I take the grubs, but don't get me wrong. I wouldn't leave the grubs behind. That's protein.
What is it? Isn't it the beaver? That's really greasy.
Yeah.
And I reckon they taste good though. I mean, if you cook them right and bake them right, the greasier they are, the better they taste, I guess. But my question is couldn't you like harvest the grease, the greasiness from it? Couldn't you harvest the oils from the beaver, or not beaver, but yeah, it is the beaver. And then,
Yeah. I'm pretty
so
sure you,
how would you
you
harvest the oil out of one? Just like what?
when you
Slowly
when
heat
you
it,
cook it,
drip and catch
pour
it.
it in a drip pan. Yeah, it turns into grease. It's the same as what the hell is that called? Rendered fat. That's the same as rendered fat. Rendered fat is droplings, grease droplings.
Yeah, it seems like you'd be able, if you found if you're in a survival situation, that you could, harvest and render all the fat out of it, and then take that fat with you, and it would help you in future meals where it was scarce or something, and all you had was maybe some green. You could mix some of that fat in with it. And
Yeah, I was kind of thinking, like, if I got me a deer, how would I preserve that meat in a survival situation? So you go find a pig and make some pemmican, huh?
I'd make a lot of venison jerky myself, but
you can make pemmican out of deer.
yeah.
Screw the
Now that
pig.
I'm
Leave the
aware
pig.
of it,
Just leave the pig, and just.
now that I'm aware of it, I might make a pemmican too. But there's not a lot of fat on a deer.
That's what the pig is for.
Or the beaver.
Yeah.
Aren't ducks pretty greasy and fatty too? Can't you just simmer them down?
Yes.
And duck
You
butter is good.
You press a duck. Depends on if you're using the urban slang duck butter or really duck butter.
It's duck butter you can buy. That's what it says on the
I
jar.
know.
It's great to I like to fix. I don't know. I like to fix my eggs in either real butter or duck butter.
You ever had duck eggs?
Yeah, we lived off of duck eggs when I
Duck
was.
eggs are pretty
You
good.
guys ever had ghee or key?
No. What is that?
I've seen it, but I haven't
When you
tried it.
boil down the butter until there's nothing left but like the oil at the bottom that's like golden like the sun.
Yeah,
Yeah, look
Hank.
up
I know.
clarified butter. Go ahead, bro.
My grandma used to make cookies with ghee. It's pure cholesterol. That's what it is. It's great stuff.
Yeah, that's the good stuff.
It's the
Promise you.
best. Yep, it is. For high testosterone, it's good. You want to eat a lot of ghee.
Yeah, my son, he's a researcher like myself, and we was in like the Costco one day, and he went and grabbed it, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" Like it was just sitting on the shelf, for like a long time, and I just thought it was like butter, And then I started looking up like the nutritional value of ghee, and I was like, "Oh shit, this is a superfood." Like, move over, honey. But stockpile some ghee. Because I got 2 jars of honey just in case. And I'm not talking about Winnie the Pooh Bear jars. I'm talking about like 8 ounces.
8 ounces really isn't much honey, is it? That's a half a pound, but honey's heavy.
Yeah, the thing about honey, you can get 2 jars, because it'll never go bad. So I think I might actually get two jars of ghee.
What's the honeycomb? What's it good for?
Oh yeah, my kid, he eats that too. He's a coffee connoisseur. So like he'll make some coffee and put like some honey in it and like be munching on the honeycomb. He eats it. He eats the honeycomb.
I mean, the benefits. I mean, I could Google it. I'm asking though. I'm just thinking maybe someone knows. I'll ask Google then. It's getting harder and harder to find the actual honeycomb, though. The Mennonites around here that sells honey, it's like every fourth or fifth trip, and I make maybe one trip per month, but every fourth or fifth month, they might have one very small sliver of a honeycomb in a jar. They rarely have it anymore.
Yeah, you'll pay out your ass for it. You know, like over $20 for like a sheet of honeycomb. But it's worth it. My son likes it. We gave it away. We gave some away to my brother-in-law. Like he ate the shit out of it.
So it says fighting infections and improving heart health. It may also boost liver function and serve as a sugar alternative for people with diabetes. It remains rich in sugar, so should be consumed with moderation. So, good for infections, improving heart health, and boost liver function.
So it's probably good in moderation with coffee.
But that was very, very brief and broad. There's a lot more here. Hold on. So, it's jam-packed with vitamins, enzymes, pollen, and oxidants. Nutrients are sealed in the wax cells of the honeycomb. Antioxidants in honeycomb support heart health. Raw honeycomb benefits glucose metabolism, assists in protecting the liver, helps to treat a cough or sore throat, natural immune booster, boosts
You know,
energy,
sis, it's almost like we were designed to be here.
promotes better sleep. Yeah.
So in other words, if you ever see a beehive, you know, just play that song, Get High with a Little Help from My Friends, and, you know, take what you can. And the smoke is for the bees, not for you, bro. What would you do if I smoked a little glue? Would you let me get some honey?
Oh my.